He stood alone under the midnight sky, his silhouette cast against the flickering flames of the village fire. Whispers surrounded him, echoing from the shadows as the villagers kept their distance. His name was unspoken, his presence feared, but everyone knew who he was, the male witch, the one who held power over forces unseen. In ancient times, before the fear and suspicion, there was a different understanding of what it meant to be a male witch. The concept of male witches, or practitioners of magic, was neither inherently good nor evil. It was a role, a path chosen or bestowed, that held significant importance in society. These men were healers, wise men, and keepers of ancient knowledge. Yet, over time, stories twisted and perceptions changed. In a small village nestled in the heart of the Mesopotamian plains, there lived a man named Ishkur. He wasn't like the others. While the villagers worked their fields and tended their animals, Ishkur spent his days in solitude, speaking to the winds and reading the patterns of the stars. He knew the language of plants and could summon the rain. His abilities were seen as blessings, but with blessings came fear. Was he in control of these forces, or did they control him? The word Kishpu, whispered with reverence and dread, was the term the Babylonians used for such a man. It was a word that danced between meanings: witch, sorcerer, one who binds with spells. Kishpu wasn't just a title, it was a weight, a mantle heavy with expectation and suspicion. For a male witch like Ishkur, his very existence balanced on a knife's edge between admiration and accusation. But how did it begin? Long before Ishkur, in the cradle of civilization, there were men who harnessed the unseen. They were called Asapu in Sumerian times, ancient seers who protected the people from curses and diseases. These men were respected, their wisdom sought after by kings and peasants alike. They understood the world in ways that others couldn't. They saw signs in the flight of birds, the shape of the clouds, and the whispers of the wind. They were the guardians, the protectors against the unknown. Yet, as human nature would have it, power always comes with a price. The Asapu, revered and trusted, began to inspire fear. What if this power they wielded could be turned against the very people they swore to protect? What if, in their quest for knowledge, they crossed boundaries that no mortal should? The seeds of mistrust were planted, and from them grew the image of the male witch as someone to be wary of. Across the deserts of Egypt, another word emerged: Heka. It was magic, but it was also the divine energy that flowed through everything. The Egyptians believed that male practitioners of Heka, those who knew how to channel this energy, could heal the sick and communicate with the gods. They were the link between the earthly and the divine. But with this connection came a dangerous power, one that could tip the balance between order and chaos. There was a story told among the people of a man named Jehudi. He was not a priest, nor a king, but his knowledge surpassed them all. He could write words that came alive, summon spirits with a gesture, and heal with a touch. The people loved him, yet they feared him, for they knew that anyone with the power to heal could also harm. When the floods failed and the crops withered, they turned to him, their savior and their scapegoat. Was it his magic that had kept the Nile flowing all these years, or was it his curse that had now stopped it? Even in the distant lands of the Norse, male witches, known as Simon, walked a perilous path. They practiced seer, a magic that bent the threads of fate and altered the course of events. They could bring prosperity or ruin, summon spirits or banish them. Odin himself, the All-Father, was said to have learned this magic from the goddess Freya, breaking the boundaries of what was deemed acceptable for men. The Simon were powerful, yet to practice seer was seen as urgy, a term of shame, for it blurred the lines of masculinity and power. They stood at the crossroads of strength and stigma, their very existence a contradiction. The fear of male witches was not just a fear of the unknown, but a fear of those who defied convention, who wielded power that couldn't be contained within the usual structures of society. The etymology of the words that described them, Kishpu, Asapu, Simon, tells the story of how societies grappled with these men who were both revered and reviled. They were boundary breakers, walking the thin line between healer and harbinger, protector and threat. As night fell and the village slept, Ishkur stood by the fire, staring into its depths. He knew the whispers, the fear that curled like smoke in the air. He had seen the look in their eyes, the way they glanced away as he walked past. He was the man who called the rain, who spoke to the spirits, who knew the language of the earth. Yet he was also the man they feared would one day call forth a storm too great to control, who would speak a word too dark to take back. For all the power that a male witch could hold, it was the isolation, the loneliness, that weighed the heaviest. To be a male witch was to be set apart, to carry the burden of knowledge and power that others could not understand. It was to walk in the space between the sacred and the profane, forever treading carefully, knowing that one misstep could turn admiration into fear, respect into hatred. Ishkur knew this truth as he stood by the fire, his face lit by its glow. He knew that his gift, the very thing that set him apart, was also his curse. He glanced at the village, at the homes of the people he had helped, protected, and yet who now looked at him with suspicion. He was the male witch, the one who held the rain in his hands and the wind in his voice. And as the night stretched on and the fire burned low, he wondered if there would ever be a time when he could be just a man, and not the feared and misunderstood figure they believed him to be. On the edge of a quiet village, an old man sat by a fire, his eyes fixed on the flickering flames. His name was Alaric, and his presence was a puzzle to everyone who knew him. He wasn't like the healers who brewed potions for the sick or the shamans who called upon the spirits for guidance. He wasn't like the feared sorcerers who were said to summon dark forces in hidden places. Alaric was something else entirely, a male witch, a figure whose existence blurred the lines between these roles. As the firelight danced on his withered face, Alaric's mind wandered back to the first time he'd been called a witch. It wasn't a name he'd chosen for himself. He'd been just a boy then, with a gift he didn't understand. When he touched a dying plant, it sprang back to life. When he whispered to the wind, it carried his words farther than any shout could. His mother had warned him to keep his gift a secret, but the village had eyes, and secrets were hard to keep. One winter, when sickness spread through the village, Alaric, still a child, had laid his hands on the fevered forehead of a little girl. Her skin, hot like fire, cooled under his touch. She opened her eyes, her breath steady once more. The whispers began that night. "Witch," they said. "He has the power." In the years that followed, he grew into his role, learning what he could, but there was always confusion in the way people treated him. He was not a shaman, for he did not speak to spirits. He was not a sorcerer, for his magic was not born of rituals or pacts with dark forces. Yet, he was feared all the same. There were moments when he wondered about the differences between his craft and that of the others. Shamans like his old friend Torik called on the spirits of the land, asking for their guidance and protection. Torik was respected, even loved, for his work was seen as a bridge between the people and the unseen world around them. He would sit under the great oak, his voice low as he spoke words only the spirits could understand. When he danced, it was not just him moving, but the whole of nature seemed to move with him. The villagers believed he could see into the hearts of men, that he could sense the presence of good and evil, that he was a guide, a protector. Alaric had asked Torik once, during one of their late-night talks by the fire, what he thought of witches. Torik had smiled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. "A shaman listens, Alaric. He is a servant to the spirits. A witch commands. He bends nature to his will. It is a heavy burden to carry." Sorcerers were a different story. Alaric had met one, a man named Varro, who lived in a distant city, far from the quiet safety of the village. Varro was secretive, his eyes sharp like a hawk's. He claimed power over forces darker than night itself. His hands were stained with strange symbols, his words laced with languages that felt like poison on the tongue. Where Torik called upon the spirits with respect, Varro forced his will upon them. He made pacts, traded secrets, and wielded his magic like a weapon. There was fear in his power, a dangerous hunger that seemed to consume him. When Alaric had asked Varro what it meant to be a sorcerer, the man had laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "A sorcerer bends the world to his desire, boy. We take what we want, for there is no one to give it to us freely. The spirits? They are tools, nothing more." Alaric remembered that laugh, the way it had made his skin crawl. He had left Varro's home that night, the weight of their differences pressing on him. He wasn't like Varro. He didn't take what he wanted. His power was something he had been born with, something he had to control, not use. He healed because he could, not because he wished to prove himself. The village had different ways of looking at each of them. Toric was loved, Varro was feared, and Alaric? He was something in between, a figure they couldn't quite place. They came to him when they needed help, when their children were sick or their crops were failing. They offered him gifts, left them by his door, but they never spoke his name out loud. And when he walked through the village, they watched him from the corners of their eyes, never meeting his gaze. It was the night the fire took the elder's house that Alaric saw the true distance between himself and the others. The flames had been fierce, hungry, and the people had panicked, throwing buckets of water that turned to steam in the heat. Alaric had felt the power rise in him, the cool, calm center that always came when things were at their worst. He had raised his hands, whispered to the flames, and they had bowed to him, shrinking back as if ashamed. The villagers had stared, their eyes wide with shock. Witchcraft, someone had whispered, and Alaric had seen fear bloom in their faces. They didn't understand. They never had. They saw the fire bend to his will and thought of Varro, thought of curses and dark pacts. They didn't see the boy who had healed the little girl, who had tried all his life to help without harm. That night, alone in his small hut, Alaric had felt the weight of his role, the isolation that came with it. He wasn't a shaman, dancing with the spirits in the moonlight. He wasn't a sorcerer, trading secrets for power. He was something else, something they didn't have a name for. He was the one who walked the line, who held the fire in his hands and let it go, who could whisper to the winds but never command them. He thought of Toric, who had been welcomed into every home, who was given a place at every table. He thought of Varro, who lived in a house filled with shadows and secrets, his power a cage of his own making. And he thought of himself, alone by his fire, neither feared nor loved, but always apart. As the fire burned low, Alaric let out a long breath. He didn't know what he was, not really. He only knew that his power was a gift he had never asked for, a gift that set him apart from everyone he had ever known. He was a male witch, a healer, and a stranger in his own land. And that was something even he didn't fully understand. The old man's voice trembled as he spoke, each word heavy with years of sorrow and wisdom. The children gathered around him, their eyes wide with wonder and fear. He wasn't just a storyteller, he was the keeper of their history, the bridge between the past and the present. They knew him as the village witch, but he was much more than that. His name was Elian, and he had watched over the village longer than anyone could remember. He lifted his hand, the lines etched into his skin like the roots of an ancient tree, and the children fell silent. There was a time, he began, his voice low and steady, when people didn't fear witches. There was a time when witches were the ones who stood between the living and the dead, the light and the dark. In the days long past, male witches like Elian had been pillars of their communities. They were the ones who guided the lost and healed the broken. They were the ones who held the threads of life and death in their hands, not with arrogance or pride, but with the solemn responsibility that came with such power. They were called many names: healers, protectors, wise men. They were sought out for their wisdom, feared for their power, and respected for the roles they played. Elian had not always been the frail old man who sat before them. Once, he had been strong, his hands steady as he gathered herbs and roots, his voice firm as he chanted the old spells. He remembered the nights when the people would come to him, their faces pale with fear or twisted with pain. A mother, holding her feverish child, eyes wide with desperation. "Please, Elian, save him," she would whisper, her voice breaking. And he would, his hands glowing with a soft light as he laid them on the child's forehead, whispering words that carried the power of life itself. His role was not just that of a healer. He was the one who spoke to the spirits when the crops failed, when the rains did not come. He would stand in the center of the fields, his arms raised to the sky, and call out to the unseen forces, begging for mercy, for hope. The people would watch, their hearts clenched with fear and hope, their lives hanging on the edge of his words. And there were the darker times, when the village was haunted by shadows, when things moved in the night that should not be. The people would come to him then, too, their faces pale, their voices hushed. "Elian, something is wrong. The animals are restless. The children have nightmares. Please, help us." He would walk through the village, his staff tapping softly on the ground, his eyes seeing what others could not. He would find the source of the darkness, the place where the veil between worlds had worn thin, and he would seal it, his voice steady and sure as he spoke the words that only he knew. But his role was more than just that of a healer or a protector. He was the one who remembered, who carried the stories of their people in his heart. He knew the names of their ancestors, the songs they had sung, the battles they had fought. He was the one who told the children of their past, who taught them to honor the old ways, to respect the forces they could not see. He was the keeper of their history, their guide in the darkness. Yet, for all the respect and honor his role demanded, there was a loneliness to it as well. He was the one they came to in their need, but he was also the one they turned away from when the sun was bright and their lives were full. They feared the power he held, the knowledge he carried. They feared that he could see into their hearts, that he knew their darkest thoughts, their deepest fears. There were times when he would stand at the edge of the village, looking out at the world beyond, wondering if there was a place for him out there, a place where he could be just a man, not the witch, not the keeper of secrets and shadows. But he knew he could never leave. The village was his home, his heart. He was bound to it, just as it was bound to him. He remembered the day they had called him a hero, the day he had driven the sickness from the village with a spell so powerful it had nearly killed him. The people had gathered around him, their faces shining with gratitude and awe. "Thank you, Elian," they had whispered, their voices trembling with emotion. But he had seen the fear in their eyes, the way they stepped back from him, as if they were afraid that his power, so miraculous, could turn against them in an instant. And he remembered the day they had called him a monster, when a child had died, and they had looked to him, their faces twisted with grief and anger. "Why didn't you save him?" they had cried, their voices raw with pain. And he had had no answer, his heart breaking under the weight of their loss, his own power useless in the face of fate. The children before him shifted, their eyes wide with the weight of his words, their small hands clutching each other. They didn't understand, not really, but they felt the gravity in his voice, the sadness that lingered in his eyes. They saw him not as a hero or a monster, but as something in between, something they couldn't quite name. He looked at them, his heart aching with a love that was too big to hold. He was old, so old, and he knew his time was running out. Who would take his place when he was gone? Who would heal the sick, speak to the spirits, remember the old stories? He didn't know, and that uncertainty weighed on him like a stone. But he smiled at the children, his eyes softening. "Remember this," he said, his voice a whisper now, "you are not alone. There is magic in all of you. The power to heal, to protect, to remember. It's in your hearts, in your blood. Never forget that." And as he spoke, he felt a flicker of hope, a small, fragile thing that bloomed in his chest. Perhaps, someday, there would be another like him, another who would take up the mantle of the male witch, the healer, the protector. Perhaps, someday, they would be free to be who they were, without fear, without shame. But for now, he was content to sit by the fire, to share his stories with these bright-eyed children, to be, for a little while longer, the witch who watched over them all. The child's cries echoed through the darkened streets of Babylon, piercing the stillness of the night. In a small, dimly lit room, a mother held her son close, his tiny body shaking with fever. She pressed a cool cloth to his burning forehead, whispering prayers to the gods, her voice breaking with desperation. She had done everything she knew, given him every herb, every potion, but the fever would not break. Tears streamed down her face as she rocked him gently, helpless in the face of his suffering. A shadow moved in the doorway, and her heart leapt. An old man stood there, his face lined with years, his eyes kind but serious. He was dressed in simple robes, a leather bag slung over his shoulder. He was an ASU, a healer of great repute. His name was Ishkur, and his presence alone brought a glimmer of hope to her terrified heart. She stepped aside, her breath catching as she looked up at him. "Please," she whispered, her voice raw with fear and exhaustion. "Please save him." Ishkur nodded, his face calm, his movements deliberate. He knelt beside the child, his hands gentle as he felt the boy's forehead, his pulse. The boy whimpered, his eyes fluttering open, and Ishkur smiled softly at him, murmuring words of comfort. He took a small jar from his bag, the scent of herbs filling the room as he uncorked it. With careful hands, he applied the salve to the boy's chest, his touch light and practiced. For hours, he worked, his voice low and soothing as he guided the mother through the steps of the treatment, showing her how to rub the boy's back, how to breathe with him, to draw out the fever. The night seemed endless, but as dawn broke over the city, the boy's breathing steadied, his skin cooling under Ishkur's skilled hands. The mother wept with relief, her hands shaking as she held her son close, murmuring her gratitude over and over. Ishkur only smiled, his heart swelling with the familiar warmth that came with healing. This was his purpose, his calling, to be the hand that guided life back from the brink of death, to use his knowledge to mend what was broken. He was an ASU, a healer, and there was no greater honor than this. But Ishkur was not alone in his role as a protector of the people. There was another, a figure shrouded in mystery and fear, one who walked in the shadows where he walked in the light. His name was Enki, and he was an Asapu, a practitioner of the ancient magical arts. Where Ishkur used herbs and poultices, Enki used words and symbols, calling upon the forces of the unseen to banish the evils that plagued the people. It was said that Enki could speak with the gods, that he knew the names of the spirits that roamed the earth, that he could command them with a single word. He was the one the people called when the sick were beyond the reach of ordinary medicine, when their dreams were haunted by shadows, when their lives were torn apart by forces they could not see. One night, as Ishkur was returning home from another long day of healing, he found Enki waiting for him at the edge of the city. The Asapu's face was grave, his eyes dark with something Ishkur could not name. "There is a darkness," Enki said quietly, his voice low. "A shadow over the city. I have seen it in my dreams." Ishkur's heart tightened, but he nodded, his trust in his old friend unwavering. Enki's dreams were not like other men's. There were glimpses of things yet to come, warnings from the gods themselves. If Enki said there was a shadow, then there was a shadow, and it would take both of them to dispel it. Together, they walked through the silent streets, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. Enki led them to a small house at the edge of the city, the windows dark, the air around it heavy with a sense of wrongness. Ishkur could feel it, too, a coldness that seeped into his bones, a whisper of something that did not belong. Inside, a young woman lay on the floor, her body rigid, her eyes wide with terror. Her family stood around her, their faces pale, their hands trembling. They looked to Ishkur and Enki with desperate hope, their eyes begging for help, for salvation. Ishkur knelt beside the woman, his hands reaching for her, but Enki stopped him, his grip firm on Ishkur's arm. "It's not a sickness of the body," Enki murmured, his eyes never leaving the woman's face. "It's something darker." He stepped forward, his voice rising in a chant, his hands moving in strange, intricate patterns. The air seemed to hum around him, the room growing colder, the shadows deepening. Ishkur watched, his heart pounding as Enki called upon the names of the old gods, the ancient spirits that ruled the unseen world. The woman screamed, her body convulsing, and Ishkur felt his own breath catch, his hands clenching into fists. This was not his world, not his fight. He was a healer, a mender of bones and flesh, but this was something else entirely. But he stayed, his eyes locked on Enki's face, his heart aching with fear and hope. Enki's voice grew louder, his words sharper, and then, with a final, shuddering cry, the woman went still, her body relaxing, her eyes closing as if in sleep. For a moment, the room was silent, the only sound the harsh breathings of the family, the soft crackle of the fire. Then Enki turned to Ishkur, his face pale, his eyes shining with relief and exhaustion. "It's done," he whispered, his voice trembling. Ishkur nodded, his heart finally slowing, his breath coming easier. Together, they helped the woman to her feet, her eyes fluttering open, dazed and confused. Her family rushed to her, their voices breaking with joy and relief, their hands gentle as they held her, touched her, reassured themselves that she was truly there. Ishkur and Enki slipped out quietly, their presence no longer needed. They walked in silence for a time, the weight of what they had done heavy between them. Finally, Ishkur spoke, his voice soft in the stillness. "I couldn't have done it without you." Enki smiled, a tired, weary smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Nor I without you, old friend." There were two sides of the same coin, light and shadow, healer and exorcist. Where Ishkur mended the body, Enki mended the soul. They were bound together by their roles, by the ancient powers they wielded, by the trust they had in each other. And as they parted ways that night, Ishkur felt a deep, abiding gratitude for the strange, fragile bond they shared. They were more than just a healer and an exorcist. They were protectors, guardians of the people, the ones who stood between the darkness and the light, the seen and the unseen. And in that, they found their purpose, their reason to keep going, to keep fighting, no matter the cost. The marketplace buzzed with life, the air filled with the calls of merchants and the laughter of children playing in the dusty streets. Women haggled over the price of spices, men argued over the quality of livestock, and all around, the vibrant pulse of Babylon flowed like a river, full of promise and danger. Beneath the surface of everyday life, though, there was a current of fear, a whisper that carried through the city like smoke from a distant fire. His name was Adad. To most, he was just a man, a scribe who worked late into the night, his candle burning low as he copied the ancient texts, his fingers stained with ink. But to a few, he was something else. They called him Kishpu, the male witch, a man who wielded powers that most could not understand, powers that frightened and fascinated them in equal measure. Adad had not chosen this path, it had chosen him. As a child, he had seen things that others could not, shadows that moved where there should be none, whispers that carried no voice. His mother had feared him, her eyes always wary, her hands trembling as she touched him. His father had been distant, cold, as if afraid that his son was cursed. And so, Adad had learned to keep his eyes down, to speak softly, to hide the things he could see, the things he could feel. But the people of Babylon were not fools. They knew that there were those among them who could reach beyond the veil, who could touch the forbidden, who could twist fate itself. They called them Kishpu, the men and women who walked the line between this world and the next, who could bend reality to their will. They were both revered and reviled, sought after in secret and shunned in public. Adad had tried to live a quiet life, to bury his gift under the mundane routines of his work. But the gift would not be buried. It surged through him like a river breaking through a dam, flooding his dreams, his thoughts, his every waking moment. He saw the future in flashes, fragments of things yet to come, sometimes beautiful, often terrible. He felt the pull of the past, the weight of the ancient spirits that lingered in the corners of the city, watching, waiting. It had been a night much like any other when they came to him, two figures cloaked in darkness, their faces hidden. They had knocked softly on his door, their voices hushed, their eyes darting nervously. "Please," one of them whispered, his voice breaking. "Please, you must help us." Adad had looked at them, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what they sought. He had seen it in their eyes, and the way their hands shook. They were desperate, driven to him by forces they did not understand, forces they could not fight. He had nodded, his own fear swallowed by the calm acceptance that had become his only shield. "What is it you need?" he had asked quietly, though he already knew. "Our child," the other had said, her voice choked with tears. "She's sick. No healer can help her. They say it's a curse." And so, Adad had gone with them, through the silent streets to their home, a small, humble place on the outskirts of the city. The child had lain in her bed, her face pale, her eyes wide and unseeing. She moaned softly, her small hands clutching at the air, as if trying to grasp something that was just out of reach. Adad had felt it then, the chill that seeped into his bones, the shadow that hung over the room like a dark cloud. He had known that this was no ordinary illness, no simple affliction of the body. This was something else, something that reached out from the darkness, something that fed on fear and pain. He had knelt beside her, his hands trembling as he touched her forehead, the cold sweat slick under his fingers. He had whispered the old words then, the words that his grandmother had taught him, words that were not written in any book, words that carried the weight of generations. The air had thickened around him, the shadows deepening, the light from the small lamp flickering wildly. He had felt it then, the presence, the malevolence that hovered just beyond sight, watching him, waiting. He had taken a deep breath, his heart pounding, his voice steady as he spoke the final words of the incantation, his will reaching out like a sword, cutting through the darkness. There had been a scream then, a sound like tearing fabric, and the child had gasped, her eyes flying open, her small body shuddering as if she had been released from a terrible grip. Adad had fallen back, his strength drained, his breath ragged. The parents had rushed to her, their cries of relief mingling with tears of joy and gratitude. They had thanked him over and over, their words tumbling over each other in their eagerness to express their gratitude, their awe. But Adad had only nodded, his eyes haunted, his heart heavy. He had done what he could, but he knew that the shadow was not gone, only banished, only waiting. Word of what he had done spread quickly, as such things always do. People came to him in the night, their faces pale with fear, their voices trembling with hope. They begged for his help, for his protection, for his power. And he helped them, because he could not do otherwise, because he knew what it was to be afraid, to be helpless. But the whispers grew louder, the glances more wary. People began to speak of him in hushed tones, their eyes filled with something darker than fear. They remembered the old laws, the laws that spoke of the Kishpu, the laws that forbade their magic, that punished their existence. It was Hammurabi who had set those laws down, the great king who had ruled with an iron fist, who had carved his decrees into stone for all to see. If a man practices Kishpu and is found guilty, he shall be put to death. The words were as unyielding as the stone they were etched into, the punishment as final as the setting sun. Adad knew the risk he took every time he helped someone, every time he used the gift that had been both blessing and curse. But he could not stop, not when the people needed him, not when the darkness pressed so close. He knew that one day, the law would catch up with him, that one day, he would be called to answer for what he had done. And so, he lived his life in the shadows, always looking over his shoulder, always listening for the sound of footsteps in the night. But he did not regret it. How could he, when the faces of those he had helped were etched so deeply into his memory, their voices soft with gratitude, their eyes bright with hope? But Babylon was a city that thrived on order, on control. The people whispered of justice, of the king's laws, of the need to protect the city from those who would use their powers for ill. And so, the noose tightened around him, the shadow of the law closing in, until there was nowhere left to run. They came for him at dawn, the soldiers in their armor, their faces grim. They dragged him from his home, his hands bound, his eyes blindfolded. The people watched in silence, their faces turned away, their eyes dark with the fear they would not speak. They took him to the king's court, to stand before the judges, his heart heavy, his mouth dry. The charges were read, the accusations laid out like a list of sins, each one a weight that crushed him further. He had practiced Kishpu, they said. He had spoken with demons, he had wielded forbidden magic. He was a threat, an abomination. He did not deny it. How could he, when the truth was written in the eyes of those he had saved, and the lives he had touched? He stood tall, his heart pounding, his voice steady as he spoke the only words he had left. "I am what I am," he said quietly, his voice carrying through the silent hall. "I have helped those who needed it. I have used what I have to fight the darkness. If that is a crime, then I am guilty." The silence that followed was as cold as the grave. The judges conferred, their voices low, their faces impassive. And then the sentence was given, the words as unyielding as the stone walls around him. Death. He did not flinch, did not beg for mercy. He had known this day would come. He had known the price of his gift, and he was willing to pay it. He had done what he could, and that was enough. As they led him away, the people watched, their eyes filled with a strange mix of fear and sadness. And as the sun rose over the city, the first light of day spilling over the ancient walls, Adad knew that he would be remembered, not as a witch, not as a monster, but as a man who had tried to make a difference, a man who had dared to stand against the darkness, even when it cost him everything. The Nile shimmered under the midday sun, its waters reflecting the brilliance of the sky like liquid gold. Along its banks, life thrived, the bustling sounds of markets, the lowing of cattle, the rhythmic clatter of stone masons chipping away at blocks destined for the grand temples. In the shadow of these monumental structures, a quieter, more mysterious world existed. It was a world where words could become weapons and knowledge was as powerful as any pharaoh's decree. This was the realm of the House of Life, where the male magicians of Egypt walked a path between the gods and men. Among these magicians was a man named Jehudi. He was not known for his strength or his lineage, but for his mind. Jehudi was a scribe of the House of Life, a place hidden within the sacred temples where only the most learned were allowed to tread. The House of Life was more than just a library, it was a sanctuary for those who sought to master the ancient arts of writing, healing, and magic. The scrolls contained within its walls held secrets whispered by the gods themselves, spells that could heal the sick, protect the living, or even call upon the spirits of the dead. Jehudi had spent his youth learning to decipher the cryptic symbols etched into the papyrus scrolls. His hands, though soft and slender, moved with the precision of a warrior wielding a sword, each stroke of the reed pen an invocation of hidden forces. But Jehudi's true gift was not just his knowledge of the written word, it was his ability to speak with the gods, to feel their presence in the ink that stained his fingers and the words that flowed from his lips. He had been called upon many times by the people of Thebes and Memphis, summoned to heal those stricken with mysterious ailments or to lift curses that had darkened the doorsteps of noblemen and commoners alike. But it was his encounter with the pharaoh himself that would mark him as one of the greatest magicians in Egyptian history. The court of the great pharaoh, Amenhotep, was a place of splendor and intrigue, where the power of the gods mingled with the ambitions of men. It was here that Jehudi was brought, his heart racing beneath his calm exterior, as he was led into the presence of the living god-king. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the eyes of courtiers, priests, and guards bore into him, each gaze a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The pharaoh's son, the crown prince, lay on a bed draped in fine linen, his face pale, his breath shallow. No healer, no physician, had been able to diagnose the illness that plagued the young heir. The priests had offered sacrifices, the court magicians had chanted incantations, but nothing had worked. It was as if the life was being drawn out of him by invisible hands. Jehudi approached the prince with measured steps, his eyes taking in every detail, the beads of sweat on the boy's brow, the faint blue tinge of his lips, the strange marks that marred his skin like the bite of an unseen serpent. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he placed it on the prince's forehead, and closed his eyes. He felt it then, a presence like a cold shadow, a malevolent force that coiled around the boy's spirit like a serpent. It was a curse, ancient and powerful, a spell that had been cast not by any mortal hand, but by one who had knowledge of the darkest arts. Jehudi's heart clenched with fear, but he did not show it. He could feel the eyes of the court upon him, could sense their doubt, their hope, their desperation. He began to chant, his voice low and steady, the words flowing from his lips like the waters of the Nile. They were words of power, words that called upon Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic, words that reached out to the hidden places of the world where light and darkness intertwined. The air around him seemed to shimmer, the light dimming as if the sun itself was holding its breath. The prince stirred, his body convulsing as if some unseen hand was trying to pull him from the brink of death. Jehudi continued, his voice rising, the incantation weaving through the hall like a living thing, wrapping around the curse, binding it, pulling it away from the boy. Sweat poured down his face, his legs shaking with the effort, but he did not falter. And then, with a final word, a final breath, the curse broke. The prince gasped, his eyes flying open, the color returning to his cheeks. The hall erupted in a cacophony of voices, shouts of astonishment and relief, the sound of sobbing. Jehudi stumbled back, his vision blurring, his body spent. But he had done it. He had pulled the prince back from the edge, had faced the darkness and won. The pharaoh himself stepped down from his throne, his eyes wide with gratitude and awe. He raised Jehudi to his feet, his voice filled with the kind of reverence usually reserved for the gods. "You have saved my son, Jehudi. You have saved Egypt." From that day on, Jehudi was known throughout the land as the greatest of the House of Life, the man who had turned back death with the strength of his words. He was sought after by all, his name whispered in the same breath as Imhotep, the legendary sage and healer. But Jehudi was not the only one. There were others whose names have been lost to time, men who had walked the same path, who had stood before the gates of the afterlife and returned. Men like Hor, whose magic was said to have turned the arrows of enemies into harmless reeds, and Tahotep, who could call down the wrath of the gods with a single word. These men, these magicians, were not witches in the way the later world would understand the term. They were something more, something that transcended the simple labels of sorcerer or healer. They were the keepers of knowledge, the protectors of balance, the ones who stood between chaos and order, between the living and the dead. Their power came not from the dark arts, but from the light of wisdom, from the understanding that the world was woven from words and symbols, from the breath of the gods and the dreams of men. And in the House of Life, in the sacred halls where the secrets of the universe were written in ink and blood, they found their purpose. But even they were not immune to the fear that magic could inspire. The same Pharaoh who had praised Jehudi would later turn against the magicians, fearing their power, fearing what he could not control. Laws were written, punishments devised, and those who had once been revered were hunted, their scrolls burned, their names erased. Yet the magic of Egypt did not die. It lived on in the stories, in the symbols carved into the stone walls of temples and tombs, in the whispered prayers of those who still believed. And the names of those men, those magicians who had walked with gods and faced down darkness, would echo through the ages, their legacy written not in the sand of the desert, but in the hearts of those who remembered. The stars above the Persian highlands burned bright, untouched by the clouds of doubt or darkness. In the silence of the night, the Magi gathered around a sacred fire, their white robes gleaming like the moon's reflection on still water. They were more than just priests, they were the keepers of the flame, guardians of a faith that stretched back through the mists of time. The fire crackled softly, its light dancing on their solemn faces as they began their ancient chants, words that had been spoken by their forefathers, words that seemed to resonate with the pulse of the earth itself. The Magi were revered, their presence sought in the courts of kings and in the humble homes of the sick and troubled. Their role in Persian society was both profound and complex. They were not merely advisors or healers, they were the intermediaries between the divine and the mortal, the interpreters of the will of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of light and wisdom. Every ritual they performed, every spell they cast, was a link in the chain that bound humanity to the heavens. But there was one who stood apart from the rest, a man whose wisdom was said to surpass that of even the oldest Magi. His name was Ardeshir, and from a young age, he had shown an uncanny ability to read the stars, to see the hidden patterns that lay behind the veil of reality. The people whispered that he could summon the rain with a word, that he could banish the darkness from a grieving heart with a single glance. He had the gift, they said, the true gift of the Magi. One evening, as Ardeshir sat alone, gazing into the sacred flames, a messenger arrived from the court of the great King Darius. The king's youngest daughter was gravely ill, stricken by a fever that no physician could cure. Darius, in his desperation, had turned to the Magi, and it was Ardeshir he had called for. The young magus nodded, rising to his feet, his heart heavy with the weight of the task before him. He knew that this was no ordinary illness. There were dark forces at play, forces that sought to undermine the light and plunge the world into chaos. When Ardeshir arrived at the palace, the air was thick with fear and the stench of incense. The princess lay on a bed draped in rich fabrics, her skin pale, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her eyes, once bright and full of life, were now clouded with a shadow that seemed to drain the light from the room. Ardeshir could feel the presence of evil, a malevolent force that clung to her like a shroud. He knelt beside her, his hand hovering above her fevered brow, and began to chant. His voice was low and steady, the words a soft murmur that seemed to resonate with the very bones of the earth. The flames of the torches around him flickered and swayed, as if drawn to the sound. He called upon Ahura Mazda, upon the forces of good that stood against the darkness, invoking the names of the Izadas, the guardian spirits of light and purity. The struggle was long and arduous, the air thick with tension as the courtiers watched in silence. Sweat beaded on Ardeshir's brow as he poured his strength into the ritual, his voice rising and falling like the waves of a storm-tossed sea. He could feel the darkness resisting, pushing back against the light, but he would not falter. He was a magus, a servant of the truth, and he would not let the shadow win. And then, with a final, shuddering breath, the darkness broke. The princess gasped, her eyes flying open, the color flooding back into her cheeks. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, and Ardeshir staggered back, his body trembling with exhaustion. He had done it. He had driven the darkness away, had brought the light back to the daughter of the king. King Darius himself, his eyes wet with unshed tears, embraced the young magus. "You have saved her, Ardeshir. You have saved my child." The king's gratitude was overwhelming, his voice thick with emotion. But Ardeshir, though humbled, felt only a deep sadness. He had seen the face of the darkness, had felt its cold touch, and he knew that this was not the end. There were forces in the world that sought to snuff out the light, forces that would not rest until they had turned the earth into a wasteland of shadow and despair. The Magi were not like the witches of other lands. They did not seek to manipulate the world for their own gain, to twist the natural order with spells and curses. They were the guardians of the sacred fire, the defenders of the truth. Their magic was not born of darkness, but of light. They did not bend the world to their will, they aligned themselves with the will of the divine. And yet, they were feared, for their power was great, and the line between knowledge and sorcery was a thin one, easily blurred. There were those who whispered that the Magi held too much power, that their influence over the king was too strong. They spoke of betrayal, of corruption, of dark rituals performed in secret. And so, the Magi walked a fine line, their every action watched, their every word weighed. They were the bridge between the seen and the unseen, the light and the shadow, and their task was not an easy one. Ardeshir knew this better than most. He had seen the fear in the eyes of the people, the mistrust that lingered beneath the surface of their reverence. He had heard the whispers, the rumors that spread like wildfire through the streets of Persepolis and Susa. But he did not let it deter him. He would continue to serve, to protect, to guard the sacred flame against those who would seek to extinguish it. He was a magus, one of the chosen few, and he would not let the darkness win. He would stand firm, as his ancestors had stood, as the Magi had always stood, between the light and the shadow, the order and the chaos. For that was his duty, his calling, and he would not turn away from it, no matter the cost. And so, the Magi remained, their presence a reminder of the power of the light, their wisdom a beacon in the darkness. They were the keepers of the flame, the guardians of the truth, and though the world might change, though the shadows might rise, they would not falter. For they were the Magi, the servants of Ahura Mazda, and their light would never fade. The night was still, a velvet curtain draped over the ancient city of Jerusalem. In the palace, a figure moved through the darkness, his steps soft on the marble floors. King Solomon, the wisest of all men, walked alone, the weight of his crown heavy upon his brow. But it was not the affairs of state that troubled him tonight, nor the endless disputes brought before his judgment. No, it was something deeper, something beyond the grasp of ordinary men, a power he possessed that few could comprehend. Solomon had been granted wisdom beyond measure, a gift from the God of Israel. His mind was sharp as a blade, his words as soothing as balm, his justice swift and fair. Yet, there was more to his wisdom than the solving of riddles or the settling of disputes. Solomon held within him a secret knowledge, an ancient understanding that allowed him to command the unseen forces of the world. Spirits and demons, beings that existed in the shadows, responded to his call, bound by a power that radiated from him like light from the sun. It is said that Solomon once stood before the people of Jerusalem, holding in his hand a ring of gold, engraved with symbols known only to him. The crowd watched in awe as he lifted the ring to the sky, his voice rising in a chant that seemed to vibrate with the very air itself. And then, as if pulled by invisible strings, a gust of wind swept through the marketplace, swirling around the king, lifting the dust and sand into a spiral. Solomon's eyes flashed, and with a gesture, the wind stilled, the dust settling at his feet. The people fell to their knees, whispering in fear and reverence, for they knew they were in the presence of a man who could command the spirits. There were whispers, too, of a book that held the secrets of the heavens and the earth, the names of angels and demons, the words that could bind or banish them. The Seal of Solomon, they called it, a text that granted its bearer dominion over the supernatural. With this knowledge, Solomon could summon beings from the depths of the abyss, could bend them to his will, could send them away with a mere utterance. But this power was not wielded lightly, for Solomon was not a tyrant, nor was he reckless. He knew the dangers of tampering with forces beyond mortal understanding, and he wielded his power with a caution that belied its magnitude. One legend tells of a day when a great shadow fell over Jerusalem, blotting out the sun. The people looked to the sky in fear, for it was said that such darkness was a sign of something unholy, a herald of doom. Solomon, seated on his throne, felt a chill run down his spine. He rose, his heart heavy with a foreboding that he could not shake. The air was thick, oppressive, as if the very city were holding its breath. He knew, with a certainty that came from his connection to the divine, that a great evil was near. Descending to the lowest chamber of his palace, Solomon found himself standing before a door of iron, its surface etched with sigils that glowed faintly in the dim light. This was a place few had ever seen, a place where the king kept those things too dangerous to release into the world. With a whispered word, the door swung open, revealing a room lined with books and scrolls, artifacts of power, and in the center, a great stone slab. Upon the slab was inscribed a circle, intricate and complex, a web of symbols and lines that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Solomon stepped forward, his ring held aloft, and spoke the words that only he could speak. There was a rumble, like thunder in the depths of the earth, and the circle began to glow, filling the chamber with a blinding light. And then, from within the circle, a shape began to form, dark and terrible, its eyes like burning coals, its voice a roar that shook the very foundations of the palace. The demon Asmodeus, bound by the Seal of Solomon, stood before the king, its form shifting and writhing, a being of pure malevolence. It had been imprisoned here by Solomon himself, centuries before, for crimes too terrible to name. And now, it sought release, its anger a palpable force that lashed out, seeking to tear the king apart. But Solomon was unmoved. He raised his hand, the ring gleaming, and the demon recoiled, a snarl of rage echoing through the chamber. "You cannot harm me, Asmodeus," Solomon said, his voice steady, though his heart pounded in his chest. "You are bound by the power of the Most High, by the seal that holds your kind at bay." The demon's laughter was a sound that chilled the blood, a mockery that seemed to vibrate in the very air. "You think you are safe, little king," it hissed, its eyes narrowing. "You think your power is enough to contain me? I am older than the stones of this city, older than the seas and the mountains. I will be free, and when I am, your kingdom will fall, your people will weep, and you will know the true meaning of fear." But Solomon did not falter. He began to chant, the words flowing from his lips like a river of fire, the power of his voice filling the chamber, reverberating off the walls. The light from the circle grew brighter, the symbols flaring with a brilliance that forced the demon to its knees, its defiance turning to rage, then fear, and finally, submission. And then, with a final, shuddering scream, the demon was gone, banished back to the darkness from whence it came. The light faded, the chamber falling silent once more, the air heavy with the aftertaste of magic. Solomon lowered his hand, his body trembling with the effort, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He had won, but he knew that this was but one battle in a war that would never end. Solomon's power over spirits became legend, his wisdom a beacon that shone through the ages. His name was whispered in awe, his deeds recounted in tales that spread far and wide. He was a king, but more than that, he was a sorcerer, a man who had stood before the forces of darkness and had not been found wanting. And so, the stories of Solomon grew, weaving their way into the tapestry of human memory. His ring, his seal, his book of spells, they became symbols of a power that transcended time and space, a reminder that there are forces in this world that cannot be explained, that there are those who walk among us who have seen beyond the veil, who have touched the edge of the infinite and returned, changed but unbroken. Solomon's influence stretched far beyond the borders of his kingdom, far beyond the reach of his throne. He became a figure of myth, of legend, his name invoked by those who sought to understand the mysteries of the universe, those who sought to command the spirits as he had. He was a king, a sorcerer, a man who had glimpsed the face of the divine and had not turned away. And in the darkness, where shadows whisper and spirits stir, his name is still spoken, a testament to the power of one man to stand against the darkness and prevail. It is said that when Orpheus played his lyre, the world itself paused to listen. Birds would cease their flight, rivers would halt their flow, and even the wind would hold its breath. The music that flowed from his hands was more than just sound, it was magic woven into melody, a force that could bend nature to his will. There was a sadness to it, a longing that seemed to echo from the depths of his soul. For Orpheus was not just a musician, he was a sorcerer, a man whose gift was both a blessing and a curse. Orpheus's life was marked by tragedy from the beginning. He was born to the muse Calliope and the Thracian king Aeacus, or perhaps even the god Apollo, depending on who tells the tale. His lineage was one of divine inspiration and mortal sorrow, a combination that would shape his destiny. As a child, he showed an uncanny talent for music, his small fingers plucking the strings of a lyre as if he were born with the instrument in his hands. By the time he was a man, his fame had spread far and wide. Kings and queens, gods and mortals alike, all sought to hear the magical tunes that poured from his lyre, each note a spell that could soothe the most savage of beasts. But it was his love for Eurydice that would cement Orpheus's place in the annals of history. They met under a sun-dappled sky, their eyes locking as if fate itself had drawn them together. Their love was the stuff of legends, pure and unbreakable. Yet, as with all things beautiful, it was fleeting. On their wedding day, as the fields bloomed with flowers and the birds sang their sweetest songs, tragedy struck. Eurydice, fleeing from the unwanted advances of a shepherd, stepped on a venomous snake hidden in the grass. With a scream, she fell, her life slipping away like water through Orpheus's fingers. In his grief, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared to do. He decided to descend into the underworld, the realm of Hades and Persephone, to bring his beloved back. His heartache was a force stronger than any fear, his love a power that transcended death itself. And so, with his lyre in hand, he stepped into the dark, his music guiding him through the shadows. As he journeyed deeper, the air grew colder, the silence more oppressive, but still he played, the notes of his lyre lighting his way like a beacon in the darkness. When Orpheus finally stood before the throne of Hades, the lord of the underworld was unmoved. He had seen countless souls beg for their lost loves, had heard endless pleas and cries. But when Orpheus began to play, something miraculous happened. The cold, unyielding heart of Hades softened. Persephone, the queen of the underworld, wept tears of sorrow for the love that shone so brightly, even in the land of the dead. The very walls of the underworld seemed to weep with the beauty and pain of Orpheus's song. And then, a voice rang out, harsh and final. Hades, moved by Orpheus's music, agreed to let Eurydice go. But there was a condition, a cruel test of faith. Orpheus must not look back as he led Eurydice out of the underworld. If he did, she would be lost to him forever. With hope flickering in his heart, Orpheus turned and began the ascent, his steps echoing in the silent passage. He could feel her presence behind him, her soft breaths mingling with his, but doubt gnawed at him. Was she truly there? Was it all a trick? The light of the living world grew closer, the weight of the shadows lifting. And just as they reached the threshold, Orpheus's resolve broke. He turned, desperate to see her face, to know she was truly there. For a brief, heartbreaking moment, their eyes met. Then, with a gasp, Eurydice was torn from him, pulled back into the darkness. Her final words, a whispered farewell, echoed in his ears as she vanished, leaving him alone at the mouth of the underworld, his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Orpheus returned to the world above, but he was a changed man. His music, once a source of joy and wonder, became a dirge, a lament for the love he had lost. He wandered the hills and valleys, his lyre his only companion, his songs filled with the sorrow of a soul that had glimpsed the light only to be plunged back into darkness. It was said that he could still call the birds and beasts with his music, that even the trees would lean in to listen, but there was a haunting quality to his melodies now, a sadness that spoke of a love that could never be reclaimed. But Orpheus's power was not just in his music. He was a sorcerer, a man who could bend the world to his will. The ancient Greeks spoke of his ability to charm not only animals and plants, but the very elements themselves. He could calm the raging seas with a note, make the stones dance with a single chord. His music was a bridge between the worlds, a thread that connected the mortal and the divine, the living and the dead. It was a power that set him apart, that made him both revered and feared. The influence of Orpheus extended beyond his own time. In the centuries that followed, his name became synonymous with magic, his story a cautionary tale of love and loss, of the dangers of defying the natural order. The Orphic Mysteries, a set of religious beliefs and practices attributed to him, spread throughout the Greco-Roman world, promising initiates a glimpse of the afterlife, a chance to escape the endless cycle of death and rebirth. Orpheus, the musician, the sorcerer, became a figure of myth and legend, his life a testament to the power of love and the tragic beauty of loss. And so, the legacy of Orpheus endured, his name whispered in the shadows, his music echoing through the ages. His story is one of magic and sorrow, of a love so great that it defied the very gods. It is a story of a man who dared to challenge the darkness, who sought to bring light to the shadows, only to be consumed by them. But even in his defeat, there is a kind of victory, for his love, his music, lives on, a reminder that some things are greater than death, that some spirits can never be truly broken. In the end, Orpheus stands as a symbol of what it means to be human, to love and to lose, to hope and to despair. His music, his magic, his story, all speak to the fragility and the strength of the human spirit, to the beauty and the pain of a heart that dares to dream. And in the haunting strains of his lyre, we can still hear the echoes of that dream, still feel the power of a love that reaches beyond the grave, a love that, in its own way, is a kind of magic. In the heart of the Aegean Sea, there was an island that no sailor dared to approach without a shiver running down his spine. The island of Aeaea, ruled by the enchantress Circe, was a place of mystery and fear, where the very air seemed to hum with an otherworldly power. Circe, the daughter of the sun god Helios and the ocean nymph Perse, was known far and wide for her abilities to transform men into beasts, her potions and spells a terrifying force of nature. Yet, in the shadow of her legend, there were whispers of others, male sorcerers whose stories have been overshadowed by her infamous deeds. Circe's reputation was one of seduction and transformation. With a flick of her wrist, she could change the form of any man who set foot on her shores, turning brave sailors into groveling pigs. But not all who practiced her craft shared her methods or her motives. There were male sorcerers whose powers were no less potent, whose skills in the magical arts rivaled or even surpassed hers, but who wielded their magic in different ways, guided by different desires. One such figure was Medeus, a sorcerer whose life was woven with darkness and tragedy. He was said to be a student of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft herself, and his knowledge of the arcane was unparalleled. Unlike Circe, whose power lay in her ability to control and transform, Medeus's strength was in the manipulation of the elements. He could call forth storms with a mere whisper, make the earth tremble with a single glance. His spells were not ones of transformation but of raw, untamed power. It was said that in his anger, he could level mountains, his wrath a force that even the gods feared. Medeus's story is one of pain and betrayal. He had once loved deeply, a love that had been torn from him by the cruelty of fate. His beloved, a mortal woman named Callista, had been taken from him by the jealous whims of the gods. In his grief, he turned his back on the heavens, vowing to bend nature itself to his will. He became a figure of terror, his name a curse on the lips of those who spoke it. But beneath the anger, there was a sadness that few saw, a longing for the love he had lost, the life he had been denied. Another male sorcerer whose name has been lost in the mists of time was Philemon, a gentle soul whose magic was the opposite of Medeus's destructive power. Philemon's gift was healing, his spells a balm to the wounds of both body and spirit. It was said that he could bring the dead back to life, his touch a miracle that defied the very laws of nature. But such power came at a price, and each life he restored took a piece of his own. By the end of his days, Philemon was a shadow of the man he had once been, his body frail and broken, his spirit weary from the burden of the lives he had saved. The people of Greece spoke of him in hushed tones, his kindness a light in a world filled with darkness. But even he was not immune to the cruelty of fate. Accused of necromancy and dark magic, Philemon was hunted by those who could not understand the purity of his heart, his gift twisted by fear and ignorance. He died alone, his final breath a whisper of regret for the world he could not heal. In these tales of male sorcerers, one sees a reflection of Circe's own struggles. Like her, they were feared and misunderstood, their powers a source of both awe and terror. Yet their stories, unlike hers, have faded into obscurity, their names forgotten by all but a few. The question remains, why did Circe's legend endure while theirs did not? Part of the answer lies in the nature of their magic. Circe's transformations were visible, tangible. Her victims were living testaments to her power, their animal forms a reminder of the consequences of crossing her. The magic of Medeus and Philemon, on the other hand, was more elusive. Medeus's storms left no trace once they had passed, and Philemon's healings were gifts given without expectation of recognition or reward. Their magic was fleeting, ephemeral, and in a world that craved spectacle, it was quickly forgotten. But there is more to it than that. Circe's story was one of defiance, a woman who refused to be bound by the expectations of society, who wielded her power without apology or restraint. She was a symbol of independence, of the dangers and allure of a woman who could not be controlled. The male sorcerers, by contrast, were defined by their limitations, their struggles against forces greater than themselves. Medeus's rage was a reaction to loss, Philemon's healing a response to suffering. Their magic was a means of coping, not of control, a way to deal with the pain of their existence rather than a tool to shape it. And so, while Circe's name lived on, a warning and a wonder, the stories of the male sorcerers faded into the background, their legacies buried beneath the weight of her legend. Yet, in the quiet places of the world, where the wind whispers through the trees and the stars shimmer in the night sky, their voices can still be heard. Medeus's anger, Philemon's sorrow, the echoes of their lives a reminder that magic is not bound by gender, that power and pain, love and loss, are threads that weave through us all. In the end, the tales of these male sorcerers are a testament to the complexity of human nature, to the ways in which we seek to understand and control the world around us. They are stories of strength and weakness, of hope and despair, of the fragile line between light and darkness. And though their names may be forgotten, their magic lives on in the stories we tell, and the myths that shape our understanding of what it means to be human. The night sky stretched over the ancient city of Tyana, its stars shimmering like diamonds scattered across velvet. It was on nights like these that people would gather around their fires, whispering stories about a man whose life was filled with wonder and mystery. His name was Apollonius of Tyana, a philosopher, a healer, and, according to many, a magician. Apollonius was born into a world where wisdom and mysticism often intertwined, where the line between a sage and a sorcerer could blur in the blink of an eye. From a young age, it was clear he was different. Even as a child, there was something ethereal about him, a presence that seemed to belong to another realm. He would sit under the shade of an olive tree, his eyes closed, listening to the whispers of the wind as if it carried secrets meant only for him. As he grew older, his thirst for knowledge became insatiable. He traveled far and wide, studying under the greatest minds of his time. His intellect was sharp, his curiosity boundless. He was a devoted follower of Pythagoras, embracing a life of asceticism, eschewing meat and wine, and living by the principles of purity and self-discipline. But it wasn't just his wisdom that set him apart, it was the air of mystery that clung to him like a shadow. There were tales, whispered in hushed voices, of the extraordinary things Apollonius could do. It was said that he could predict events before they happened, that he could cure the sick with a mere touch. People spoke of him appearing in 2 places at once, of commanding the elements, and even raising the dead. To some, he was a holy man, a prophet whose powers were a gift from the gods. To others, he was a sorcerer, a man who had dabbled too deeply in the forbidden arts. One of the most haunting stories about Apollonius is that of the plague that once struck the city of Ephesus. The people were terrified, their homes filled with the stench of death, their hearts heavy with despair. The physicians were powerless, their remedies useless against the invisible foe. It was in this moment of darkness that Apollonius arrived. He walked through the streets with a calm that belied the chaos around him, his eyes piercing, as if he could see something no one else could. He gathered the people in the marketplace and pointed to an old beggar, dressed in rags, his eyes wild and feverish. "This man," Apollonius said, his voice echoing through the silent crowd, "is the source of your suffering. He is no man, but a demon who has brought this plague upon you." The people were stunned, their fear turning to anger. They grabbed the old man, dragging him through the streets, ready to exact their vengeance. But as they struck him down, a terrible thing happened. The beggar's form shifted, his body twisting and changing until, in his place, lay a monstrous creature, its face twisted in agony. The people gasped in horror, their fear giving way to awe. The plague lifted, and Apollonius's name was spoken with reverence. But not everyone saw him as a savior. To some, this act was not one of divine intervention but of dark magic. How had he known? How could he see what no one else could? The whispers began to spread, whispers that he was in league with the very forces he claimed to fight. Some said he had made a pact with the underworld, that his powers were not gifts from the gods, but from darker, more malevolent beings. Apollonius, for his part, was unfazed by these accusations. He continued his travels, his life a testament to the pursuit of wisdom and virtue. But everywhere he went, the rumors followed. In Athens, they spoke of how he had tamed a wild beast with a single word, its snarling fury melting into docile obedience. In Rome, they said he had disappeared from his cell the night before his execution, vanishing into thin air as if the very air had swallowed him whole. Yet, amidst all these tales, there was one story that stood out, a story that even his detractors could not explain. It was said that Apollonius, during his travels in India, had encountered the sages known as the Gymnosophists, wise men who lived in the mountains, their knowledge ancient and profound. They had tested him, challenging his understanding of the universe, his command over his own mind and spirit. And Apollonius, it was said, had passed every test, his wisdom shining like a beacon in the darkness. When he returned from India, there was a change in him. His eyes, always clear and bright, now held a depth that was almost unsettling. He spoke of things no one understood, of realms beyond our own, of beings that existed in the spaces between reality and dreams. His followers believed he had transcended the mortal plane, that he had become something more than human. But the authorities were not so convinced. The Roman Emperor Domitian, a man known for his suspicion and cruelty, had Apollonius arrested, accusing him of sorcery and treason. The trial was a spectacle, the court filled with people eager to see the downfall of the man who had defied the boundaries of human knowledge. Apollonius stood before them, calm and unafraid, his eyes gleaming with a quiet confidence. As the accusations were laid before him, he did something extraordinary. He spoke not in defense of himself, but in defense of truth, of the pursuit of wisdom. His words were like a spell, captivating those who heard them. Even Domitian, hardened and cynical, was said to have been moved. And then, in a moment that would become legend, Apollonius simply vanished. One moment he was there, the next he was gone, leaving behind only the echo of his words and the stunned silence of those who had witnessed the impossible. To this day, the life and deeds of Apollonius of Tyana remain a mystery. Was he a magician, a philosopher, or something else entirely? To some, he was a hero, a beacon of hope in a world filled with darkness. To others, he was a charlatan, a man whose powers were not his own. But to all, he was unforgettable, his life a testament to the power of the human spirit, to the magic that lies within us all. In the silent depths of the night, shadows moved in the flickering light of a single flame, casting eerie shapes across the walls of an ancient cave. There, hidden from the eyes of the world, a lone figure stood, cloaked in darkness and mystery. His name was Aedes, king of Colchis, known not just for his rule but for something far more potent, far more terrifying, his mastery over the dark arts. He was Medea's father, a man whose very presence could send shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Medea, the infamous sorceress who had betrayed her own blood for love, was not alone in her lineage of magical power. Her father, Aedes, was as feared as she was, if not more. His reputation was woven with tales of his unyielding will and his dealings with forces beyond human understanding. It was said that he had a cauldron of such power that it could rejuvenate the old and bring the dead back to life. This cauldron, which Medea would later use in her own dark deeds, was a gift from the gods themselves, bestowed upon Aedes for reasons long forgotten by men. But Aedes was not the only male figure associated with Medea's story. There was Jason, the hero who had stolen the golden fleece with Medea's help. Some would call him a mere mortal, a man who had used love and deceit to gain his prize. But those who knew better whispered that Jason himself was no stranger to the mystical arts. After all, it takes more than just bravery to face the fire-breathing bulls of Colchis, to sow the dragon's teeth, and to walk away unscathed from the army of warriors that sprang from the ground. Some said Medea had taught him spells, whispered incantations into his ear, lending him a power that no mortal could wield on his own. But there were others who believed Jason had always had a touch of the supernatural, a spark that Medea had merely fanned into a flame. And then there was Circe, the enchantress whose name still conjures images of bewitchment and danger. But few knew of her male counterpart, a man who shared her blood and her powers, her brother, Perseus. Perseus, whose name was spoken with a mix of fear and loathing. It was said that he, like Circe, had a talent for transformation, for bending the world to his will. Where Circe turned men into beasts, Perseus was known to turn kingdoms into wastelands, his wrath as relentless as the storm. The bond between Circe and Perseus was one of blood and betrayal. Perseus, in his hunger for power, had seized their homeland, ruling it with an iron fist. But it was Circe who, in the end, proved the stronger. She lured him into a false sense of security, used her charms to weave a trap, and then, in a single moment of cold calculation, struck him down, reclaiming what was rightfully hers. It was a tale that spoke not just of power but of the fine line between love and hate, between loyalty and treachery. These men, Aedes, Jason, Perseus, were the male counterparts to the sorceresses whose names have echoed through the ages. But their stories, their powers, were often overshadowed by the women with whom they shared their fates. For while Medea and Circe were remembered as the ultimate symbols of female magic, their male counterparts were painted in shades of gray, their powers questioned, their roles diminished. The comparison between these male figures and their female counterparts is one of contrasts. Medea's magic was raw, emotional, driven by a heart scorned and a spirit unbound. Aedes, on the other hand, was cold, calculating, his magic an extension of his dominion, a tool for control. Where Medea used her power for love and vengeance, Aedes wielded his like a weapon, a means to an end, his eyes always on the prize, never wavering, never faltering. Jason, for all his bravery and cunning, was seen as the hero, the mortal who overcame the odds. But his success was tainted by the blood on his hands, the blood of betrayal. It was his manipulation of Medea, his willingness to use her love and discard it when it suited him, that marked him as more than just a hero. It marked him as a man willing to use whatever power he could grasp, whether it be his own or that of a sorceress. Perseus, unlike Circe, was not remembered for his cunning or his spells, but for his fall. His magic was one of brute force, a hammer where Circe's was a scalpel. He sought to conquer, to rule, to bend the world to his will, but in the end, he was undone by the very thing he sought to control, his sister's power, her unyielding will. It was not his magic that defined him, but his downfall, a reminder that power, without wisdom, is a path to ruin. These men, these male counterparts to Medea and Circe, were powerful in their own right. But their stories were always entangled with those of the women who shared their fates. They were the shadows to the flames, the echoes to the voice. Where the women were remembered for their defiance, their willingness to break the rules, the men were remembered for their attempts to bend those rules to their own ends, and for the price they paid when they failed. In the end, the tales of these men and women serve as a mirror, reflecting not just the nature of magic, but the nature of humanity itself. They remind us that power, whether it be in the hands of a man or a woman, is a double-edged sword. It can create and destroy, heal and harm, save and damn. It is not the power itself that defines them, but how they chose to wield it, the choices they made, the paths they walked. And so, as the night deepened and the fire burned low, the stories of Aedes, Jason, Perses, and their female counterparts continued to echo through the ages, a testament to the complex dance of power and passion, of magic and mortality. For in the end, it is not just the deeds that are remembered, but the souls behind them, the hearts that beat with a rhythm as old as time itself. It was a time when the boundary between the divine and the mortal was not a barrier, but a threshold waiting to be crossed. The stars, silent guardians of the heavens, watched as a solitary figure stood atop a hill, arms outstretched to the sky, eyes closed in fervent concentration. He was not just a man but a theurgist, one who dared to call upon the gods, not with words of worship, but with the belief that he could bridge the chasm between the human and the divine. His name was Iamblichus, a philosopher and magician of a different kind. To those who sought to understand the mysteries of existence, he offered not just knowledge but an experience, an ascent of the soul. Iamblichus did not simply study the gods, he sought to become one with them, to ascend through layers of reality to a place where the divine essence pulsed like a hidden heartbeat. His was not the magic of sorcery or the spells of a witch, but a sacred practice known as theurgy, the art of invoking the gods, not for power but for the soul's ascent. It was said that Iamblichus could summon the gods themselves, not as one would a spirit, but as a lover might call to his beloved. He saw the divine not as something to be feared, but as something to be embraced, a source of life and wisdom. His followers believed he could walk among the gods, that his very being resonated with their celestial essence. When he performed his rituals, it was not mere spectacle but a transformation, a moment when the earthly and the heavenly intertwined. Theurgy, unlike other forms of magic, was not about control but about unity. It was the ancient art of becoming one with the cosmos, of aligning the human soul with the divine order. Practitioners, mostly men, were philosophers who saw in their rituals a way to ascend beyond the limits of human understanding. They believed that through rites and symbols, they could purify the soul, lift it from the shadows of the material world, and bring it into the light of the divine. But this path was not for the faint of heart. It required a strength of spirit, a purity of purpose that few possessed. The theurgists were not merely calling upon the gods, they were offering themselves to the divine, laying bare their souls in a ritual of trust and surrender. They saw in the gods not distant, capricious beings but guides, mentors, beings of light who could lead them through the labyrinth of existence to the ultimate truth. Yet, not all looked kindly upon theurgy. To some, it was heresy, a dangerous blend of magic and philosophy that threatened the very fabric of society. For what did it mean if a mere mortal could ascend to the divine? What did it mean if the gods themselves could be invoked, not with blood sacrifices, but with the purity of thought and spirit? The Church, rising in power and influence, saw in the theurgists a challenge, a threat to their monopoly on the divine. But for the practitioners of theurgy, it was not about defiance, it was about truth. They believed that the soul was like a bird trapped in a cage, yearning to soar into the sky. And theurgy, with its chants and symbols, its sacred rites and mystical visions, was the key that could open the door to freedom. They spoke of the One, the source of all being, the origin and end of all things, a light so pure and bright that to glimpse it was to be forever changed. Among the practitioners was Proclus, a man of profound wisdom and insight. He saw theurgy as a way to transcend the limitations of the human mind, to touch something greater than oneself. He would sit for hours, meditating on the symbols of the divine, the ancient glyphs that spoke not to the mind but to the soul. And as he chanted the sacred hymns, he could feel something stir within him, a presence, a light that seemed to pulse in time with his own heartbeat. Proclus believed that every soul had within it a divine spark, a fragment of the One, and that through theurgy, this spark could be fanned into a flame. He saw in the stars not just distant points of light, but symbols of the divine order, reflections of a greater reality that lay beyond the veil of the material world. His students would sit at his feet, eyes wide with wonder as he spoke of the gods, of the journey of the soul, of the mysteries that lay hidden in the folds of the cosmos. But theurgy was not just about grand visions and mystical experiences. It was a practice rooted in discipline and devotion. The theurgist would rise before dawn, cleanse himself in the sacred waters, and then, dressed in pure white, he would step into the sacred circle. With a steady hand, he would trace the symbols of the gods, calling upon them not as masters but as friends, guides on the path to enlightenment. The incense would rise in delicate spirals, the air would hum with the sound of the sacred chants, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, the world would change. The boundaries between the mortal and the divine would blur, and for a moment, just a moment, the theurgist would stand in the presence of the gods. Theurgy was more than a ritual, it was a way of life, a path that led not away from the world but deeper into it. For the theurgists, the world was not a place of exile but a reflection of the divine, a mirror in which the light of the One could be seen, however faintly. They believed that by aligning themselves with this light, they could transform not just themselves but the world around them. But the path of the theurgist was not without its dangers. To reach for the divine was to risk everything, to face the darkness within and without. It was a path of sacrifice, of struggle, of facing the abyss and not turning away. Many would falter, many would fall, but those who persevered, who dared to look into the light and not be blinded, would find something beyond words, beyond thought. They would find the divine, not as something outside themselves, but as the very essence of their being. And so, as the night gave way to dawn, the theurgist would stand, weary but unbroken, his soul alight with the glow of the divine. He had touched something beyond the veil, something that words could not describe, something that would stay with him forever. For he had not just invoked the gods, he had become one with them, and in that union, he had found the truth he had sought all his life. Theurgy was more than magic, more than philosophy, it was a way of being, a path to the divine that lay not in the heavens, but within the human soul. It was a path that few could walk, but those who did would never be the same again. For they had glimpsed the light of the One, and in that light, they had found themselves. The cold wind howled through the dense forests and over the jagged cliffs of the Norse lands. In a small, secluded village, the people huddled close together, eyes wide with fear. Something was not right. The air felt thick with a presence, a dark force lurking just beyond their understanding. They whispered in hushed voices, speaking of the Simon, the male witches who were said to command powers that could bend the world to their will. It was late in the night when the villagers gathered around the fire, their faces flickering in the dim light. A hush fell over them as an elder began to speak. His voice was heavy with the weight of old stories and half-forgotten truths. He spoke of a man who lived on the edge of the village, one whom people feared and revered in equal measure. He was no ordinary man but a Simar, a master of seer, the ancient Norse magic that could see into the past and the future, heal the sick, or bring ruin to one's enemies. The elder's voice trembled as he described the seer rituals, mysterious and fearsome. The Simar would sit upon a high platform, his body swaying to the rhythm of a drumbeat that seemed to echo the pulse of the earth itself. His eyes would roll back, his voice would rise in a strange, haunting song, calling upon the spirits of the land, the sea, and the sky. It was said that in these moments, he could leave his body, travel to other realms, and return with knowledge and power that no mortal should possess. But this power came at a cost. For all the respect the Simon commanded, they were also seen with suspicion, even contempt. In the world of the Norse, where strength and bravery were the highest virtues, the Simons stood apart, their magic linked to the mysterious and the unknown. There was a darkness in their craft, a shadow that clung to them, for seer was said to be deceitful, a magic of manipulation and guile. Yet, not all saw them as villains. To some, they were protectors, healers who could mend the wounds of the body and the soul. When sickness swept through the village, when crops failed and the sea refused to give up its bounty, it was to the Simon that the people turned. They would come, these men of magic, with their herbs and their chants, their strange, otherworldly eyes seeing things that others could not. One story told of a Simar named Bjorn. He was a quiet man, living alone in a small hut at the edge of the woods. People said he could speak with the spirits of the dead, that he knew the language of the birds and could make the wolves his allies. They feared him, yes, but they also needed him. When the Jarl's son fell ill with a fever that would not break, it was Bjorn they called upon. He came, his face set in a mask of concentration, his hands moving with a grace that seemed almost unearthly. For 3 days and 3 nights, he stayed by the boy's side, chanting softly, his voice weaving a spell that seemed to hold the very breath of the forest. On the 4th morning, the fever broke, and the boy opened his eyes. The people marveled, but there was fear too, for they had seen the way Bjorn's eyes had changed, glowing with a light that was not of this world. They thanked him, but their words were edged with fear, and as he turned to leave, they whispered behind his back, wondering what price the Simar would demand for his services. This fear was not without reason. Simon walked a fine line between the worlds of men and gods. Their powers were not born of the gods of Asgard, but from something older, something wilder. It was said that the goddess Freya had taught seer to the gods, but it was Odin who had dared to learn it, risking everything to gain the knowledge that lay beyond the boundaries of the known. But even he, the All-Father, was tainted by it. To practice seer was to invite the darkness, to dance with the spirits of the land and sea, to risk losing oneself in the power that surged through the world like an unseen current. For the Simon, this was their reality. They were men set apart, touched by forces that few could comprehend. They did not fit the mold of the Viking warrior, they were something else, something other. In a culture that prized strength and honor, they embodied a different kind of power, one that was subtle and dangerous. And it was this power that made them both revered and reviled. There were stories of Simon who used their magic for darker purposes. Men who would call upon the spirits not to heal but to harm, to twist the fate of those who crossed them. It was said that they could summon storms to wreck ships, that they could weave spells to bind the mind and soul, to drive a man mad with visions of terror and despair. The people whispered of curses that could blight a family for generations, of shadows that would follow a man wherever he went, sapping his strength, draining his will to live. But these were just stories, weren't they? And yet, whenever a ship went down in calm seas, whenever a man was found dead in his bed with no mark upon him, the people would look to the Simon with narrowed eyes. They would remember the stories of those who had crossed these men of magic and had suffered for it. The life of a Simar was one of isolation, of walking a path that few could understand. They were men who had seen the world through different eyes, who had touched the fabric of reality and found it malleable in their hands. But this knowledge came at a price. For all their power, they were still human, still bound by the same fears and desires as any other man. They were caught between the world of men and the world of spirits, never fully belonging to either. And yet, they endured. For as long as there were those who needed their help, they would be called upon. As long as there were mysteries to be unraveled, as long as there were wounds that could not be healed by ordinary means, the Simon would remain. They were the keepers of an ancient knowledge, a magic that was as much a part of the Norse world as the mountains and the sea. The villagers might have feared them, might have whispered behind their backs, but when the night was darkest, when the world seemed to close in around them, it was the Simon they turned to, hoping that these men who walked with shadows could bring back the light. And sometimes, just sometimes, they could. The mist hung low over the ancient forests of Britain, a veil of silence covering the land as if the world held its breath. In the heart of this mystery, a figure moved through the trees, his robes brushing against the undergrowth like whispers of the old gods. It was Merlin, the enigmatic wizard whose name echoed through the ages, wrapped in legends that blurred the lines between man and myth. His eyes, sharp and piercing, seemed to hold secrets that stretched back to the dawn of time. Merlin's story began long before he became the advisor to King Arthur, even before he was known as the greatest wizard of all. Some say he was born of a mortal woman and a demon, a child of both light and shadow, destined to walk between two worlds. Others claim he was a boy of humble origins, gifted with sight beyond sight. But one thing all agreed upon, he was no ordinary man. From a young age, Merlin was different. He spoke of things he should not have known, saw things no one else could see. The villagers whispered behind their hands, wondering if the boy was blessed or cursed. His mother, they said, had been visited by a being not of this world, a creature of darkness that had left her with child. They feared him, and yet they marveled at the power that radiated from him, a force that seemed both wondrous and terrifying. As he grew, so did his powers. He could call the birds from the sky with a single word, make the rivers change their course, and calm the wildest storms with a gesture. The people watched in awe and fear, for they did not understand this power that seemed to flow through him like a raging river. They began to call him a wizard, a sorcerer, a master of the unseen arts. But Merlin himself cared little for these titles. He was searching for something more, something beyond the understanding of those around him. His path led him to the great forests, to the hidden places of the world where the old magic still lingered. It was there, in the heart of the wild, that he found his true calling. He learned to speak with the spirits of the land, to listen to the whispers of the trees, to see into the very heart of the world. He became a bridge between the ancient ways and the new, a keeper of the old knowledge that had been all but forgotten. And then, there was Arthur, the young king who would change the fate of Britain, the boy whom Merlin had seen in his visions long before he was born. It was Merlin who guided him, who stood by his side as he pulled the sword from the stone, who whispered the secrets of the land into his ear. Arthur was the king who would unite the warring tribes, who would bring peace to a fractured land, and Merlin was his advisor, his friend, his protector. But Merlin was more than just a counselor to Arthur. He was a man of power, a wielder of magic that few could comprehend. He could summon the mists to hide an army, call forth the dragons of old, and see the threads of fate that bound the world together. He was a wizard, yes, but he was also something more. He was a seer, a prophet, a man who walked in both the light and the shadow. The legends tell of his great deeds, of the spells he wove to protect the kingdom, of the enchantments that held the land together. They speak of his love for the Lady of the Lake, of his friendship with the Knights of the Round Table, of his endless battles against the dark forces that sought to tear the world apart. But they also speak of his loneliness, of the burden of knowledge that weighed heavy upon his shoulders. For Merlin knew that his time would come to an end, that the age of magic was fading, that the world was changing. He saw the fall of Camelot long before it came to pass, saw the betrayal that would shatter the dream he and Arthur had built. He tried to change it, to alter the course of fate, but even he, with all his power, could not stand against the tide of destiny. In the end, it was love that undid him. Love for a woman, for Nimue, the Lady of the Lake. She was beautiful, mysterious, a creature of magic like himself. She saw into his heart, saw the loneliness and pain that lay hidden beneath his calm exterior. And he, for all his wisdom, for all his power, could not resist her. She was his undoing, for she bound him with his own magic, trapped him in a cave from which he would never escape. And so, the great wizard vanished from the world, leaving behind a legacy that would echo through the ages. Some say he still sleeps beneath the earth, waiting for the day when the world will need him again. Others believe he found peace in the arms of the woman he loved, that he finally laid down his burden and found the rest he so desperately sought. But wherever he is, his story lives on. The tale of Merlin, the wizard who guided a king, who wielded power beyond imagining, who saw the world as it truly was and paid the price for his knowledge. He was a man of contradictions, a sorcerer who sought to do good, a seer who was blinded by love. He was both hero and villain, savior and destroyer, a figure who defied the boundaries of what it meant to be human. And though the world has changed, though the old ways have been forgotten, his name still carries weight. For in the end, Merlin was not just a wizard or a witch or a sorcerer. He was a man, flawed and powerful, who dared to dream of a better world. And for a time, in the shadow of the great castle of Camelot, that dream came true. But dreams are fragile things, and even the greatest of wizards cannot hold back the darkness forever. Merlin knew this, perhaps better than anyone, and yet he fought on, hoping against hope that something of his dream would survive. And in a way, it has. For as long as there are those who remember his story, who speak his name with wonder and fear, the spirit of Merlin, the legendary wizard, lives on. The firelight flickered in the dense forest, casting long shadows against the ancient trees. A circle of men stood around the flames, their faces solemn, eyes reflecting the dancing light. In the center, a figure stood taller, his robe flowing like water in the wind. He held a staff, carved with symbols older than memory, symbols that spoke of the earth and sky, of life and death. This was the druid, the guide, the seer of the tribe, and his presence commanded reverence and awe. The druids of the Celtic world were more than just priests or magicians. They were the keepers of wisdom, the voice of the gods, and the guardians of the sacred mysteries. They moved between worlds, communicating with spirits, interpreting the will of the gods, and guiding their people through times of peace and war. To the Celts, the druid was a bridge between the mortal and the divine, a man whose knowledge and power transcended the ordinary. But being a druid was not a role one simply stepped into. It required years of training, a lifetime of learning the ancient ways. Young boys, chosen for their potential, were taken to live with the druids in the secluded groves. There, they learned the secrets of the earth and sky, the language of the birds, the healing properties of plants, and the power of words. For the druids, words were more than mere sounds. They were the essence of creation, capable of shaping reality itself. The druids were the lawgivers of their people. They resolved disputes, presided over trials, and decided matters of life and death. In their wisdom, they were believed to be infallible, for they could see into the hearts of men and read the signs of the gods. Kings and warriors sought their counsel, knowing that without the druids' blessing, no endeavor could succeed. The druids' judgment was final, their word as binding as the laws of nature. But it was in their role as intermediaries between the human and the divine that the druids truly stood apart. They were the ones who led the great rituals, who called down the gods and spirits to bless the land and its people. On the sacred nights, when the veil between worlds was thin, they would stand on the hilltops, arms raised to the heavens, chanting the ancient prayers that had been passed down through generations. The air would hum with power as the druids invoked the forces of nature, asking for guidance, protection, and prosperity for their tribe. Among their many responsibilities, one of the most crucial was to keep the balance between the forces of life and death. The druids knew that life was a cycle, that death was not an end but a transformation. They oversaw the rituals of birth and death, ensuring that the souls of the departed found their way to the other world. It was said that the druids could speak with the dead, that they could call upon the spirits of ancestors for wisdom and guidance. The druids were also the healers of their people. They knew the secrets of the plants and herbs, the songs that could soothe the mind and the chants that could heal the body. People came to them with their ailments, their fears, and their pain, and the druids would tend to them with a gentle hand and a wise heart. They believed that all illness was a sign of imbalance, a disruption in the harmony of body and spirit. Through their healing arts, they sought to restore this balance, to bring the patient back to wholeness. In the myths and legends of the Celts, the druids are often depicted as possessing powers that bordered on the supernatural. They could call down the storms, command the beasts of the forest, and even transform into animals themselves. They were masters of the elements, capable of bending the forces of nature to their will. But these powers were not used lightly. The druids understood the weight of their responsibilities, the fine line between using their gifts for the good of their people and succumbing to the temptations of power. One of the most famous tales of the druids is that of the great druid Cathbad, the seer who served the court of Ulster. It was said that Cathbad could see the future, that no event could occur without his foreknowledge. One day, he stood with the young men of the court and, looking to the sky, declared that any child conceived on that day would have a destiny filled with both glory and sorrow. His words came true when the warrior Cuchulainn was born, a hero whose life would be marked by great deeds and a tragic end. Another story speaks of the druid Amergin, who was part of the Milesian invasion of Ireland. When the Milesians sought to land on the shores of Era, the Tuatha De Danann raised a magical storm to drive them back. It was Amergin who calmed the seas with his incantations, reciting a poem that honored the land and the spirits that dwelled within it. His words broke the spell, and the Milesians were able to land and take possession of the land. Amergin's mastery over words and nature was a testament to the power of the Druids, their ability to harmonize with the world around them. But with all their wisdom and power, the Druids were not immune to the winds of change. The arrival of new beliefs and the encroachment of foreign empires challenged their place in society. The Romans, in particular, saw the Druids as a threat, for they were the heart and soul of Celtic resistance. The Romans sought to eradicate them, destroying their sacred groves and outlawing their practices. Yet, the memory of the Druids lived on, in the stories and the land itself, in the very spirit of the people they had guided for so long. The Druids were not merely magicians or priests, they were the embodiment of a people's connection to the world around them, to the land they called home and the ancestors who watched over them. They were the keepers of a tradition that stretched back into the mists of time, a tradition that spoke of harmony, wisdom, and respect for the natural world. And though their power may have faded, their legacy endures, woven into the very fabric of the Celtic soul, a testament to the strength and spirit of those who once walked the paths between worlds. In the cold, vast expanse of the northern wilderness, where the nights stretched long and the stars seemed to dance in the frigid sky, there was a presence that connected the people of the land to the unseen forces around them. This presence was embodied in the figure of the Noaidi, the shaman, the man who could travel between worlds. His role was vital to the survival and spiritual well-being of his people. For in a world where the line between the natural and supernatural was thin, it was the Noaidi who held the knowledge to navigate both realms. In the lands of the Finnish and Sami, the Noaidi was more than just a healer or a seer, he was the living link between his community and the spirits that governed every aspect of life. To be a Noaidi was to carry a burden of immense responsibility. He was the one who could call upon the spirits of the land, the ancestors, and the animals, seeking their guidance and blessings. He was the one who could communicate with the souls of the departed, ensuring they found peace and did not linger to cause harm. The Noaidi's power was rooted in a deep understanding of nature and the spirit world. His abilities were not learned through books or teachings, but passed down through generations, through songs, stories, and rituals. From a young age, a future Noaidi would be marked by signs, a peculiar sensitivity to the unseen, dreams that were more than dreams, and inexplicable knowledge that seemed to come from nowhere. These were the children who would be taken under the wing of an elder Noaidi to be trained in the ancient ways. The training of a Noaidi was rigorous and filled with hardship. He would learn to endure the cold and hunger, to stay awake for nights on end, waiting for the spirits to speak. He would learn the secrets of the drum, the sacred tool that could open the door to the other world. With its beat, he could enter a trance, his spirit leaving his body to journey across the realms. It was through this journeying that the Noaidi would seek answers for his people, answers that could not be found in the physical world. The drum, with its rhythmic pounding, was like a heartbeat connecting the Noaidi to the earth and sky. Each beat was a step into the unknown, a call to the spirits to guide him on his way. The Noaidi would sing, his voice rising and falling with the drum, his song carrying him deeper and deeper into the trance. His eyes, though open, would not see the world around him, for he was elsewhere, in a place where time and space had no meaning. There, he would meet the spirits, some kind and helpful, others dangerous and deceitful. It was here that the true test of a Noaidi's skill lay, in his ability to navigate this world without losing himself. In these journeys, the Noaidi would seek the causes of illness, not just of the body but of the soul. He would confront the malevolent spirits that brought sickness and misfortune, battling them with his chants and rituals. He would find the lost souls, those who had died suddenly or violently and could not find their way to the afterlife, and he would guide them to their rest. To the people, this was not just magic, it was life and death. Without the Noaidi, they would be lost, adrift in a world filled with unseen dangers. But the role of the Noaidi was not limited to healing and spirit communication. He was also the keeper of stories, the guardian of the people's history and traditions. and his songs and tales were the lessons of the past, the wisdom of the ancestors. He knew the stories of the creation of the world, of the gods and heroes who shaped it, and of the spirits who dwelled in every rock, tree, and river. Through his words, the Noaidi taught his people who they were and where they came from. He reminded them of their place in the world, of their connection to all living things. In the dark of winter, when the snow lay thick on the ground and the wind howled outside, the people would gather in the warmth of their homes, and the Noaidi would speak. His voice, deep and resonant, would weave the old stories, and as he spoke, it was as if the past came alive. The people would see in their minds the great reindeer herds, the spirits of the forest, the shimmering lights of the aurora that were said to be the souls of the dead dancing in the sky. They would feel the presence of the gods, hear the songs of their ancestors, and know that they were not alone. Yet, the life of a Noaidi was not one of ease or comfort. It was a life of sacrifice, for the spirits demanded much. A Noaidi would often find himself standing on the edge of the known world, peering into the abyss of the unknown. The power he wielded set him apart from others, but it also isolated him. He was both revered and feared, respected for his knowledge and abilities, but also distrusted, for his power came from a place that few could understand. There were times when the Noaidi's power brought conflict. In a world where every misfortune could be seen as the work of malevolent forces, accusations of sorcery were never far away. A failed harvest, a sudden death, even a lingering illness could lead to suspicion, and the Noaidi, with his intimate knowledge of the spirit world, was often the first to be blamed. It took great wisdom and humility to wield such power without succumbing to pride or fear. In the end, the Noaidi was a man caught between two worlds, belonging fully to neither. He was the voice of the spirits, the healer of the sick, the storyteller, and the guide. He was a man who carried the weight of his people's hopes and fears, their past and their future. He was a light in the darkness, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, and his song, echoing through the frozen forests and across the snow-covered plains, was the song of a people who had learned to live in harmony with the spirits that surrounded them. In the misty mountains of ancient China, where the peaks touched the heavens and the valleys seemed to whisper the secrets of time, there lived men who were more than just mortal. They were called sorcerers and Taoist magicians, masters of the unseen forces that shaped the world. To the people, these men held a mysterious and awe-inspiring power, for they could bend nature's laws with a word, a gesture, or the soft rustling of their robes as they moved through the foggy landscape. These sorcerers were not merely figures of folklore but real individuals who existed at the edges of society. They were the ones who could summon the winds, calm the storms, and see beyond the veil of reality. They were the ones who could brew potions to heal the sick, cast charms to protect the helpless, and draw sigils to ward off evil spirits. In a world filled with uncertainty and danger, these sorcerers were seen as both protectors and arbiters of fate. One such figure was known as Guhong, a man who sought the elusive elixir of immortality. He was a scholar, an alchemist, and a man who had dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the universe. In the quiet solitude of his mountain retreat, Guhong practiced his craft, blending the teachings of Taoism with the ancient art of alchemy. He would spend hours hunched over his cauldron, the air thick with the scent of rare herbs and the sound of bubbling liquids, searching for that one perfect formula that would grant him eternal life. But his quest was not just for himself. Guhong believed that the path to immortality was not a selfish pursuit, but a way to achieve unity with the Tao, the natural order of the universe. To him, this was the ultimate goal of any true sorcerer or magician, to transcend the limitations of the flesh and become one with the eternal. And so, he shared his knowledge with those who sought him out, teaching them the ways of meditation, breathing techniques, and the use of talismans to align themselves with the forces of nature. Yet, not all sorcerers were as benevolent as Guhong. Some were feared for their ability to command spirits and harness dark powers. In the shadows, away from the prying eyes of the righteous, there were those who practiced forbidden arts. They were known as the Wu, men who could summon demons, curse their enemies, and even bring the dead back to life. These sorcerers walked a dangerous path, one that could easily lead to ruin, for the line between control and chaos was thin. It was said that the Wu could be recognized by their piercing eyes and the way their voices carried on the wind, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard them. They were often called upon in times of crisis, when ordinary solutions failed, and the people had no choice but to turn to the supernatural. A village plagued by a terrible drought might seek out a Wu to perform a rain-making ritual, risking his wrath if the ritual failed. For the Wu, success meant respect and reward, but failure could mean exile or worse. But not all male witches were solitary figures, living on the fringes of society. In the bustling cities and tranquil temples, there were the Taoist priests, men who blended the roles of philosopher, healer, and sorcerer. These were the men who, with a flick of their wrists, could send a paper talisman flying, its intricate symbols glowing faintly before attaching itself to a door, a person, or an object, bestowing protection or sealing away evil. These priests were well versed in the Taoist texts, understanding the balance of yin and yang, the flow of qi, and the movement of the stars. One of the most revered of these Taoist magicians was Zhang Daoling, the founder of the Way of the Celestial Masters. He was said to have received a divine revelation on a mountain where the immortal Laozi himself bestowed upon him the secrets of the Tao. Zhang Daoling used his knowledge to fight against evil spirits and corrupt officials, establishing a community that followed the principles of harmony and balance. He became a symbol of the ideal Taoist sorcerer, wise, just, and powerful. The influence of these male witches and magicians extended far beyond their own lifetimes. Their stories were woven into the fabric of Chinese folklore, where they became heroes, villains, and everything in between. They were the wise old men who lived in the mountains, waiting to impart their knowledge to worthy disciples. They were the tricksters who could change the course of a river with a flick of their fingers or turn invisible to escape from their enemies. They were the guardians of ancient secrets, protectors of the balance between the seen and unseen worlds. Yet, for all their power, these men were still bound by the laws of the world they sought to master. In times of political turmoil, when the line between magic and rebellion blurred, they could find themselves on the wrong side of the law. There were periods in history when the ruling powers, fearing the influence and unpredictability of these sorcerers, would crack down on their practices, labeling them as charlatans or threats to social order. But no matter how hard the authorities tried, the belief in the power of these men persisted because they spoke to a deep, almost primal part of human nature, a desire to understand, to control, and to be in awe of the mysteries of life. As the centuries passed, the image of the male witch in Chinese culture evolved. He became the immortal hermit, wandering the mountains with his walking stick and a knowing smile, always one step ahead of those who sought him out. He became the wise old sage, dispensing cryptic advice to those in need. He became the ghostly figure who appeared at crossroads on misty nights, offering help to the lost and the desperate, only to vanish before dawn. And through it all, the spirit of these men lived on in the stories told by firelight, in the temples where their statues stood, and in the quiet places where their followers still practiced their ancient arts. They were more than just sorcerers or magicians. They were the keepers of a tradition that reached back into the mists of time, a tradition that spoke of a world where the boundaries between the mortal and the magical were thin, and where a man, through knowledge and will, could touch the stars. In the hushed hours of the night, when the moon hung high and the world seemed to hold its breath, there walked the Unveil. Cloaked in mystery and tradition, these men were the masters of yin and yang, the delicate balance that wove through all existence. They were the ones who could read the stars, speak to spirits, and decipher the unseen threads of fate. To the people of ancient Japan, the Unveil were not just scholars or mystics, they were protectors, mediators between the human and the divine, and guardians against the unknown forces that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. In a land where nature was alive with kami, the spirits that inhabited everything from the smallest pebble to the tallest mountain, the Unveil were the ones who could navigate this spiritual landscape. They understood that life was a dance of opposing forces, light and dark, heaven and earth, order and chaos. It was their duty to keep these forces in harmony, to ensure that the world remained in balance. Theirs was a responsibility that weighed heavily on their shoulders, for if the balance tipped too far in one direction, disaster could follow. The rituals they performed were intricate and solemn, each one a carefully crafted act of devotion and power. With their ritual robes flowing around them and the crisp snap of a fan in their hand, they would draw protective circles, chant incantations, and place sacred talismans that glowed faintly in the flickering candlelight. Each movement, each word, was a thread in a vast tapestry that linked the mortal world to the spiritual. Their presence was enough to send a shiver down the spine of even the most skeptical observer, for they stood at the crossroads of seen and unseen, mortal and divine. One of the most famous of these onmyoji was Abe no Saimai, a man whose name became synonymous with the art. Saimai was said to be part human, part fox spirit, a creature of both worlds, and his abilities were nothing short of legendary. He could summon shikigami, spirit beings that served him as loyal familiars, and he could see the true nature of things with a clarity that others could only dream of. When plague struck or unnatural occurrences plagued the capital, it was Saimai who was called upon to restore balance. His calm demeanor and piercing gaze became a symbol of hope and assurance in the face of the inexplicable. But the life of an onmyoji was not one of unchallenged power. Theirs was a path fraught with dangers, both earthly and otherworldly. There were those who feared and resented their abilities, who saw them as meddlers in affairs best left alone. There were whispers of envy and accusations of sorcery, and more than one onmyoji found themselves on the wrong side of a political struggle, their knowledge seen as a threat rather than a gift. Yet, for every adversary they faced, they had allies among the powerful and the elite, for the onmyoji were indispensable when it came to navigating the shifting tides of fortune and fate. Their influence extended beyond the rituals and protections they provided. They were also advisors to the emperors, counselors whose insight was sought in times of crisis. When the stars foretold of calamity, it was the onmyoji who interpreted the omens and advised on the best course of action to appease the heavens. Their readings of the cosmic forces were believed to affect everything from the success of military campaigns to the very health of the emperor himself. They were, in many ways, the pulse of the nation, keeping their finger on the delicate balance that held everything together. The role of the onmyoji was also deeply embedded in the fabric of Japanese culture and mythology. Stories of their exploits filled the folklore, where they stood as heroes who outwitted demons and yokai, the mischievous and often malevolent spirits that haunted the land. They were seen as the ultimate defenders, capable of banishing evil with a mere word or gesture. Their knowledge of the celestial and spiritual realms made them both revered and feared, for they were privy to secrets that most mortals could never comprehend. But the life of an onmyoji was not without its loneliness. For all their wisdom and power, they walked a solitary path. To be an onmyoji was to live at the edges of society, to be a part of the world yet separate from it. They carried the burden of knowledge, the weight of understanding the delicate balance that others took for granted. They were the ones who saw the shadowy shapes moving at the corner of the eye, who heard the whispers of spirits in the rustling of leaves. It was a life of constant vigilance, of never letting down one's guard, for they knew that the line between harmony and chaos was a fragile one, and they were its protectors. Their influence persisted through the centuries, even as the world around them changed. The onmyoji became legends, their stories passed down from generation to generation. Their rituals and teachings were incorporated into the fabric of Japanese spirituality, their knowledge of yin and yang becoming a cornerstone of how people understood the world. Even today, the figure of the onmyoji captures the imagination, a symbol of the mysterious and the mystical, of a time when the boundaries between the mundane and the magical were thinner than a whisper. And so, the onmyoji live on in the collective memory, their robes trailing behind them like shadows, their fans snapping open and shut with the precision of a heartbeat. They remain guardians of a world that is both ours and not ours, a world where the wind carries the voices of spirits and the stars tell the stories of fate. They are the keepers of balance, the masters of yin and yang, walking the path that stretches between heaven and earth, forever watching, forever guarding. In the heart of Africa, under the vast, star-studded skies and amidst the rhythm of drums echoing through the night, there lived men whose powers were spoken of in hushed tones. Men who walked the thin line between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen. These were the witch doctors, the healers, the keepers of ancient wisdom and power. They were feared and revered in equal measure, for they were believed to possess the ability to heal with a touch, to curse with a word, and to command the spirits that dwelled in the forests, rivers, and mountains. Each village had its own custodian of this sacred knowledge, a man who had been chosen either by destiny or by lineage to serve as the intermediary between the people and the spirit world. His hut was a place of mystery, filled with the scents of burning herbs and the soft rustle of dried roots and leaves. Skins of animals and bones, symbols of the animal spirits, hung from the ceiling, and small statues of ancestors watched silently from their corners. For the people of the village, this was a place where the mundane and the magical intersected, where hope and fear lived side by side. To become a witch doctor was not a path chosen lightly. It required years of training and initiation, a journey into the deepest layers of human experience. The apprentice would learn to recognize the subtle signs in nature, the language of the wind and the whispers of the trees. He would learn the properties of countless herbs and plants, not just their ability to heal the body, but their power to mend the soul or summon protection. He would undergo rituals to purify his spirit and strengthen his connection with the ancestors, those who had walked this path before him and now guided him from the beyond. The witch doctor's role was manifold. He was the healer, the one who could treat ailments that no ordinary medicine could touch. People would come to him with ailments of the body and the spirit, and he would look not only at their physical symptoms, but also at their dreams, their fears, the disturbances in their lives. For he knew that illness was not always a matter of the flesh, but often of the soul. With his potions and incantations, his rituals and sacrifices, he would seek to restore the balance that had been lost, to bring back harmony where there was discord. But healing was just one side of his power. There were darker aspects to his craft, powers that were spoken of only in whispers. The witch doctor could curse as well as cure, could call down misfortune as easily as he could call for rain. In times of conflict, when fear and suspicion ran high, it was to him that the people turned, asking for protection from enemies, both seen and unseen. A simple gesture, a handful of herbs cast into the fire, and he could send a shiver of fear through the bravest of men. His eyes, dark and knowing, seemed to see into the very hearts of those who sought his help or his vengeance. The influence of these male witches extended far beyond their immediate communities. They were the storytellers and the keepers of history, preserving the lore of the people through the generations. They were the ones who remembered the old ways, who kept alive the stories of the ancestors and the spirits, of the gods and the heroes. They were the judges and the advisors, their wisdom sought in matters of justice and governance. In a world where the line between the natural and the supernatural was thin and shifting, they were the anchors, the ones who knew how to navigate the unseen currents that shaped the world. The power of the witch doctor was not only a matter of skill and knowledge, it was also deeply rooted in belief. For the people who sought his help, the witch doctor's power was real, as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. His words could bring comfort or terror, his actions could inspire hope or despair. When he spoke of the spirits, of the curses that could be laid and the blessings that could be bestowed, he was speaking not just of his own power, but of the power that flowed through all things, the power that was the very fabric of life itself. But this power came with a heavy burden. To be a witch doctor was to live always on the edge, between the human world and the spirit world. It was to carry the weight of the people's fears and hopes, to be both a source of comfort and a target of suspicion. For all their power, the witch doctors were also vulnerable. A failed ritual, a sickness that could not be cured, and the people's faith could turn to fear, their reverence to resentment. Many a witch doctor, once revered, found himself cast out or accused of bringing the very misfortunes he had sought to prevent. Despite the dangers the witch doctors endured, their practices passed down through the generations. They adapted to changing times, incorporating new elements into their rituals while maintaining the core of their ancient knowledge. And their influence spread, reaching beyond the villages and the forests, touching the cities and the modern world. Even today, in the bustling streets of Lagos or the quiet towns of South Africa, you can find those who, in moments of desperation or uncertainty, will turn to the witch doctor, seeking guidance that no doctor or priest can provide. The role of the male witch doctor in African societies is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of human belief. It is a reminder that, for all our advancements, there are still mysteries in this world that we do not fully understand, forces that we cannot fully control. The witch doctors, with their knowledge of herbs and spirits, their ability to heal and to curse, are a living connection to a past that is still very much a part of the present. They are the guardians of a tradition that speaks to the deepest fears and hopes of the human heart, a tradition that, for all its strangeness, is also profoundly familiar. In the heart of India, where the Ganges flows with ancient wisdom and the air hums with the echoes of rituals, there exists a world that many cannot fathom, a world where male witches walk among the shadows, embracing life and death in ways that challenge the very fabric of reality. These are the Agori and Tantric sorcerers, figures steeped in mystique, fear, and reverence. Their practices resonate with a depth that can send shivers down the spine, yet their purpose is rooted in love and liberation. The Agori, often seen as the ultimate iconoclasts within Hinduism, have a reputation that is as complex as the beliefs they embody. Clad in the ashes of cremation grounds, they defy societal norms and cast aside the boundaries of conventional spirituality. Their physical appearance, disheveled hair, ash-covered bodies, serves as a powerful reminder of their commitment to transcendence. To the Agori, life and death are but two sides of the same coin, and by embracing the taboo, they seek to unravel the illusions that bind humanity to fear and attachment. With each ritual, the Agori dance on the edge of life's deepest mysteries. Their ceremonies often involve offerings to deities, meditations on death, and even the consumption of forbidden substances. Yet, far from being mere acts of rebellion, these practices hold profound significance. The Agori believe that by confronting what others shun, death, decay, and darkness, they can purify their souls and attain a higher state of consciousness. In their eyes, true liberation lies not in the avoidance of life's messiness, but in the fearless acceptance of it. In the dim light of candlelit altars, the Agori invoke the divine, merging their energies with the cosmic flow. They understand the interconnectedness of all beings and the cycles of creation and destruction. Their chants resonate through the stillness, a haunting melody that echoes the heartbeat of the universe. The fire dances in their presence, symbolizing transformation, reminding all who witness that from ashes, new life can arise. On the other hand, the Tantric sorcerers embody a different aspect of this intricate tapestry. With roots intertwined in both devotion and mysticism, Tantra is a path that seeks to unite the divine with the mundane, to elevate human experience to the spiritual realm. Male Tantric practitioners wield their powers with intention and knowledge, engaging in complex rituals that can invoke energies from the universe. They delve into sacred texts, symbols, and practices that have been passed down through generations, embodying a wisdom that can only be understood through experience. Tantric rituals are profound, often involving intricate mandalas, mantras, and meditative practices. These male witches are not merely practitioners of magic, they are seekers of truth. They aim to awaken the dormant potential within themselves and others, pushing beyond the limits imposed by society. Their sacred rites explore the divine feminine and masculine, celebrating the union of opposites as a pathway to enlightenment. It is in these moments that they access the depths of their being, where fear and desire intertwine, leading to a transcendence that can transform lives. The impact of Agori and Tantric sorcery on Hindu beliefs is profound. They challenge the status quo, shaking the foundations of tradition. Through their actions, they inspire conversations about life, death, and everything in between. They embody the idea that spirituality is not confined to temples or rituals but can be found in the very fabric of existence. Their fearless approach to life and death resonates with those seeking deeper meanings beyond societal norms. For many, the Agori are a source of fear and fascination, but their true essence lies in their unwavering commitment to breaking free from the shackles of ignorance. They serve as reminders that liberation is not a destination but a journey, one that requires courage to face the shadows within. The Agori challenge us to confront our own fears, to see beyond the surface, and to embrace the beauty that exists even in the darkest corners of life. Meanwhile, the tantric sorcerers ignite a spark of curiosity, inviting seekers to explore the depths of their own consciousness. Their teachings emphasize the importance of balance between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. They remind us that every human experience, every emotion, holds the potential for spiritual growth. Their practices encourage a connection to the divine that transcends dogma, fostering a sense of unity among all beings. Together, these male witches of Hindu mythology create a rich tapestry that speaks to the complexities of existence. They weave threads of fear and love, darkness and light, inviting us to explore the full spectrum of the human experience. Their practices challenge the rigid boundaries of belief, urging us to expand our understanding of what it means to be spiritual. In a world that often seeks to divide and categorize, the Agori and Tantric sorcerers remind us of the beauty found in paradox. They stand as bridges between realms, connecting the sacred and the profane, the spiritual and the earthly. Their lives are a testament to the power of acceptance, love, and the willingness to walk through the fires of transformation. As we navigate our own journeys, we can draw inspiration from these ancient figures. Their fearless pursuit of truth and their unwavering commitment to understanding the interconnectedness of all life challenge us to confront our fears and limitations. In doing so, we may find the courage to embrace our own complexities, to honor the shadows alongside the light, and to dance in the rhythm of existence with open hearts. Through the practices of the Agori and Tantric sorcerers, we discover that magic is not just an act, it is a way of being, a profound connection to the divine that lies within us all. In a world filled with wonder and mystery, the transformation of male witchcraft during early Christianity tells a haunting tale of fear, power, and belief. Once revered as wise figures, men who could heal, divine, and communicate with the unseen, the image of the male witch began to shift dramatically as the influence of Christianity spread across Europe. This change wasn't just a societal shift, it was a profound metamorphosis that echoed through the hearts of many and changed the landscape of spirituality forever. In the early days, male witches held a significant place in their communities. They were often seen as protectors and guides, men of knowledge who could harness the forces of nature. With their herbal remedies and charms, they offered hope to the sick and comfort to the grieving. Their wisdom was sought after, and the rituals they performed were respected. They were not merely practitioners of magic, they were revered for their ability to connect the physical world with the spiritual, bridging the gap between life and the mysteries beyond. However, as Christianity emerged and began to spread, this perception shifted dramatically. Early Christian teachings often painted a stark contrast between the divine and the supernatural forces that existed outside their framework. The magical practices of male witches, once seen as beneficial, began to be labeled as heretical. The Church, with its growing power, sought to consolidate authority and control, positioning itself as the sole mediator between humanity and the divine. In doing so, it branded those who practiced witchcraft as dangerous, unholy, and ultimately evil. This transformation was not instantaneous, it was a slow burn, ignited by fear and fueled by the need for control. As Christianity sought to establish its dominance, stories began to emerge, tales of male witches who consorted with demons and wreaked havoc upon the unsuspecting. The very magic that once offered healing and protection was now depicted as a tool of malevolence. The once revered male witch became synonymous with darkness, casting a long shadow over their existence. The fear surrounding male witches escalated, reaching a fever pitch during the medieval period. As the Church intensified its grip on society, witch hunts began. Men who were once seen as wise and powerful were hunted down and persecuted. Accusations flew, fueled by hysteria and superstition. Friends turned against each other, and communities were torn apart. The horrors inflicted upon those accused of witchcraft are harrowing. Trials, torture, and executions became grim realities. The male witch, once a beacon of knowledge, was now a scapegoat for society's fears and anxieties. The transformation from revered to reviled wasn't just a matter of perception, it shattered lives and destroyed families. Imagine a father, once the healer in his village, now dragged into the streets, accused of sorcery. the cries of his children echoing in the background, their innocence lost in a storm of accusation and blame. Families were torn apart as husbands, fathers, and brothers were taken from their homes, leaving behind a trail of grief that lingered for generations. This shift also led to a dangerous questioning of the very fabric of belief. Those who practiced magic were forced to hide their abilities, silenced by fear. The fear of being labeled a witch stifled knowledge and understanding, transforming communities that once thrived on wisdom into shadows of their former selves. The very art of healing was cast aside, replaced by a rigid dogma that sought to eliminate the unknown. As the church sought to establish its power, the narrative around male witches became a tool for manipulation. The fear instilled in the populace served to elevate the church's authority, painting it as the ultimate protector against the dark forces of witchcraft. Yet beneath this fear lay a deep sadness, a recognition that the world was losing its connection to the mystical, to the energies that once flowed freely through nature. Despite the heavy toll of this transformation, there were still whispers of resistance. Hidden gatherings of those who held onto the old ways began to form in secret, sharing knowledge and rituals in the dark. Though the world around them was engulfed in fear, these gatherings represented hope, a flicker of light in a shadowed existence. They understood the power of the earth, the connection between all living beings, and the sacredness of life itself. This tug-of-war between fear and understanding created a rich tapestry of beliefs and practices that would echo through the ages. Though the male witch was reviled, the spirit of their wisdom could not be extinguished entirely. Over time, as society evolved, some began to reclaim the narratives surrounding witchcraft, turning them into symbols of strength, resilience, and connection to the earth. The story of male witchcraft in early Christianity serves as a poignant reminder of the complexities of belief. It illustrates how fear can distort understanding and how power can manipulate truth. As the world transitioned from reverence to revulsion, countless lives were changed, leaving behind scars that still resonate today. While the church sought to suppress the mystical, it could not erase the memories of those who had walked the path of the male witch. Their legacy lingers, not as symbols of darkness, but as reminders of a time when magic intertwined seamlessly with life, urging future generations to seek understanding, compassion, and connection with the unseen. The transformation of male witchcraft is not just a historical account, it is a call to remember the beauty of wisdom and the importance of embracing the complexities of existence with open hearts. The night was thick with dread as shadows loomed over the quaint villages of Europe. Fear was a palpable entity, creeping into the hearts of men and women alike. The witch hunts had begun, and with them came a dark chapter in history where the once revered male witch transformed into a figure of terror. In this chaotic whirlwind of hysteria, countless lives were altered forever, and the echoes of their suffering still resonate today. As whispers of sorcery filled the air, the Inquisition emerged as a relentless force, wielding the power to condemn. The male witch, who once offered healing and knowledge, found himself painted as a sinister villain. He was accused of consorting with dark forces, of practicing magic that disrupted the natural order, and of wielding power that threatened the very fabric of society. The very essence of what it meant to be a man of wisdom turned into a curse. The fear of the unknown led to a witch hunt fueled by paranoia, superstition, and the desire to control. Men who had once been seen as pillars of their communities now faced accusations that could lead to their execution. The Inquisition, operating under the guise of moral righteousness, relentlessly pursued those it deemed heretical. Communities were torn apart as neighbors turned against each other, driven by fear and the promise of safety in conformity. Lives were lost, and families shattered, as accusations flew like arrows. The threat of being labeled a witch loomed over every male practitioner of magic, creating an atmosphere of distrust and despair. Famous trials emerged, bearing witness to the horrors inflicted upon innocent men. The trials of the Würzburg and Bamberg witch hunts in the 1620s stand as chilling examples. In Würzburg, over 30 men and boys were accused, tortured, and executed. The relentless interrogations sought to extract confessions, and many, broken by the pain, named others to save themselves. These trials were not merely about justice, they became spectacles, drawing crowds that thrived on the drama of condemnation. One particularly heart-wrenching case involved Johannes Junius, the mayor of Würzburg. Junius was a respected figure, a man known for his wisdom and leadership. When he was accused of witchcraft, the world he had known shattered in an instant. He faced unimaginable torture, his pleas for mercy echoing through the chambers of the Inquisition. His writings, discovered later, revealed the torment of a man who once stood tall, now brought low by the very society he had served. "I was taken by the devil," he wrote, lamenting the loss of his dignity and the betrayal of those he had called friends. These trials were often held in secret, shrouded in darkness, as the accused faced their fate alone. The only witnesses to their suffering were the flickering flames of torches that illuminated the grim chambers where confessions were wrung from the innocent. The accusations often hinged on flimsy evidence, strange occurrences, whispered rumors, or the misfortunes that befell neighbors. A bad harvest or a sick child could turn a once-respected male witch into a scapegoat, sacrificed to appease the collective fear of a community spiraling into chaos. As the hunts continued, the stories of the condemned began to blur together. Men who had once shared knowledge of healing herbs, who had guided their neighbors through sickness, now found themselves accused of malevolence. They were stripped of their identities and reduced to labels: witches, demons, enemies. Families mourned not only for the loss of their loved ones, but for the erasure of their legacies, the erasure of wisdom that had been passed down through generations. The horrors of the male witch hunts painted a grim picture of humanity at its worst. The Inquisition thrived on the fear it created, casting a long shadow over those who dared to tread the path of magic. The very essence of magic, once a source of wonder and healing, became tainted by association with evil. The vibrant tapestry of belief and practice unraveled, leaving behind a landscape marked by fear and sorrow. Yet, even in the darkest moments, stories of resilience emerged. Some men, defiant against the tide of accusation, sought to reclaim their identities. They fought for their truth, risking everything to stand against the tide of hysteria. Their stories serve as reminders of the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming despair. They became symbols of courage, standing firm in their beliefs as the world crumbled around them. As time moved on, the witch hunts began to wane, but the scars left on society remained. The male witch, once a revered figure, was left with the remnants of a shattered reputation. The echoes of their trials lingered in the hearts of those who remembered, a cautionary tale of what fear and ignorance can do to a community. The witch hunts serve as a poignant reminder of the fragility of understanding and compassion. They stand as a testament to the need for empathy in a world that can easily turn against its own. As the stories of the condemned resonate through history, they urge future generations to seek knowledge, to embrace the complexities of belief, and to remember the humanity that exists within us all. The legacy of the male witch is not one of darkness, it is a call to honor the light of understanding, even in the most trying of times. The fire crackled softly as the storyteller's voice wove through the crowded room, mesmerizing everyone with tales of enchantment and wonder. In the dim light, faces young and old leaned in, captivated by the words that painted vivid images of a world where magic was real and male witches roamed the earth, wielding powers that defied comprehension. In the pages of medieval literature and whispered folklore, the male witch was a figure both feared and revered. He was a healer, a sorcerer, a seer, and sometimes a villain. His stories were passed down through generations, altering with each telling but always retaining a certain mystique that captivated the imagination. In a world where the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, these tales served not just as entertainment but as moral lessons, warnings, and reflections of societal beliefs. One such story tells of Michael Scott, a man whose reputation as a learned scholar and magician spread far and wide. Born in the 12th century, he was said to have mastered the arcane arts, conversing with spirits and deciphering the secrets of the stars. His knowledge was legendary, and his abilities were whispered of in hushed tones across Europe. Michael was not the villain of his story, but a figure of awe, a testament to what the human mind could achieve when it embraced the mysterious and the unknown. Yet, folklore also painted a darker image of the male witch. In villages tucked away from the bustling cities, tales of men who made pacts with the devil circulated. These were not the noble, wise men like Michael Scott, but sinister figures who cursed crops, brought illness, and caused discord among the community. One such tale is that of the Hexenmeister, a man who could control the weather and summon storms to destroy fields and homes. It was said that he wore a dark cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes burning with a malevolent fire. Parents would warn their children to be good, lest the Hexenmeister come for them in the night. The dichotomy of the male which is both hero and villain was a reflection of the complexities of human nature. Medieval literature often grappled with this duality, using the figure of the male witch to explore themes of knowledge, power, and morality. In works like The History of Reynard the Fox, a satirical medieval epic, male witches and magicians were depicted as tricksters, using their cunning and magical prowess to navigate a world filled with deceit and treachery. They were neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but rather embodiments of the nuanced human spirit. As these stories spread, they began to shape the collective perception of male witches. In some cultures, they were seen as wise men, keepers of ancient knowledge who could communicate with the spirits and protect the community from harm. In others, they were feared and ostracized, symbols of the chaos that magic could unleash upon the world. This duality of reverence and fear persisted through the centuries, influencing not only how male witches were perceived, but also how they were portrayed in literature. One of the most enduring characters in this literary tradition is Merlin, the enigmatic wizard of Arthurian legend. Merlin, with his long beard and mystical powers, was the archetype of the wise male witch. His role as a guide and mentor to King Arthur cemented his place in the pantheon of legendary figures. But Merlin's story was not without its darker elements. His prophetic visions and ability to manipulate fate made him a figure of suspicion and fear. He was both a savior and a potential threat, embodying the dual nature of the male witch in medieval imagination. Merlin's influence can be seen in countless other works of literature, where male witches and wizards appear as both guides and adversaries. In Shakespeare's Macbeth, the character of the Weird Sisters blurs the lines between male and female witches, drawing on the fear of those who wielded supernatural power. Their prophecy drives Macbeth to his doom, showcasing the danger of seeking knowledge beyond what is natural. The male witch, though not directly depicted, is present in the form of this dark, prophetic power that leads to destruction. In Goethe's Faust, we see another transformation of the male witch figure. Faust, a scholar who makes a pact with Mephistopheles, embodies the archetype of the man who seeks forbidden knowledge. His quest for power and understanding leads him down a dark path, highlighting the perilous allure of the supernatural. The male witch, in this context, becomes a symbol of humanity's endless thirst for knowledge and the tragic consequences that often accompany it. These literary depictions influenced how society viewed male witches, intertwining them with the broader narrative of magic and morality. They were not just characters in stories, but reflections of society's own fears and aspirations. The male witch was a mirror, showing both the light and dark sides of the human soul. As the tales evolved, so too did the perception of male witches, shifting from wise men to feared sorcerers and back again. In folklore, the figure of the male witch continued to evolve. In Eastern Europe, the Strigoi were believed to be male witches who could transform into animals, steal the vitality of others, and even return from the dead to haunt the living. These stories, filled with fear and superstition, showcase the darker side of the male witch, one that fed on the anxieties of a society struggling to understand the unknown. In contrast, the Benedenti of Italy were male witches who fought against evil spirits to protect their communities. They were revered as defenders, using their powers for the good of the people. This positive depiction stood in stark contrast to the malevolent image prevalent in other regions, highlighting the complex and varied ways in which male witches were perceived. As time passed, these stories left their mark on the cultural consciousness. The male witch became a symbol of the struggle between knowledge and ignorance, power and responsibility, good and evil. His stories were woven into the fabric of folklore and literature, a testament to the enduring fascination with those who walk the line between the natural and the supernatural. Even today, the legacy of the male witch lives on, a reminder of a time when magic was real, and the boundaries of what was possible were limited only by the imagination. These tales, filled with wonder and terror, continue to captivate and inspire, keeping alive the memory of the male witches who once roamed the world, their stories etched into the annals of history. A lone figure stood on a moonlit hill, eyes turned toward the heavens, tracing the patterns of the stars. His breath hung in the crisp night air, mingling with the ancient murmurs of constellations long since named. He was an astrologer, a seeker of secrets hidden in the cosmos, and perhaps something more, a male witch, drawing power and wisdom from the celestial bodies that whispered their secrets only to those who dared to listen. The relationship between male witches and astrology is as old as history itself. In a time when the stars were seen not just as distant suns, but as divine messengers, men who could interpret their movements were revered, feared, or sometimes both. They stood at the crossroads of the known and the unknown, their knowledge of the heavens granting them a power that seemed almost supernatural. They were able to foresee events, predict fates, and influence the course of lives with just a glance at the sky. One of the most renowned figures in this tradition was John Dee, an enigmatic scholar of the Elizabethan era. Dee was more than just an astrologer. He was a man who bridged the worlds of science and magic, his eyes ever lifted toward the stars as he sought the elusive philosopher's stone. He believed that by understanding the movements of the planets and the alignment of the stars, one could tap into the hidden forces of the universe itself. His study wasn't merely an academic pursuit but a spiritual quest to unlock the mysteries of creation. In his study, amidst the smell of burning candles and the rustle of ancient tomes, Dee would cast horoscopes and perform rituals, his hands moving with practiced precision as he calculated the influence of the stars on earthly events. The astrological charts he created were like maps of destiny, guiding those who sought his counsel through the uncertain waters of life. It was a delicate dance between fate and free will, a dance that only a true master of the stars could lead. But astrology wasn't just about predicting the future, it was about understanding the intricate web that connected the heavens to the earth. Male witches, with their deep knowledge of astrology, were often sought out for their ability to harness the power of the stars. They crafted talismans, inscribed with celestial symbols, and infused with the energy of specific planetary alignments. These charms were said to protect, heal, and even bring prosperity to those who carried them. In their hands, the ancient art of astrology became a form of magic, capable of bending reality to their will. The connection between astrology and alchemy is woven into the very fabric of these mystical practices. Alchemists, too, looked to the stars for guidance, believing that the movements of the planets influenced the processes they sought to perfect. They spoke of the sun and the moon not just as heavenly bodies, but as symbols of the alchemical marriage, the union of opposites that could bring about the transformation of base metals into gold, or perhaps even grant immortality. One such alchemist was Paracelsus, a man whose very name has become synonymous with the pursuit of hidden knowledge. Paracelsus believed that understanding the stars was crucial to mastering the art of alchemy. To him, astrology wasn't a mere curiosity but a key to unlocking the deepest secrets of nature. He saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe, with the stars influencing not just the soul but the very elements within us. His work was a blend of science, magic, and faith, a testament to the belief that the divine could be found in the smallest atom and the farthest star. For the male witches of the past, alchemy and astrology were not separate disciplines but parts of a whole, a mystical language through which the universe spoke. They would sit for hours, poring over astrological charts, calculating the positions of the planets and the phases of the moon, all while conducting experiments in their laboratories, seeking to transmute the ordinary into the extraordinary. The elixirs they crafted, the potions they brewed, were all infused with the energy of the stars. Each one was a step closer to the ultimate goal, the creation of the philosopher's stone, a substance that could bring about spiritual enlightenment and physical perfection. The influence of alchemy on male witchcraft was profound. It wasn't just about the transformation of substances, but the transformation of the self. The alchemist's journey mirrored the witch's path, both seeking to transcend the ordinary and touch the divine. The laboratory became a sacred space, the crucible a vessel for the soul's refinement. Each experiment, each failure, and each success were seen as a step on the path to enlightenment. The power that these men wielded was not just in the potions they created or the spells they cast, but in their ability to see the world in a way that others could not. They understood that the universe was alive, that it pulsed with a hidden energy that could be tapped into and directed. It was this understanding that set them apart, that made them both revered and feared. But this power came at a cost. As the world changed, as the scientific revolution took hold, the line between accepted knowledge and forbidden magic became ever more blurred. The male witch, once a figure of wisdom, became a target of suspicion and fear. Accusations of witchcraft could bring ruin and death, and many who had once looked to the stars for guidance now hid their knowledge, their books and tools buried deep beneath the floorboards. Yet, even in the darkest times, the legacy of these men lived on. Their stories, their teachings, were passed down in secret, whispered from teacher to student, hidden within the symbols and codes of alchemical texts. They continued to look to the stars, to seek the elusive wisdom that had guided them for so long, even as the world turned against them. Today, the connection between astrology and alchemy, between male witches and the stars, is a reminder of a time when the world was filled with wonder, when the boundary between the known and the unknown was not a wall but a doorway, waiting to be opened. It speaks to the human spirit's endless quest for knowledge, for understanding, and for a deeper connection with the universe. And though the stars have not changed, our understanding of them has, guided by the wisdom of those who came before, those who dared to look up and see not just points of light but a map to the soul's journey. In the stillness of the night, the fire crackled and popped, sending sparks dancing into the vast darkness above. A figure sat close to the flames, his eyes closed, his lips whispering words in an ancient tongue. This was a shaman, a man who stood as a bridge between the physical and the spiritual, between the seen and the unseen. His voice carried through the air, mingling with the rustling leaves and the calls of distant animals, as he invoked the spirits of his ancestors, seeking their wisdom and guidance. For countless generations, men like him have been the heartbeat of Native American cultures, their role as shamans revered and respected, yet often misunderstood. In many Native American tribes, the shaman was more than just a healer or a spiritual guide. He was the keeper of knowledge, the protector of traditions, the one who could walk between worlds. It was said that these men were chosen by the spirits themselves, marked from birth with signs of their destiny. They underwent rigorous training, often starting from a young age, learning the songs, the dances, and the stories that connected their people to the land and the cosmos. They were taught to listen to the whisper of the wind, to read the patterns in the smoke, to find meaning in the dreams that visited them in the night. But their role went far beyond the spiritual. They were also the healers, the ones who knew the secrets of the plants and the animals, who could soothe a fevered brow or mend a broken bone. With a touch, a word, they could draw the pain from a suffering body, returning health and strength. The people believed in their power, not just because of the cures they performed, but because they were seen as living embodiments of the sacred. The shaman's power, however, was a double-edged sword. Just as he could heal, he could also harm. His knowledge of herbs and potions could be used to bring death as easily as life. His connection to the spirit world made him a formidable adversary, and this, in turn, made him both respected and feared. It wasn't uncommon for accusations of witchcraft to arise, especially in times of conflict or crisis. A failed harvest, an unexplained illness, even a string of bad luck could lead people to suspect that the shaman had turned his powers to dark purposes. This fear was further fueled by the arrival of European settlers. To them, the practices of Native American shamans were not just strange but dangerous. They saw the rituals, the chants, the ceremonies as works of the devil, their fear and ignorance driving them to label these men as witches. The shaman's role, so integral to his own culture, was twisted and demonized, his powers seen not as a gift from the spirits but as a curse. As colonial influence spread, so too did the persecution of those who were seen as threats to the new order. Many shamans were hunted down, their sacred items destroyed, their ceremonies banned. They were forced to practice in secret, their once open and vibrant traditions reduced to whispers in the dark. And yet, despite this, the shaman's spirit endured. They continued to pass on their knowledge in hidden places, teaching their children and their grandchildren the old ways, the old songs, the old stories. In some tribes, shamans were believed to have the ability to transform into animals, to leave their human bodies and take the shape of a bird, a bear, a wolf. This transformation was not just physical but spiritual, a journey into the essence of the creature they became. They did this not for power but to gain a deeper understanding of the world around them, to see through the eyes of another being, to experience life in a different form. This ability, this gift, was something that set them apart, something that made them both revered and feared. One story tells of a shaman who, during a time of great famine, took the form of a bird and flew over the mountains, searching for signs of game. He flew for days, his wings growing weary, his heart heavy with the knowledge that his people were starving. And then, just as he was about to give up, he saw it, a herd of deer, grazing in a hidden valley. With a cry of joy, he flew back to his village, his spirit soaring as he led the hunters to the place he had found. That night, as the people feasted and sang, they looked at the shaman with awe and gratitude, knowing that he had saved them once again. But not all stories end so well. There are tales of shamans who, accused of using their powers for evil, were cast out, forced to wander the land alone, cut off from their people and their gods. They became ghosts, shadows of their former selves, their hearts filled with bitterness and sorrow. It is said that their spirits still roam the earth, seeking redemption, seeking a way back to the light. The impact of colonial views on Native American witchcraft practices was profound and devastating. The shaman, once a figure of respect and reverence, became a symbol of the unknown, the misunderstood, the feared. Yet, through it all, they persevered. They continued to walk the path they had been chosen for, continued to seek the wisdom of the spirits, continued to heal and to guide. Today, the legacy of the shaman is still alive. In many Native American communities, the old ways are being remembered, the old songs sung once more. There is a resurgence of interest in the practices and beliefs that were once nearly lost, a recognition of the shaman's role not just as a healer or a guide, but as a guardian of the earth, a protector of the people, a keeper of the sacred. And so, as the fire burns low and the night deepens, we remember the shamans who came before, the men who stood at the threshold of two worlds, who faced the darkness and the light with equal courage, who carried the hopes and fears of their people in their hearts. They were more than just witches or magicians, they were the soul of their tribes, the voice of the ancestors, the light in the darkness. Their story is one of resilience, of strength, of an unbreakable bond between man and spirit, earth and sky, seen and unseen. The air was heavy with fear and suspicion in Salem in 1692. Whispers filled the streets like a dark fog, creeping into every corner of the small Puritan town. People were on edge, glancing over their shoulders, questioning their neighbors, their friends, even their families. Accusations were flying, and no one seemed safe from the fingers pointed in fear and anger. Amidst this chaos, the image of the witch was almost always a woman, wild-eyed, cackling, making pacts with the devil. But in the midst of this fevered paranoia, there were men too, men who found themselves caught in the web of suspicion, branded as witches, and facing the same deadly fate. Giles Corey, a farmer in his early 80s, stood tall and defiant. His life had been marked by hard work and honesty, but now he found himself accused of something he couldn't quite comprehend. His wife, Martha, had already been accused of witchcraft, and now it was his turn. They said he was involved, that he had cursed people, that he was using dark powers. The accusations seemed absurd, but in the madness of Salem, truth had been twisted into something unrecognizable. Giles refused to plead, and for that, he was subjected to an unimaginable fate. They pressed him, laying heavy stones on his chest, demanding that he confess. Each time, his only response was, "More weight." With each stone, his ribs cracked, his breath became shallow, but still, he held on, refusing to give in to the madness. His silence was a last act of defiance, a refusal to be broken by a world gone mad. John Proctor was another man whose life was torn apart by the Salem trials. A respected landowner and tavern keeper, he was known for speaking his mind, for standing up for what he believed was right. But in Salem's poisoned atmosphere, his outspokenness made him a target. When his wife, Elizabeth, was accused of witchcraft, John's outrage could not be contained. He spoke out against the trials, against the madness, and for this, he too was accused. They said he was a wizard, that he had bewitched the girls, that he was in league with the devil. The charges were as baseless as they were terrifying, but they stuck. In the end, it wasn't enough that he proclaimed his innocence. His fate was sealed not by his actions, but by the hysteria that had taken hold of the town. He was hanged on Gallows Hill, his name forever stained by a crime he did not commit. These men, like so many others, were swept up in a tide of fear and accusation that defied reason. The very idea of a male witch was a contradiction to many in Salem, a society that viewed women as inherently more susceptible to the devil's temptations. Men were supposed to be strong, rational, the protectors of the community. But the witch trials turned everything upside down. The same qualities that were supposed to make men immune to witchcraft, strength, reason, authority, became weapons used against them. If they protested their innocence too loudly, it was seen as a sign of guilt. If they didn't protest enough, it was taken as silent confession. The case of Reverend George Burroughs is perhaps the most heartbreaking of all. A former minister of Salem, Burroughs was living peacefully in Maine when he was dragged back to face charges of witchcraft. He was accused of feats of supernatural strength, of leading a coven of witches, of being the devil's agent on earth. During his trial, his accusers claimed he could lift heavy weights with ease, that he had the power to kill at a distance, that he could command spirits to do his bidding. His supposed crimes were grotesque distortions of ordinary events, but in the heat of the witch trials, such evidence was enough. Burroughs defended himself eloquently, reciting the Lord's Prayer perfectly on the gallows, a feat that was supposed to be impossible for a witch. But his words fell on deaf ears. As the noose tightened around his neck, he looked out over the crowd, his face a mask of calm, even forgiveness. His death was not just the end of a man, but a stark symbol of how far the community had fallen. The trials were a crucible of fear and superstition, and in that fire, the old ideas of what it meant to be a witch were burned away, replaced by something far more terrifying. It didn't matter if you were a woman or a man, rich or poor, respected or reviled. All that mattered was that someone, somewhere, believed you were guilty. The community that had once been bound together by faith and fellowship was torn apart by suspicion and paranoia. Even after the trials ended, the scars remained. Those who had been accused but survived were forever tainted by the experience. Their neighbors, once friends, now looked at them with doubt and distrust. The names of the dead were whispered with a strange mixture of pity and fear. And the men who had been accused, who had been tortured, who had been hanged, they were not martyrs or heroes in the eyes of their community. They were just men who had the misfortune to be caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Today, we remember the Salem witch trials as a tragic example of what happens when fear overtakes reason. We remember the women who suffered and died, and rightly so. But it is important to remember the men too, those who stood against the madness and those who were swept up in it. Men like Giles Corey, John Proctor, and George Burroughs, whose lives were destroyed by accusations that had no basis in reality. They were not witches, not wizards, not servants of the devil. They were fathers, husbands, sons, ordinary men caught in an extraordinary nightmare. As we look back on those dark days, we see more than just the madness of the trials. We see the fragility of human society, how easily fear can turn us against one another, how quickly the bonds of community can be torn apart. The Salem witch trials remind us that the capacity for evil lies not in some supernatural force, but within us all, and our ability to see our fellow man as something less than human, something to be feared, something to be destroyed. And in that realization, perhaps we can find a measure of understanding, a small spark of hope that such a tragedy might never happen again. The humid air of the Caribbean islands has always been thick with mystery, whispered secrets, and the powerful pulse of drums that echo through the night. In these lands, where the lines between the spiritual and the physical blur, the presence of male practitioners of voodoo, called houndgans, has been a guiding force for communities, both feared and revered, misunderstood yet essential. Their role is not merely to cast spells or heal the sick, but to be the intermediaries between this world and the next, to speak with the spirits, and to bring balance to a life so deeply intertwined with the supernatural. Houngans are more than just men. They are vessels of ancient knowledge, bearers of traditions that survived the brutality of the transatlantic slave trade. They carried the old ways across the ocean, merging the traditions of their African ancestors with those of the indigenous people and European colonizers, creating something powerful and unique. It is in this fusion that their strength lies. They are healers and sorcerers, diviners and warriors, protectors of their communities, and, at times, avengers of wrongs that the living cannot address. In the heart of a village, when illness strikes without warning or crops fail despite the sun and rain, it is to the Houngan that people turn. With eyes closed and voice steady, he calls upon the spirits, the Loa, those powerful entities who move between the worlds. His chants are like a lullaby and a summons all at once, drawing the spirits closer. He offers rum and tobacco, sometimes even the blood of a sacrificed animal, as a sign of respect and an invitation. The people watch, holding their breath, their hopes resting on his every word and gesture. In those moments, he becomes a bridge, a thin, fragile line connecting the earthly and the divine. But the role of the Houngan goes beyond healing and divination. In a world where the enslaved were stripped of everything, home, family, even their names, the practice of voodoo became a form of resistance, a way to hold onto their identity and fight back against the oppression that sought to erase them. The Houngan, with his knowledge of poisons and herbs, his command of the spirit world, was a figure of fear for the colonial masters. They called it witchcraft, a dark and malevolent force. But for the people, it was something different. It was a weapon, a shield, a source of hope. Stories are still told of Houngans who could command storms, who could curse the oppressor with a mere word, whose eyes could see into the very soul of a man. There are tales of Duty Boukman, the Houngan whose incantations and sacrifice at Bois Cayman ignited the Haitian Revolution. His spirit, it is said, still walks the land, watching over the descendants of those he once helped to free. His name, once whispered in terror by those who sought to crush the rebellion, is now spoken with pride, a testament to the power and resilience of a people who refuse to be broken. But there is another side to this story, a darker, more complex reality. For every healer, there is a sorcerer; for every protector, a Bakar, a man who uses his knowledge of the spirits not for good, but for his own gain. These are the men who deal in curses, who twist the power of the Loa for vengeance or greed. They are the ones who create zombies, those living dead figures who haunt the imagination of the world. To the outsider, this blurs the line between good and evil, casting a shadow over all practitioners of voodoo. But within the community, the distinction is clear, and the fear of the Bakar is as real as the respect for the Houngan. Even now, in the modern Caribbean, where the old ways have been pushed to the margins by new religions and technologies, the presence of the Houngan is still felt. He stands at the crossroads, one foot in the past, the other in the present, his face lined with the weight of centuries. He is called upon in times of crisis, when all else has failed, when the world seems to teeter on the edge of chaos. It is he who performs the rituals that mark the passage of life and death, who blesses the birth of a child and guides the soul of the departed to the other side. And it is not just the descendants of the enslaved who come to him. The Houngan's knowledge of the spirit world, his ability to see beyond the veil, draws people from all walks of life. They come seeking answers, healing, protection from forces they cannot understand. And he, with his wisdom and his power, his connection to something far greater than himself, offers them what he can. The influence of these male practitioners on Caribbean culture is profound. They have shaped the way people view life and death, health and illness, good and evil. Their stories, their deeds, have been woven into the very fabric of society. Even those who claim not to believe cannot help but feel a shiver run down their spine when they hear the drums in the distance, when they see the flicker of candles in the darkness, when they catch the scent of rum and tobacco on the night air. For in the end, the Houngan is more than just a man. He is a symbol of resilience, of survival, of the unbreakable spirit of a people who have endured so much. He is a reminder that there are forces in this world that cannot be tamed, that there is magic still, hidden in the cracks and corners of the world, waiting for those who have the courage to seek it out. He is a testament to the fact that no matter how much the world changes, no matter how much is lost or forgotten, there are some things that endure, things that live on in the hearts and minds of the people, whispered in secret, passed down through generations, as eternal and indomitable as the spirits themselves. In the hushed stillness of the southern nights, when the moon hangs heavy and the air is thick with the scent of magnolia, there are whispers of men who know the old ways. They are called conjure men, root workers, or simply, the ones who know. They are the keepers of a tradition that reaches back through time, across oceans, to the lands of their ancestors. In the heart of African American communities, their presence is woven into the fabric of everyday life, as essential and as mysterious as the air they breathe. Hoodoo is not a religion, but a practice, a way of life. It is the magic of the people, born from their pain and resilience, from their longing and strength. The conjure man, with his roots and herbs, his candles and prayers, is a healer and a protector, a man who can turn the tide of fortune, heal the sick, and even call upon the spirits for justice. In a world that has tried to silence them, these men have held on to the power that is their birthright, the power to shape their destiny, to bend the world just a little to their will. In the quiet corners of a home, the conjure man sits, his hands moving gently over a piece of parchment or a cloth bag. He speaks softly, his voice a murmur of rhythm and rhyme, calling on the spirits of the ancestors, on the saints and the angels, on the earth and the sky. He is creating a mojo bag, a small, seemingly simple thing, filled with herbs and stones, nails and dirt, each chosen with care, each imbued with a purpose. To the unknowing eye, it might look like nothing more than a pouch, but in the hands of a skilled practitioner, it is a powerful tool, a talisman that can draw love or money, protection or revenge. There are those who come to him seeking relief from the aches and pains of the body. For them, he has salves and poultices, teas brewed from roots and leaves, all prepared with the knowledge passed down through generations. But there are others, too, those whose suffering is of a different kind. The mother who weeps for her lost child, the man who cannot find work no matter how hard he tries, the woman whose lover has strayed. For these, the conjure man has other remedies. He might offer a candle, anointed with oil and carved with the seeker's name, to be burned in the stillness of the night, or a bottle of water, blessed and prayed over, to be sprinkled at the threshold of the home. It is not just the living who come to the conjure man. The dead, too, have their place in his practice. He knows how to speak to them, how to ask for their help or their forgiveness, how to lay them to rest if they are restless. He might go to the graveyard, to gather dirt from the grave of a righteous soul, or to leave an offering at the crossroads, where the veil between the worlds is thin. In these acts, there is a respect, a recognition that death is not the end, but a change, and that those who have gone before still walk with us, if we know how to call them. But the conjure man is not just a healer. He is also a man who understands the darker side of life, the bitterness and the anger, the desire for justice that burns so bright it becomes vengeance. There are those who come to him with hatred in their hearts, who ask for curses and hexes, for a way to strike back at those who have wronged them. And the conjure man, he listens. He understands. For he, too, knows what it is to suffer, to be treated as less than human, to be denied the dignity that is his due. For these seekers, he has other tools, darker tools. He might take a black candle and burn it with bitter herbs and sharp pins. He might take a doll, made in the image of the one who has caused harm, and bind it, wrap it in chains and bury it deep in the ground. These are acts of power, acts of defiance. They are the weapons of the weak against the strong, of the oppressed against the oppressor. And in these acts, there is a fierce, terrible beauty, the beauty of a people who refuse to be broken. Yet, the conjure man is more than the sum of his spells and charms. He is a symbol of something greater, something that has endured despite the attempts to stamp it out. He is a reminder of a time when the people of Africa were brought to this land in chains, stripped of their homes and families, of their language and their gods. But they were not stripped of their spirit, of their knowledge of the earth and the sky, of the power that runs in their blood. And in the dark of the night, in the hidden places, they remembered. They remembered, and they created something new, something that was theirs and theirs alone. Hoodoo is the testament to their resilience, to their refusal to be silenced. It is the magic of the people, the magic of the earth and the sky, the magic of the heart and the soul. And the conjure man, with his quiet strength and his deep wisdom, is its keeper. He is the one who knows the old ways, who can heal with a touch and a prayer, who can bend the world just a little to his will. He is a man of power, not the power of riches or fame, but the power that comes from within, from a connection to something greater than himself. In the stories of the conjure men, there is a warning, a lesson. They are men who walk a fine line, who hold in their hands the power to heal and the power to harm. They are men who must be careful, who must always remember that the power they wield is not theirs alone, but a gift, a trust, given to them by the spirits, by the ancestors, by the earth itself. And with that power comes responsibility, the responsibility to use it wisely, to honor the traditions that have been passed down to them, to remember that they are but a small part of something much greater. In the end, the conjure man is a man like any other. He has known love and loss, joy and sorrow. He has walked through darkness and come out the other side. And he has found, in the old ways, a light to guide him, a strength to carry him forward. He is a man who knows who he is and where he comes from. He is a man who has found, in the magic of the earth and the sky, in the power of the heart and the soul, a way to live, a way to be, a way to remember. And in his quiet strength, in his deep wisdom, there is a beauty, a hope, that cannot be denied. In the quiet, whispered tales of old, there are two figures who emerge from the shadows of legend and lore, the male and female witch. They stand apart, yet they are bound by a thread of magic that weaves through history, through cultures and stories, across the world. Both have been revered and feared, worshipped and reviled, but their paths, though parallel, are not the same. Their stories echo with the complexities of human nature, with power and vulnerability, with wisdom and fear. The female witch, often portrayed as the keeper of ancient secrets, the one who understands the cycles of the moon and the rhythms of the earth, is seen as the giver of life and the harbinger of death. Her power is intimate, tied to the hearth and the home, to the blood that courses through generations, to the mysteries of birth and the inevitability of decay. She is the wise woman who heals with herbs and whispers, the crone who curses with a glance, the maiden who dances under the moonlight. Her magic is seen as something natural, something inherent, a gift and a curse that she carries within her very being. The male witch, on the other hand, is often cast as the seeker of forbidden knowledge, the one who dares to question, to summon, to control. His power is drawn from ancient texts and rituals, from the stars and the spirits, from the very fabric of the universe. He is the shaman who speaks to the ancestors, the alchemist who transforms base metal into gold, the sorcerer who commands the elements. His magic is perceived as something acquired, something learned, a mastery of the unseen forces that bind the world together. Yet, there are threads that connect them, fragile yet strong. Both the male and female witch have stood as symbols of rebellion against the constraints of society, as embodiments of the power that lies beyond the grasp of those who seek to control. They are the outsiders, the ones who walk the line between the known and the unknown, between light and shadow. They have been both healers and harmers, protectors and destroyers, their power a double-edged sword that can bless or curse, nurture or annihilate. Across different cultures and times, the portrayal of male and female witches has varied, reflecting the fears and hopes, the prejudices and aspirations of those who tell their tales. In some societies, the female witch is the midwife, the herbalist, the one who brings life into the world and guides it safely through its trials. She is respected, even if she is feared, for she holds the keys to life and death, to health and sickness. But she is also the one who is cast out when crops fail, when children sicken, when the world seems to spin out of control. Her power, so closely tied to the natural world, is seen as dangerous, uncontrollable, something that must be bound and suppressed. The male witch, by contrast, is often seen as a transgressor, someone who has crossed the boundaries of what is permitted, who has sought out knowledge that is forbidden. He is the one who calls upon spirits, who reads the stars, who dares to speak the names that should not be spoken. He is a figure of both awe and fear, someone who has chosen a path that leads away from the ordinary, from the safe and the known. His power is intellectual, abstract, a manipulation of the unseen forces that govern reality. He is both revered and reviled, a master and a monster, a symbol of the potential and the peril of human ambition. But there are also times and places where the male and female witch are seen as partners, as two halves of a whole. In these traditions, they work together, their powers complementing each other, creating a balance that is greater than the sum of its parts. They are the guardians of the old ways, the ones who keep the knowledge that has been passed down through the generations, who maintain the rituals that ensure the survival of the community, the continuity of life. They are both respected and feared, for they hold the power to shape the world, to bend fate to their will. Yet, as history has shown, this power comes at a cost. The witch hunts of Europe, the trials in Salem, the persecution of shamans and sorcerers across the world, all testify to the fear that the male and female witch can inspire. They are seen as threats to the established order, as embodiments of the chaos that lurks beneath the surface of the civilized world. And so they are hunted, tortured, burned, hanged, cast out of society, their knowledge destroyed, their names erased from memory. But they are never truly gone, for their stories remain, whispered in the dark, passed down from generation to generation. And in these stories, there is a recognition of the power that both the male and female witch represent. It is the power of the human spirit, of the desire to know, to understand, to control. It is the power of rebellion, of resistance against the forces that seek to bind and limit. It is the power of magic, of the belief that there is more to the world than what can be seen and measured, that there are forces that lie beyond the reach of reason and science, forces that can be called upon, that can be harnessed, if one only knows the way. In the end, the male and female witch are not so different. They are both symbols of the same longing, the same desire to transcend the ordinary, to touch the extraordinary. They are both embodiments of the power that lies within each of us, the power to shape our own destiny, to make our own choices, to defy the limitations that the world seeks to impose. And their stories, though they may be different in their details, in their settings, and their characters, all speak to the same truth, that there is a magic in the world, a magic that cannot be denied, a magic that lives in the hearts and minds of those who dare to dream, to question, to believe. So, as we think of the male and female witch, let us not see them as opposites, but as reflections of each other, as two sides of the same coin, as symbols of the power that lies within us all. Let us remember their stories, not just as tales of magic and mystery, but as expressions of the human spirit, of the courage to stand apart, to seek out the unknown, to embrace the power that lies within. For in their stories, we see ourselves, our hopes and fears, our strengths and weaknesses, our longing to be more than we are, to touch something greater, to find, in the darkness and the light, a place where we belong. There's a figure that lingers at the edge of the firelight, just beyond the reach of the ordinary world, a man whose presence is both mysterious and familiar. He is the male witch, the sorcerer, the shaman, the warlock. His face changes with each story, each culture, yet something about him stays the same, echoing through the corridors of time. He is not merely a man who wields magic, he is a symbol, an archetype that holds a deeper meaning. He stands as a reminder of the unknown, the forbidden, the power that lies beyond the mundane. In myths and legends, he appears as the wise old man, the seer who peers into the future with eyes clouded by wisdom and sorrow. He is the healer who knows the secrets of plants and potions, who can mend a broken bone or call down a curse with the same practiced hand. He is the trickster, weaving illusions and playing with reality, dancing on the edge of what is possible. He is the warrior who fights not just with sword and spear, but with spells and incantations, calling forth the forces of nature to aid him in battle. Each of these roles tells us something about the world, and about ourselves. The male witch is a bridge between the seen and the unseen, between what we know and what we fear to know. He represents the boundary crossers, the rule breakers, those who dare to touch the untouchable. His existence is a challenge to the status quo, a reminder that there are always things we don't understand, things we cannot control. And it is this that makes him both a figure of fear and of fascination. In the depths of the human psyche, he is the embodiment of the magician archetype, one of the primary figures identified by the psychologist Carl Jung. The magician is the seeker of knowledge, the transformer of reality. He is the one who can see the patterns behind the veil of existence, who understands the connections between all things. He is the alchemist who seeks to turn lead into gold, not just in the physical sense, but in the spiritual one as well. He is the one who knows that true power lies not in dominating the world, but in understanding it, and aligning oneself with the forces that move beneath the surface. But the male witch is also the shadow, the darker side of the magician. He is the one who uses his knowledge for selfish ends, who manipulates and deceives, who seeks power for its own sake. He is the sorcerer who makes pacts with demons, who sacrifices others for his own gain, who turns his back on the light and embraces the darkness. He is the reminder that knowledge without wisdom, power without compassion, can be a dangerous thing. He shows us the consequences of hubris, the price of trying to control what should not be controlled. And so, the male witch becomes a symbol of duality, of the light and dark within us all. He is the wise sage and the dark sorcerer, the healer and the destroyer. He is a reflection of our own potential, of the choices we make every day between knowledge and ignorance, compassion and cruelty, creation and destruction. He stands at the crossroads, offering us a choice, to use our gifts for good, or to let them consume us. Throughout history, the male witch has evolved, his image shifting with the tides of culture and belief. In ancient times, he was the shaman, the healer, the wise man who guided his people through the mysteries of life and death. He was respected, revered, his power seen as a gift from the gods, a vital part of the community. But as the world changed, so too did his image. With the rise of organized religion, he became the heretic, the blasphemer, the one who stood outside the accepted order. His knowledge, once seen as sacred, became suspect, his power a threat to the established authority. In the Middle Ages, he became the sorcerer, the one who dabbled in forbidden arts, who called upon the powers of hell to do his bidding. He was the dark figure in the woods, the one who whispered secrets to those brave or foolish enough to seek him out. He was the outcast, the scapegoat, the one upon whom society projected its fears and anxieties. And yet, even in this darkened form, he retained his allure, his mystique. For all his danger, there was something compelling about him, something that spoke to the hidden desires and forbidden dreams that lurked within the human heart. In modern times, he has taken on yet another form. He is the magician, the occultist, the seeker of hidden truths in a world that seems to have lost its sense of mystery. He is the outsider, the one who stands apart from the crowd, who follows his own path, no matter where it may lead. He is the rebel, the visionary, the one who dares to question, to challenge, to explore the unknown. He is the hacker of the spiritual world, breaking through the firewalls of conventional thought, hacking the code of the universe to find his own answers. And yet, even now, he is still the same, still the symbol of the magician, the one who seeks to understand, to transform, to transcend. He is still the reminder that there is more to life than what we can see, that there are forces and powers that lie beyond the reach of science and reason. He is still the figure who stands at the edge of the firelight, watching, waiting, inviting us to step beyond our comfort zones, to venture into the unknown, to see what lies beyond the limits of our understanding. The male witch, in all his forms, is a symbol of the human spirit, of our endless curiosity, our insatiable hunger for knowledge, our desire to push the boundaries of what is possible. He is the embodiment of our potential, our ability to change, to grow, to become more than we are. But he is also a warning, a reminder that with great power comes great responsibility, that the pursuit of knowledge can be a dangerous path, one that can lead to both enlightenment and destruction. In the end, he is a mirror, reflecting back to us our own hopes and fears, our dreams and nightmares, our light and our darkness. He is a symbol, an archetype, a story that we tell ourselves about who we are and who we could be. And like all good stories, he is both a comfort and a challenge, a light in the darkness and a shadow on the path, a reminder that the greatest magic of all is the magic of being human. In the flickering glow of a TV screen, in the pages of a well-worn book, in the shadowy corners of cinema halls, the figure of the male witch appears, enigmatic and powerful. He's there, casting spells with a smirk or brooding over ancient tomes, embodying both the allure and the terror of the unknown. We know his name, we've seen his face, sometimes he's the hero, sometimes the villain, but always he's the one who dances on the edge of magic and mystery. For centuries, male witches were almost hidden, their stories overshadowed by the more widely known tales of their female counterparts. But modern media has breathed new life into these figures, turning them into icons that capture our imagination and curiosity. Who can forget the dark, seductive charm of a warlock from a fantasy series, or the troubled, conflicted wizard who must choose between good and evil? These characters, though fictional, resonate deeply with us. They speak to something primal, something that stirs beneath the surface of our everyday lives. They are the rebels, the ones who defy societal norms and embrace the forbidden. In worlds where magic is real and tangible, they are the keepers of forbidden knowledge, the ones who dare to wield power that others fear. They are often portrayed as solitary figures, standing apart from the rest of society, shrouded in an air of mystery. Whether they are casting spells in an ancient forest or navigating the complexities of a magical school, they embody the archetype of the outsider, the one who walks his own path. Yet, there is more to these characters than just their magical prowess. They are often depicted as deeply human, struggling with their own inner demons, their own doubts and fears. We see them grapple with the consequences of their power, the weight of their choices. We watch as they struggle to find their place in a world that both needs and fears them. This complexity, this depth, is what makes them so compelling. They are not just powerful beings, they are flawed, fragile, and ultimately relatable. Take, for instance, the character of Merlin, who has appeared in countless adaptations, each time a little different, yet always the same. He is the wise old man, the mentor who guides the hero, yet he is also the trickster, the one who plays with fate, who bends the rules of reality. He is a figure of immense power, yet he is also vulnerable, haunted by his own past, his own mistakes. In his story, we see the duality of the male witch, the struggle between light and dark, between wisdom and folly. Or consider the modern-day wizards of urban fantasy, who navigate the dark underbelly of a city that is both familiar and strange. They are detectives and enforcers, guardians of a fragile peace between the mundane and the magical. They are often cynical, world-weary, burdened by the knowledge of what lurks in the shadows. Yet, they continue to fight, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, even at great personal cost. They are heroes, but not in the traditional sense. Their heroism is born not of strength or purity, but of resilience, of a refusal to give up, even when the odds are against them. In these stories, we see the male witch not just as a wielder of magic, but as a symbol of resistance, of defiance. He is the one who challenges the status quo, who questions the boundaries of what is possible. He is the one who stands up to the forces of darkness, not because he is without fear, but because he knows that some things are worth fighting for. He is the one who understands that magic is not just about power, but about responsibility, about the choices we make and the consequences we must face. These portrayals have a profound impact on our perceptions. They shape the way we see the world, the way we understand power, and the way we relate to those who are different. They challenge us to think beyond the stereotypes, to see the male witch not just as a figure of fear, but as a complex, multifaceted character. They remind us that magic, in all its forms, is not something to be feared, but something to be understood, something that can teach us about ourselves and the world around us. But these characters also hold up a mirror to society, reflecting our own fears and desires. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, they offer us a sense of control, a glimpse of what it might be like to hold power in our hands, to shape reality according to our will. They allow us to imagine a world where the impossible is possible, where magic is real and anything can happen. And in doing so, they give us hope, they inspire us to believe that we, too, can be more than we are. Yet, for all their power, they also remind us of the dangers of hubris, of the temptation to use power for selfish ends. They show us the consequences of crossing the line, of using magic without understanding its true nature. They are a cautionary tale, a reminder that with great power comes great responsibility, that the choices we make have consequences, not just for ourselves, but for those around us. And so, the male witch in popular culture becomes more than just a character, he becomes a symbol, an idea. He is the embodiment of our hopes and fears, our dreams and nightmares. He is a figure of power and mystery, but also of vulnerability and humanity. He is a reminder that magic is not just about casting spells and performing rituals, it is about understanding ourselves, our world, and our place within it. As we watch these characters on screen, as we read their stories in books, we are reminded of the power of storytelling, of the way it can shape our perceptions and beliefs. We are reminded that the male witch, like all good stories, is not just a figure of fantasy, but a reflection of who we are and who we might become. He is a testament to the power of the imagination, to our ability to see beyond the mundane, to find magic in the everyday. And in this way, he will continue to captivate, to inspire, and to challenge us, for as long as stories are told, and as long as we believe in the power of magic. In the quiet corners of a moonlit forest, a man stands with his arms outstretched to the sky. The air is thick with the scent of earth and the whisper of leaves rustling in the breeze. He murmurs words older than time, calling upon forces unseen but deeply felt. To some, he is a warlock or a wizard. To others, he is simply a man reaching for something beyond the tangible world. But to those who know, he is a witch, one who has chosen to walk a path that intertwines with the rhythms of nature, the cycles of the moon, and the ancient wisdom of his ancestors. In the heart of modern neo-paganism and Wicca, male witches have found a place to not only practice but to thrive. It's a movement that has risen like a phoenix from the ashes of centuries of misunderstanding and persecution. Here, the male witch is not an outcast or a heretic but a vital part of a growing spiritual community that seeks to reconnect with the sacredness of the earth and the divine that resides in all things. It's a path that is both ancient and new, a revival of practices that were once lost to time and suppression. For many, the role of the male witch in neo-paganism is one of balance. He is the counterpart to the female witch, embodying the masculine aspects of nature while honoring the feminine. Together, they represent the duality of existence, the yin and yang that keep the world in harmony. He may call himself a Wiccan, a druid, a heathen, or simply a witch, but at the core, his practices are rooted in the reverence for life and the respect for the unseen forces that shape our reality. In the sacred circle, he is a guardian of the elements, invoking the spirits of earth, air, fire, and water. He is a healer, using herbs and crystals to mend the body and soothe the spirit. He is a seer, gazing into the flickering flame of a candle or the reflective surface of a scrying bowl, seeking answers to questions that have no easy answers. He is a teacher, sharing the knowledge passed down through generations, helping others to find their own path in the labyrinth of life. He is many things, but most of all, he is a seeker, always searching, always learning, always growing. The rise of neo-paganism and Wicca has given male witches a space to explore their spirituality without fear of judgment or persecution. It has allowed them to step out of the shadows and into the light, to reclaim a heritage that was nearly lost. In this community, there is no shame in being called a witch, no stigma attached to the practice of magic. Here, he can be who he is, without hiding, without fear. But this acceptance did not come easily. It is the result of years of struggle, of breaking free from the chains of dogma and prejudice. It is a reclaiming of power, a declaration that magic is not the exclusive domain of any gender, but a birthright of all who seek it. The male witch of today stands on the shoulders of those who came before him, those who were silenced and suppressed, those who were burned and hanged for daring to defy the norms of their time. He is their legacy, their living proof that magic, once sparked, can never truly be extinguished. In his rituals, you can see the echoes of ancient practices, the way he honors the old gods and goddesses, the way he celebrates the turning of the seasons, the phases of the moon. He might draw a pentacle in the air, chant in a language that feels both familiar and foreign, or light a candle and watch as the smoke curls up into the night sky. These are not just acts of faith, but acts of defiance, a reminder that the spirit of the witch cannot be tamed or destroyed. And yet, for all its connection to the past, the path of the male witch is also a path of innovation and reinterpretation. He does not simply mimic the practices of those who came before, but adapts them to his own needs, his own understanding of the world. He reads the old texts, learns the old spells, but he also writes his own, crafts his own tools, creates his own traditions. He is not bound by dogma, but guided by intuition, by a sense of what feels right, what resonates deep within his soul. In this way, the male witch of neo-paganism is both a bridge and a pioneer. He honors the past, but he also forges his own path, exploring new ways of connecting with the divine, new ways of working magic. He is not afraid to question, to challenge, to change. He is not afraid to be different, to stand out, to be seen. He is not afraid to be a witch, in all its complexities and contradictions. Through his practices, he reminds us that magic is not just something that exists in books or movies, but something that is real, something that is alive. It is in the way the sun rises and sets, in the way the stars move across the sky, in the way a seed grows into a tree. It is in the love we feel, in the dreams we dream, in the hopes we hold close to our hearts. It is in every breath we take, every step we make. It is in us, all of us, if we only choose to see it, to feel it, to embrace it. The male witch of neo-paganism and Wicca is a reminder that we are all connected, that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. He is a reminder that magic is not about power or control, but about harmony, about living in balance with the world around us. He is a reminder that we are all witches, in our own way, that we all have the power to change our lives, to shape our destiny, to make magic. And so, as he stands beneath the moonlit sky, as he raises his arms and calls upon the ancient forces that swirl around him, he is not just a figure from a story or a symbol of some long-forgotten past. He is a man, like any other, searching for meaning, searching for truth, searching for a way to connect with something greater than himself. He is a witch, in the truest sense of the word, a seeker of wisdom, a keeper of mysteries, a weaver of dreams. And in his eyes, you can see the flicker of 1,000 stars, the promise of 1,000 possibilities, the magic that is within us all. In a time when the world was filled with wonders and mysteries, there lived a man named Simon Magus. His name, whispered in the shadows of history, evokes both awe and fear. He was a sorcerer, a figure who danced on the edge of belief and disbelief, a man who sought the power to bend reality to his will. As the tales of his life and exploits spread across the ancient lands, they painted him as a visionary, a trickster, and at times, a villain. Simon's life is a tapestry woven with threads of magic, spirituality, and the raw human desire for connection with the divine. Born in Gitta, a small town in Samaria, Simon grew up in a world buzzing with spiritual fervor. He was curious and hungry for knowledge, drawn to the mysteries of the universe like a moth to a flame. As he matured, he developed skills that set him apart from others. People marveled at his abilities, calling him a magician, a practitioner of powerful arts that seemed to transcend the ordinary. Simon became renowned for his mastery of the mystical, captivating audiences with feats that blurred the lines between the natural and the supernatural. His fame attracted many followers, and he began to gather a community around him, a group of seekers who were drawn to his charisma and wisdom. They saw in him a teacher, a guide who could lead them through the shadows of ignorance into the light of understanding. Simon's teachings combined elements of Gnosticism, an ancient belief system that sought to uncover hidden truths about the divine and humanity's place in the universe. He spoke of a higher knowledge, a wisdom that could free the soul from the constraints of the material world. But as his influence grew, so did the fear of those in power. Simon's teachings were revolutionary, challenging the established norms of the time. His ideas about the divine sparked curiosity and unrest among religious leaders. They viewed him as a threat, a disruptor of the social order that had existed for centuries. In their eyes, he was not just a magician, he was a male witch, a term laden with fear and suspicion. The lines were drawn, and Simon found himself embroiled in a battle for the souls of the people. As the stories of Simon Magus spread, they became intertwined with the narratives of the early Christians. To them, he was a cautionary tale, a warning against the allure of magic and the seductive pull of power. The church sought to paint Simon as a heretic, a sorcerer who misled the faithful with false promises of enlightenment. In their writings, he became a symbol of all that was dangerous and wicked, embodying the fear of male witchcraft that had been cultivated through centuries of persecution and misunderstanding. Yet, despite the efforts to discredit him, the legend of Simon persisted. Tales of his miraculous deeds and profound insights traveled far and wide. People whispered of his encounters with angels and demons, of how he could manipulate the very fabric of reality with a flick of his wrist. He was said to have performed great wonders, bringing the dead back to life, healing the sick, and even defying gravity itself. These stories stirred the hearts and minds of many, igniting a spark of hope and wonder in a world often overshadowed by fear. Simon's life serves as a mirror reflecting the complex relationship between male witches and society. His existence challenged the boundaries of belief, pushing people to confront their deepest fears and desires. He was a figure of contradictions, a magician who could heal yet deceive, a teacher who could enlighten yet mislead. In many ways, he embodied the struggles of those who dared to tread the fine line between the sacred and the profane. As the years turned into centuries, Simon Magus became a legend, a ghostly figure haunting the pages of history. He transformed from a man seeking truth and power into a symbol of everything that the emerging Christian faith sought to suppress. In the minds of early Christians, Simon became the archetype of the male witch, powerful yet dangerous, enlightened yet misguided. He represented the fears and insecurities of a society grappling with the rapid changes brought about by new ideas and beliefs. Yet, there was a heart beneath the legend, a heart that beat with the longing for connection and understanding. Simon was not just a name or a tale, he was a man searching for truth in a world filled with contradictions. His story evokes sympathy, for he was a wanderer, a seeker who dared to challenge the status quo. In his pursuit of knowledge, he became a scapegoat for a society unwilling to confront its fears. The influence of Simon Magus on early Christian perceptions of male witches cannot be overstated. He became a representation of the internal struggle between faith and doubt, between the allure of magic and the call of the divine. As his story unfolded through the ages, it highlighted the societal need to categorize and control those who dared to break from the mold. Male witches, like Simon, were seen as threats, their powers viewed with suspicion and fear. In this way, Simon's life serves as a poignant reminder of the complexities of belief and the fragile nature of human understanding. He is a testament to the power of storytelling and the impact of legends on our perceptions of ourselves and each other. The fear and fascination surrounding male witches, embodied in Simon Magus, reflect the broader human experience, a dance between light and shadow, hope and despair, understanding and misunderstanding. Through the centuries, Simon's story has endured, a powerful reminder that the quest for knowledge and truth is often fraught with peril. As we reflect on his life and the legends that arose from it, we are left with the echoes of his journey, a journey that resonates with anyone who has ever sought to understand the mysteries of existence. In the end, Simon Magus stands not only as a figure of magic and sorcery, but also as a symbol of the eternal human desire for connection, understanding, and the courage to face the unknown. In a time when medicine was still cloaked in mystery and magic, a man named Paracelsus emerged, blazing a trail that would forever change the landscape of healing and science. Born in 1493 in Switzerland, Paracelsus was not just a physician, he was an alchemist, a philosopher, and a magician. His life was a tapestry of knowledge and ambition, woven together by an insatiable thirst for understanding the world around him. People of his time often whispered about him, sometimes in admiration, often in fear, for he embodied the very essence of the male witch, someone who danced on the thin line between the miraculous and the malevolent. Paracelsus was a visionary, a man who rejected the medical teachings of his day. While others relied on ancient texts and theories that had long since lost their relevance, he sought knowledge from the natural world. He believed that nature held the key to healing and that every plant, mineral, and animal contained unique powers. His radical approach shocked the medical community, which clung to tradition as tightly as a child clings to a beloved toy. But Paracelsus saw beyond the veil of convention. He embraced alchemy not just as a means of transforming base metals into gold, but as a way to uncover the hidden truths of existence. With each passing day, his reputation grew. He traveled through Europe, sharing his findings and insights with anyone willing to listen. He was a master of his craft, often concocting remedies that seemed almost magical. He treated ailments with tinctures and potions, drawing on his understanding of astrology and the elemental forces of nature. People came to him not only for healing but also for guidance, and many left with hope in their hearts, their lives transformed by his touch. Yet, as with all those who tread the path of the unconventional, Paracelsus faced opposition. The established medical practitioners viewed him as a threat, a man who dared to challenge their authority and the very foundations of their beliefs. They labeled him a charlatan, a male witch whose practices were steeped in sorcery rather than science. But Paracelsus stood firm in his convictions, believing that true healing came from understanding the intricate dance between the body, the mind, and the cosmos. In the eyes of the public, Paracelsus became a complex figure, a healer revered by some and reviled by others. His life was marked by controversy, but it was also filled with moments of profound connection and humanity. He had an uncanny ability to relate to his patients, treating them not just as bodies but as souls. He listened to their stories, understood their fears, and offered solace in times of despair. His healing was not merely physical, it was a holistic approach that embraced the emotional and spiritual aspects of well-being. Paracelsus's teachings were rich and multifaceted, often blending elements of magic, astrology, and the healing arts. He spoke of the archeus, a life force present in all living things, guiding the process of healing. To him, the body was a microcosm of the universe, and understanding its workings required a deep connection to the greater whole. This belief set him apart from others, as he sought not just to treat symptoms, but to understand the underlying causes of illness. Despite his gifts, the world often viewed Paracelsus with suspicion. The term male witch hung over him like a dark cloud, a label that evoked fear and misunderstanding. He was seen as a man who wielded powers that defied the natural order. His alchemical practices and mystical beliefs were deemed dangerous, a threat to the very fabric of society. As he gained notoriety, so did the whispers of his supposed connections to dark forces and witchcraft. But those who knew him understood that Paracelsus was not a sorcerer seeking power for its own sake. He was a seeker of truth, a man whose heart beat with compassion for those in pain. His contributions to medicine were groundbreaking, laying the foundations for future generations of healers and scientists. He championed the idea that the body and mind are intertwined, a belief that resonates even in modern medicine today. His approach to medicine emphasized the importance of observation and experience, urging others to learn from the world around them rather than relying solely on ancient texts. Throughout his life, Paracelsus's legacy grew, becoming a beacon of hope for those who sought knowledge beyond the constraints of convention. He inspired countless individuals to look deeper into the mysteries of existence, urging them to embrace the unknown and seek answers within themselves. His teachings spread far and wide, influencing not only medicine but also the realms of philosophy and spirituality. Yet, the shadows of his life loomed large. As he neared the end of his life, the weight of the world bore down on him. He faced betrayal, loss, and the haunting knowledge that he would never be fully accepted by those who clung to their fears. But in his heart, Paracelsus knew that he had touched lives in ways that transcended the labels others had placed upon him. He had given hope to the hopeless, healing to the wounded, and knowledge to the seekers. His story became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that the search for truth often comes at a great cost. Even after his death in 1541, the legend of Paracelsus continued to grow. He became a symbol of the struggle between science and superstition, a figure who defied the norms of his time and dared to chase the mysteries of the universe. The whispers of his life, the tales of his magical remedies and teachings, reverberated through the ages, influencing generations of thinkers and healers. In the end, Paracelsus remains a complex figure, a male witch in the eyes of some, a revered healer in the hearts of many. His life is a reminder of the delicate balance between fear and understanding, the eternal struggle between tradition and innovation. He was a man who sought to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, a healer who dared to embrace the magic of the world around him. And through his legacy, we are reminded that the quest for knowledge and healing is a journey worth taking, no matter the obstacles that lie ahead. A man stands at the crossroads of desire and damnation, haunted by the echoes of a choice that cannot be undone. His name is Faust, and his story is one that has resonated through centuries, capturing the human struggle between ambition and the soul. Faust is not just a character from old tales, he is the embodiment of the eternal yearning for knowledge, power, and transcendence, no matter the cost. His legend has woven itself into the very fabric of literature and folklore, a cautionary tale that warns of the perils of forsaking the soul for the fleeting glimmers of earthly gain. The origins of Faust stretch back to the 16th century, rooted in the life of a real man, Johann Georg Faust, a scholar and alchemist whose reputation for sorcery spread far and wide. He was a man of immense talent, versed in the arcane arts, astrology, and magic, but he was also reckless and unrepentant, infamous for his blasphemous experiments and his audacious defiance of the divine. It is said that Faust, dissatisfied with the limitations of human knowledge, made a pact with the devil, exchanging his soul for boundless wisdom and power. This bargain, forged in the shadow of midnight and sealed with the ink of despair, would become the foundation of a myth that continues to echo through time. The tale of Faust is not merely a story of a man who sought too much. It is a reflection of the fears and aspirations of an entire era. During the Renaissance, the world was caught between the old and the new, between faith and reason. Science was emerging from the chrysalis of superstition, and the thirst for knowledge was insatiable. Yet, with this newfound curiosity came a fear that humanity, in its hubris, might overreach, that the pursuit of forbidden knowledge could lead to ruin. Faust, the scholar who dared to ask for too much, became a symbol of this fear, a warning etched in the collective consciousness of the time. Over the years, the legend of Faust evolved, shaped by the hands and hearts of those who retold it. One of the earliest and most influential adaptations was the anonymous Historia von D. Johann Fossen, published in 1587. This chapbook painted Faust as a tragic figure, a man who, despite his unparalleled intellect, fell victim to his own desires. It was a story steeped in moral lessons, a dire warning against the dangers of pride and the temptation of dark powers. But it was also a story of despair, for in Faust's eyes, one could see the reflection of every person who had ever yearned for more than the world could offer. The tale of Faust reached its literary zenith with the works of Christopher Marlowe and Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, written in the early 17th century, turned the legend into a gripping tragedy. His Faust is a man torn between the angels and demons of his own conscience, a soul who, in his relentless pursuit of knowledge and pleasure, ultimately finds himself ensnared by the very forces he sought to command. Marlowe's portrayal of Faust's final moments, as he faces the looming abyss of eternal damnation, is one of the most harrowing scenes in English literature, a stark reminder of the price of ambition unchecked by wisdom. Goethe's Faust, written over a century later, transformed the legend into something even more profound. His Faust is a man of immense complexity, a seeker whose quest for meaning leads him to the brink of destruction and back again. Goethe's work delves into the very nature of humanity, exploring themes of love, redemption, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. In Goethe's hands, Faust becomes not just a cautionary figure but a symbol of the human condition itself, a being forever striving, forever yearning, caught between the shadows of despair and the light of hope. Throughout these adaptations, the figure of Faust has remained a powerful symbol in literature and folklore, his story told and retold in countless variations. He is the male witch par excellence, a man who, in his pursuit of forbidden knowledge, becomes entangled with forces far beyond his control. He is the scholar who bargains with demons, the magician who seeks to bend the universe to his will, only to find himself crushed under the weight of his own desires. The influence of the Faust legend extends far beyond the realms of literature. It has become a part of our cultural lexicon, a reference point for the dangers of overreaching ambition and the seductive allure of power. The phrase Faustian bargain is now used to describe any deal in which a person sacrifices something of profound value in exchange for fleeting gains. It is a concept that resonates in everything from political discourse to personal decisions, a reminder that there are some prices too high to pay, some desires too dangerous to pursue. In folklore, the figure of Faust has taken on various forms, becoming a cautionary tale in different cultures and contexts. He is the man who sold his soul, the scholar who dared to summon the devil, the alchemist who sought to turn lead into gold but found only ashes in his hands. His story has been told around campfires and in hushed whispers, a reminder of the thin line between wisdom and folly, between the light of reason and the darkness of madness. And yet, there is something undeniably human about Faust's story, something that speaks to the very core of our being. For who among us has not felt the pull of forbidden knowledge, the urge to push beyond the boundaries of what is known and safe? Who has not, at some point, been tempted to make a choice that, though dangerous, promises to fulfill our deepest desires? Faust's tragedy is, in many ways, our own, a reflection of the endless dance between our aspirations and our limitations, our dreams and our fears. As the legend of Faust continues to evolve, it remains as relevant today as it was centuries ago. In a world that is constantly pushing the boundaries of knowledge and technology, the story of the man who made a deal with the devil serves as a poignant reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. It is a tale that reminds us that in our quest for greatness, we must always be mindful of the cost, lest we, like Faust, find ourselves standing at the crossroads, staring into the abyss, with nothing but regret to keep us company. In the end, the legend of Faust is more than just a story of a male witch. It is a mirror held up to humanity, reflecting our deepest fears and our highest hopes. It is a story that asks us to consider what we are willing to sacrifice in the pursuit of our dreams and whether, in the end, it is truly worth the price. In the flickering light of 18th century Europe, a shadowy figure moved through the opulent courts and bustling cities, leaving behind a trail of wonder, intrigue, and fear. His name was Count Alessandro di Cagliostro, a man cloaked in mystery and enigma, whose very existence seemed to blur the line between reality and myth. To some, he was a brilliant alchemist, a healer, a man who possessed secrets that transcended the ordinary. To others, he was a charlatan, a fraud, a sinister sorcerer who wielded dark powers for his own gain. Yet, despite the contradictions and controversies that surrounded him, Cagliostro's story continues to captivate, evoking a strange sense of awe and unease even centuries after his time. Born as Giuseppe Balsamo in 1743 in Palermo, Sicily, the man who would become Cagliostro started his life far from the grand halls of nobility he would later frequent. His early years were marked by poverty and hardship, and it was said that even as a child, he exhibited an insatiable curiosity and a restless spirit that could not be tamed. But it wasn't until he began his studies in medicine and alchemy that his life took on the air of legend. It was as if he had tapped into something beyond the mundane, something that propelled him on a path that would lead him to the heart of European society, and eventually, to infamy. The transformation from Giuseppe Balsamo to Count Cagliostro was not just a change of name, it was the birth of a persona that seemed almost supernatural. He crafted an identity that was as captivating as it was elusive, a man who claimed to have traveled the world, from the deserts of Egypt to the hidden monasteries of Tibet, gathering ancient wisdom and secret knowledge along the way. He spoke of immortality, of elixirs that could cure any ailment, of alchemical processes that could transmute base metals into gold. Wherever he went, he left people awestruck and bewildered, questioning the very nature of reality. To the common people, he was a figure of hope and wonder. They flocked to him, desperate for cures to their ailments, for glimpses of the arcane. His reputation as a healer spread like wildfire, and there were countless tales of miraculous recoveries, of blind men who could see again, of the lame who could walk. His followers believed that he possessed the power to communicate with angels, to summon spirits, and to manipulate the very forces of nature. For them, Cagliostro was not just a man, he was a beacon of light in a world overshadowed by suffering and despair. But to the authorities and the elite, he was a threat, a dangerous outsider who wielded influence that could not be controlled. They whispered of his involvement in secret societies, of his ties to the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians. They accused him of using his powers for deception and manipulation, of exploiting the gullible for his own gain. Rumors swirled that he had sold his soul to the devil, that his alchemical experiments were nothing more than dark rituals aimed at harnessing forbidden forces. The very aura of mystery that made him so compelling to the masses also made him a target of suspicion and fear. One of the most infamous incidents associated with Cagliostro was his alleged involvement in the affair of the diamond necklace, a scandal that rocked the French monarchy and helped pave the way for the revolution that would soon engulf the nation. Although his exact role in the affair remains unclear, the accusations were enough to land him in the Bastille, the notorious Parisian prison. The charges against him were as convoluted as his own life story: fraud, sorcery, conspiracy. His imprisonment was a dramatic fall from grace, but even then, he refused to be broken. He continued to proclaim his innocence, to assert that he was the victim of a grand conspiracy. After his release, Cagliostro's life became a series of exiles and arrests as he moved from country to country, always pursued by the shadow of his past. His final years were spent in Rome, where he was arrested by the Inquisition on charges of heresy and witchcraft. The trial was a spectacle, a public unraveling of the enigma that had confounded Europe for so long. In the end, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, condemned not just for his alleged crimes, but for the very essence of who he was, a man who dared to step beyond the boundaries of the known, who sought to grasp the ungraspable. Yet, even in the dark solitude of his prison cell, Cagliostro remained a figure of fascination and fear. His captors spoke of his unbroken spirit, of his refusal to recant his claims. It was as if he believed, even in the face of death, that he had touched something eternal, something that could not be silenced by chains or walls. He died in 1795, but his legend lived on, growing in the shadows like a forbidden fruit that no one could resist. In the Enlightenment era, a time of reason and skepticism, Cagliostro stood as a paradox, a man who embodied the very contradictions of the age. He was a symbol of the tension between science and superstition, between the rational mind and the irrational heart. For every person who dismissed him as a charlatan, there was another who believed he was a true magus, a master of hidden arts who had glimpsed the mysteries of the universe. The legacy of Count Cagliostro is a testament to the enduring power of myth, to the human need to believe in something beyond the ordinary. He was a male witch in the truest sense of the word, not because he wielded a wand or cast spells, but because he embodied the archetype of the outsider, the seeker, the one who walks the shadowy paths between worlds. He challenged the accepted order, questioned the limits of human potential, and dared to dream of a reality that transcended the mundane. Even now, his story resonates, not just as a cautionary tale but as a reminder of the mysterious, the unknown, the magical that still lingers at the edges of our understanding. In the end, Cagliostro was not just a man, he was a symbol, a reflection of the fears and hopes that lie within us all. His life, filled with contradictions and complexities, continues to evoke wonder and intrigue, inviting us to look beyond the surface, to question, to seek, to believe that, perhaps, there is more to this world than meets the eye. The winter winds howled through the streets of St. Petersburg as a figure clad in dark, tattered robes made his way through the snow. His long, unkempt hair and piercing eyes gave him an almost spectral appearance, a man who seemed to belong more to the shadows than to the world of the living. His name was Grigory Rasputin, and he was more than just a man, he was a legend, a living enigma whose mere presence sent shivers down the spine of those who encountered him. To some, he was a holy healer, a man blessed with the power to commune with God. To others, he was the devil incarnate, a sorcerer who wielded dark magic and held the Russian Empire in his thrall. The tale of Rasputin is not just a story, it is a dark, haunting melody that echoes through the corridors of history, a reminder of the thin line between faith and fear, between miracle and madness. Born in 1869 in the remote Siberian village of Pokrovskoye, Rasputin's early life gave little hint of the storm that would one day engulf him. He was the son of peasant farmers, a child of the rugged, unforgiving landscape that shaped the hard lives of those who lived there. Yet, even as a young boy, there was something different about Grigory. Stories spread of his strange, almost mystical abilities, his uncanny way with animals, his unsettlingly accurate predictions, his eyes that seemed to see straight through a person's soul. The villagers whispered that he had been touched by God, or perhaps by something darker. As he grew older, Rasputin's reputation as a mystic and healer only grew. He left his village and wandered across Russia, visiting monasteries and seeking out holy men. But he was no ordinary pilgrim. He was driven by an insatiable hunger for the divine, a desire to touch the very essence of the sacred. He adopted the life of a wandering monk, but his methods were anything but orthodox. He believed that to truly repent, one must first sin. His strange rituals and wild, unbridled energy drew both followers and enemies, those who saw in him either a saint or a heretic. It was this magnetic, almost hypnotic presence that eventually brought Rasputin to the heart of the Russian Empire. In the glittering palaces of St. Petersburg, he found himself in the presence of Tsar Nicholas II and his wife, the Empress Alexandra. Their son, the young Tsarevich Alexei, suffered from hemophilia, a condition that left him weak and vulnerable. Desperate to save her child, Alexandra turned to Rasputin, who claimed he could heal the boy through prayer. Miraculously, whenever Rasputin was near, Alexei seemed to recover. To the Empress, he was a savior, a man sent by God to protect her family. But to others in the court, Rasputin was a charlatan, a manipulator who used his influence over the royal family for his own gain. The rumors and scandals surrounding Rasputin multiplied. They spoke of his wild, drunken orgies, of his influence over government affairs, of his whispered prophecies that foretold the fate of the empire. Some said he was a hypnotist, a man who could bend the will of others with a mere glance. Others believed he was a witch, a malevolent force who had cast a spell over the royal family, leading them to ruin. The nobles and politicians of Russia were terrified of him, not just because of his power, but because they could not understand it. He was an outsider, a man who seemed to defy all logic and reason, a figure who hovered on the edge of the supernatural. As the First World War raged on and the Russian people suffered, Rasputin became a symbol of all that was wrong with the empire. The more influence he gained over the Tsar and Tsarina, the more people whispered of his dark powers. He was blamed for the military defeats, for the economic hardship, for the suffering of the people. He became a scapegoat, a lightning rod for all the anger and fear that gripped the nation. The nobles and generals conspired to kill him, believing that only his death could save Russia from destruction. The night of his murder is as shrouded in myth as the man himself. It is said that Rasputin was lured to a nobleman's palace, where he was given cyanide-laced wine and cakes. When the poison seemed to have no effect, his assassins shot him multiple times, but still he did not die. They beat him, they stabbed him, they bound him in chains and threw him into the freezing Neva River. When his body was finally recovered, they found water in his lungs. He had died, not from the poison, the bullets, or the beating, but from drowning. Even in death, Rasputin seemed to defy explanation, his end as mysterious and terrifying as his life. But death was not the end of Rasputin's story. His name became a byword for dark, forbidden power, a symbol of corruption and evil. The tales of his life and death spread far beyond Russia, capturing the imagination of people across the world. In the chaotic years that followed, as the Russian Empire crumbled and the revolution swept away the old order, Rasputin became a figure of legend, a dark sorcerer whose shadow loomed over the land. For decades, his story has been told and retold, in books, in films, and whispered tales by firelight. He has been cast as a mad monk, a devil, a man possessed by dark forces. His very name evokes images of a world gone mad, of a time when the lines between the natural and the supernatural blurred, when faith and fear became one and the same. He has been blamed for the fall of the Romanovs, for the descent of Russia into chaos, for the suffering of millions. But the truth is more complex, more human. Rasputin was a man, flawed and fallible, caught up in forces far beyond his control. He was a healer who truly believed in his ability to save, a mystic who sought to touch the divine, a man who, for all his sins and excesses, never lost his faith in his own power. But he was also a victim of his own myth, a man whose life became a symbol, whose death became a story told to scare children and adults alike. In the end, Rasputin's legacy is not just the story of a single man, but a reflection of the fears and hopes of an entire nation, a mirror held up to the darkness and light that exist within us all. His tale is one of tragedy and mystery, of faith and fear, a haunting reminder of the power of belief and of the danger that lies in the shadows of the human soul. The air is heavy with the scent of burning sage, and the soft, rhythmic sound of a drum reverberates through the dimly lit room. Around a circle of flickering candles, a group of people sit in silence, eyes closed, each lost in their own private communion with something greater than themselves. Among them, a man with a quiet, powerful presence raises his hands, calling upon ancient forces with a voice filled with reverence. He is not a priest in the traditional sense, nor a figure of the distant past. He is a modern male witch, embodying a role that defies stereotypes and transcends boundaries, a symbol of a new kind of spirituality that is both deeply rooted in tradition and boldly evolving in the present. In the world of contemporary witchcraft and paganism, male witches have carved out a place of their own, challenging old misconceptions and reclaiming a legacy that has long been misunderstood. For centuries, the image of the witch was almost exclusively female, often depicted as a hag or a seductress, feared and reviled in equal measure. But there have always been men who walked the path of the witch, who embraced the mystical and the magical, who found power and meaning in the old ways. Today, they stand at the forefront of a movement that seeks to honor the past while embracing the possibilities of the future. These modern male witches come from all walks of life: teachers, artists, doctors, craftsmen, each bringing their own unique experiences and perspectives to the craft. They are fathers, brothers, sons, lovers, each with a story to tell, each with a reason for walking this path. For some, it is a calling, an inner voice that could not be ignored. For others, it is a way to connect with something larger than themselves, to find a sense of peace and purpose in a world that often feels chaotic and unkind. And for many, it is a way to reclaim a sense of masculinity that is not defined by aggression or dominance, but by compassion, wisdom, and a deep respect for the earth and all its creatures. The practices of these male witches are as diverse as the men themselves. Some follow the teachings of Wicca, a modern pagan tradition that emphasizes the worship of the goddess and the god, the cycles of the moon, and the turning of the seasons. They cast circles, perform rituals, and honor the elements of earth, air, fire, and water. They seek to live in harmony with the natural world, to understand the rhythms of life and death, growth and decay, light and darkness. For them, witchcraft is a way of life, a spiritual practice that permeates every aspect of their being. Others draw from a wide range of sources, blending traditions from different cultures and time periods to create a practice that is uniquely their own. They may incorporate elements of shamanism, working with spirit guides and animal totems. They may study the lore of the Norse gods, calling upon Odin and Thor for strength and guidance. They may work with herbs and crystals, crafting potions and talismans to heal the body and protect the soul. They may delve into the mysteries of alchemy, seeking to transform not just the base metals of the physical world, but the base elements of their own hearts and minds. But beyond the rituals and the spells, the symbols and the tools, there is a deeper purpose that unites all these men, the desire to connect, to heal, to transform. They seek to mend the broken bonds between humanity and nature, between men and women, between the mind and the heart. They know that true magic is not about power over others, but about power within oneself, the power to change, to grow, to love, to forgive. They understand that being a witch is not about escaping the world, but about engaging with it fully, with all its beauty and all its pain. In the communities that they have built, these male witches find a place where they can be themselves, where they can share their stories and their struggles without fear of judgment. They gather in covens and groves, in circles and hearths, to celebrate the festivals of the year, to honor the gods and goddesses of old, to support each other in times of joy and sorrow. They teach and they learn, they lead and they follow, they give and they receive. They know that they are part of something larger than themselves, a web of life that stretches back to the dawn of time and forward into the unknown future. And in this sacred space, they are not alone. They are joined by women who walk the same path, by children who look up to them with wonder and respect, by elders who pass down the wisdom of the ages. Together, they are creating a new kind of community, one that is based not on hierarchy or dogma, but on mutual respect and shared vision. They know that the world is changing, that old ways of being are falling away, and that new ways are being born. And they are not afraid. For the modern male witch, the craft is not just a set of beliefs or practices, it is a way of being in the world. It is a commitment to living with integrity and authenticity, to speaking one's truth and standing up for what is right. It is a willingness to face the shadows within oneself, to confront the fears and the doubts that lurk in the darkness, to transform them into sources of strength and wisdom. It is a path of courage and compassion, of love and of loss, of joy and of sorrow. And as they walk this path, these men are helping to change the way the world sees witchcraft and the way the world sees men. They are challenging the old stereotypes, the narrow definitions of masculinity that have caused so much pain and suffering. They are showing that a man can be strong and gentle, wise and humble, powerful and kind. They are proving that witchcraft is not about gender, but about spirit, not about separation, but about connection. In their circles and their rituals, their words and their deeds, they are weaving a new story, one that honors the past but is not bound by it, one that embraces the present with all its complexity and contradiction, and one that looks to the future with hope and with love. For they know that the true magic is not in the spells they cast or the rituals they perform, but in the lives they live and the love they give. And so they stand, not as figures of fear or suspicion, but as beacons of light in a world that so often feels dark and divided. They are the modern male witches, and their story is still being written, one act of kindness, one moment of courage, one breath of life at a time. He stood at the edge of the forest, eyes closed, breathing in the cool night air. The world was quiet, but within him there was a storm. Whispers of self-doubt, echoes of ridicule, the weight of centuries of misunderstanding, all these swirled within his mind like leaves caught in a gust of wind. And yet, here he was, a man who dared to walk the path of the witch, to embrace what society often feared and rejected. This was not just a spiritual journey, it was a psychological one, a profound exploration of the self, of identity, of what it means to be human in a world that so often tries to fit us into tidy boxes. The psychological and sociological interpretations of male witchcraft tell a story of rebellion, of resilience, of the eternal quest for meaning. Throughout history, men who identified as witches were often seen as outsiders, as those who dared to defy the norms of masculinity. They weren't the warriors or the rulers, the builders or the conquerors. They were the healers, the seers, the ones who listened to the voices of the earth, the wind, and the stars. And for this, they were feared, ridiculed, and persecuted. Modern psychology offers a lens through which we can understand this phenomenon. To be a male witch is to embody a contradiction in a society that still, in many ways, struggles with rigid definitions of gender roles. It is to embrace a path that values intuition over logic, the invisible over the visible, the spiritual over the material. It is to challenge the very foundation of what it means to be a man in a world that often equates masculinity with dominance, aggression, and control. For many male witches, their craft is a form of resistance, a way to reclaim parts of themselves that have been denied or suppressed. It is a journey into the depths of their own psyche, a confrontation with their own shadows, their fears, their desires. Carl Jung, the renowned Swiss psychologist, spoke of the importance of integrating the anima, the feminine aspect of the male psyche. Male witches, in many ways, are engaged in this very process. They are not just practicing magic, they are healing the split within themselves, embracing the parts of themselves that society has taught them to reject. Sociologically, male witchcraft can be seen as a countercultural movement, a rejection of the mainstream values that prioritize power, wealth, and status. It is a return to something older, something deeper, something that transcends the limitations of modern life. In this way, male witches are not just healers of individuals, they are healers of society. They remind us that there are other ways to be, other ways to live, other ways to find meaning in a world that can often feel empty and cold. But this path is not without its challenges. The male witch must navigate a world that is often hostile to his existence. He must confront not only the external judgments and misconceptions, but also his own internalized fears and doubts. He must find the courage to be true to himself, even when it would be easier to conform, to hide, to pretend to be something he is not. And this is where the true magic lies, in the act of self-acceptance, and the courage to be fully, unapologetically oneself. The work of male witches, then, is as much psychological as it is magical. It is the work of transformation, not just of the external world, but of the inner world as well. It is the work of healing, not just of the body, but of the soul. It is the work of reclaiming a sense of wholeness, of integrating the disparate parts of oneself into a unified whole. And this is no small feat. It requires a willingness to face the darkness within, to confront the demons that lurk in the shadows of the mind, to embrace the parts of oneself that are broken and wounded, and to love them back into wholeness. In this sense, the male witch is a wounded healer, one who has walked through the fire of his own suffering and emerged transformed. He is a symbol of hope, of resilience, of the human capacity for growth and change. He is a reminder that we are all more than the roles we are assigned, more than the labels we are given, more than the expectations that are placed upon us. He is a living testament to the power of the human spirit, to the magic that resides within each of us, waiting to be awakened. Modern scholarly views on male witchcraft recognize this complexity. They understand that the figure of the male witch is not just a relic of the past, but a vital, living archetype that continues to resonate in the present. They see him not as a figure of fear or suspicion, but as a symbol of the human capacity for transformation, for healing, for embracing the fullness of who we are. They recognize that his story is not just the story of a few individuals, but the story of all of us, of our shared struggle to find meaning and purpose in a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain. In the end, the psychological and sociological interpretations of male witchcraft tell us something profound about the human condition. They remind us that we are all searching for something, that we are all trying to make sense of our lives, that we are all, in our own way, walking the path of the witch. We are all trying to heal the wounds of the past, to confront the fears of the present, to create a future that is more compassionate, more just, more loving. And this, perhaps, is the true magic of the male witch, the ability to show us that there is another way, a way that honors the complexity and the beauty of what it means to be human. So, as he stands at the edge of the forest, the male witch is not alone. He is joined by all of us who have ever felt different, who have ever felt misunderstood, who have ever struggled to be true to ourselves in a world that often demands conformity. He is a beacon of light in the darkness, a reminder that we are all capable of transformation, that we are all, in our own way, magical. And in this, there is hope, there is healing, there is the promise of a future that is more whole, more connected, more alive. He stood barefoot on the grass, feeling the energy of the earth surge through him like a pulse of life. The moon hung above, full and bright, casting a silver glow on the circle of stones around him. He raised his hands, not in an act of power, but in one of surrender, of connection. He was a male witch in the modern world, a bridge between ancient wisdom and new age spirituality, seeking the same truths that countless others had sought before him: peace, purpose, and a deeper understanding of the universe and his place within it. Male witches in New Age movements are often seen as guides, as those who walk between worlds, blending the mystical with the everyday. They are the ones who speak of energy and chakras, of crystals and spirit guides, of the divine masculine and feminine within us all. They have taken the old traditions of witchcraft and woven them into the fabric of modern spirituality, creating something new, something that speaks to the needs and longings of the contemporary soul. In New Age circles, male witches are not outcasts or heretics. They are teachers, healers, and visionaries. They speak of a world where spirituality is not confined to the sacred spaces of churches or temples, but is present in every breath, in every heartbeat, in every moment. They challenge the rigid structures of traditional religion, offering instead a path of personal empowerment, of direct experience of the divine. They draw from many sources: the wisdom of the East, the mysticism of the West, the teachings of indigenous cultures, and the insights of modern psychology. They speak of oneness, of interconnectedness, of a universe that is alive, conscious, and responsive. They teach that we are all creators, that our thoughts and intentions shape the reality we experience, that we are not separate from the world around us, but are part of its living, breathing essence. And yet, Being a male witch in the New Age movement is not always easy. There are still those who look upon witchcraft with suspicion, who see it as something dark, something dangerous. There are those who cannot reconcile the image of the witch with that of the man, who struggle to understand how one can be both. But the male witches of the New Age are undeterred. They know that their path is not one of darkness, but of light, of healing, of transformation. They gather in circles, under the stars, in yoga studios, and community centers. They meditate, they chant, they drum. They call upon the elements, the spirits, the ancestors. They cast spells, not to control or to harm, but to heal, to protect, to manifest a better world. They work with herbs and oils, with crystals and incense, with the power of their own minds and hearts. They seek to align themselves with the flow of the universe, to live in harmony with the earth and with each other. In these circles, the old stereotypes fall away. The male witch is not a figure of fear, but of compassion, of wisdom. He is the one who listens, who holds space, who offers guidance without judgment. He is the one who reminds us that we are all on a journey, that we are all seeking the same things: love, understanding, connection. He is the one who shows us that magic is not something strange or otherworldly, but something that lives within each of us, something that we can all tap into, if only we have the courage to believe. In New Age spirituality, the role of the male witch is to help us remember that we are all connected, that we are all part of a greater whole. He teaches us to honor the earth, to respect its cycles, to live in harmony with its rhythms. He reminds us that we are not separate from nature, but a part of it, that the same energy that flows through the trees, the rivers, and the mountains flows through us as well. He helps us to see the sacred in the ordinary, to find the divine in ourselves and in each other. But he is also a warrior, a protector of the earth and its creatures. He stands against the forces of destruction, of greed, of ignorance. He speaks out for the voiceless, for the animals, for the trees, for the rivers. He knows that true spirituality is not just about personal enlightenment, but about collective responsibility, about creating a world that is just and sustainable, a world where all beings can thrive. And so, he walks his path, sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of others, always guided by the same light, the same call. He is a seeker, a healer, a teacher. He is a son of the earth, a brother to the stars. He is a male witch in the New Age, a living embodiment of the power and the beauty of the human spirit. His influence is felt in many places, in meditation groups and healing circles, in books and workshops, in the quiet moments of reflection and the vibrant gatherings of community. He is helping to shape a new understanding of what it means to be spiritual, of what it means to be human. He is showing us that we are all witches, all magicians, all creators of our own reality. He is reminding us that the power to change the world lies not in some distant, mythical place, but within ourselves, in our hearts, in our minds, in our hands. And in this, there is hope. For if the male witch can find his place in the New Age, if he can stand in his truth, in his power, in his love, then so can we all. We can all be the healers, the teachers, the protectors that the world so desperately needs. We can all be the ones who listen, who hold space, who offer guidance without judgment. We can all be the ones who see the sacred in the ordinary, who find the divine in ourselves and in each other. We can all be the ones who create a world that is more just, more compassionate, more beautiful. We can all be the ones who remember that we are not separate, but one, that we are not powerless, but powerful, that we are not alone, but connected, now and always, to the earth, to the stars, to each other. The night sky is filled with stars, yet one stands alone, shining brighter than the rest. He walks through shadows, a figure both familiar and unknown, wrapped in the mystique of magic and mystery. He is the male witch in fiction and media, a character who challenges our understanding of power and vulnerability, a symbol of the unseen forces that shape our lives. In the pages of novels, on the screens of our televisions, and in the darkened theaters of the world, male witches come to life, each with their own story to tell. They are wizards and warlocks, conjurers and magicians, but they are also more than their titles. They are flawed and broken, strong and kind, haunted and heroic. They are reflections of the fears and hopes that dwell within us all. Think of the boy who survived, with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, who faced the darkest wizard of his time. Harry Potter is a name known to millions, a story that captured the hearts of young and old alike. He was not just a wizard, but a symbol of resilience, of the triumph of love over hatred. His journey was not just about mastering spells or winning battles, it was about finding his place in a world that seemed determined to break him. Through his eyes, we saw the struggles of growing up, the pain of loss, the courage it takes to stand up to evil. He taught us that magic is not just about wands and potions, but about the strength that lies within. And then there is the older, graver figure of Gandalf, the gray wizard who became white, who guided a fellowship through perils beyond imagining. He was wisdom and strength, a light in the darkness, yet even he was not invincible. His struggle against the Balrog, his fall and resurrection, showed us that even the mightiest can be tested, that even the wisest can fall. Gandalf was more than a wizard, he was a guide, a mentor, a symbol of hope when all seemed lost. He reminded us that true power is not in dominating others, but in the quiet, steadfast endurance that refuses to yield to despair. In the world of television, characters like the charmed one's Whitelighter, Leo, and the enigmatic John Constantine bring their own flavors of male witchcraft to life. Leo, with his gentle, healing touch, was the embodiment of protection and care. He was not a warrior, but a guardian, one who stood by his charges with unwavering loyalty. Constantine, on the other hand, is the rogue, the anti-hero, a man who walks the line between light and dark. His magic is raw, dangerous, his life a testament to the toll that such power can take. Yet, beneath the sarcasm and cynicism, there is a heart that cares, a soul that longs for redemption. He shows us that even the most flawed among us can be heroes, that even the damned can find their way to the light. But these characters are more than just entertainment. They shape our perceptions, our understanding of what it means to be a witch, to wield power, to fight the battles that no one else can see. They challenge the old stereotypes, the fears that have haunted humanity for centuries. They show us that witches, whether male or female, are not villains or monsters, but beings who struggle with the same questions, the same doubts, the same longing for belonging that we all do. In literature, male witches take on many forms. They are the tormented protagonists of Gothic tales, like Victor Frankenstein, who dared to play God and paid the price. They are the tragic heroes of Shakespearean dramas, like Prospero, who used his magic to right the wrongs done to him, but at a cost to his own soul. They are the complex, conflicted figures of modern fantasy, like Kvothe from the Kingkiller Chronicle, whose genius and talent are both a blessing and a curse. These characters do more than entertain. They invite us to look within, to question our own relationship with power, with fear, with the unknown. They show us that magic is not just about spells or supernatural abilities, but about the choices we make, the ways we use the gifts we are given. They remind us that true magic lies in the heart, and the courage to face our own darkness, to fight for what we believe in, even when the odds are against us. In modern media, the male witch is no longer confined to the shadows. He is a hero, a mentor, a symbol of hope and transformation. He is the one who stands against the darkness, not with brute strength, but with wisdom, with compassion, with a willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. He is the one who shows us that power is not about control, but about responsibility, about the choices we make and the paths we walk. And so, as we watch these stories unfold, as we read these tales of magic and mystery, we are invited to see ourselves in these characters. We are invited to embrace our own power, our own potential for change. We are reminded that we are all witches in our own way, all capable of creating magic, of transforming our lives and the world around us. For in the end, the male witch is not just a character in a story. He is a mirror, a reflection of our own fears and dreams, our own struggles and triumphs. He is a reminder that we are all more than we seem, that we all have the power to change, to heal, to create. He is the one who shows us that magic is real, not just in the world of fiction, but in the world we live in the choices we make, in the love we give, in the light we carry within us all. A faint flicker of light pierces through the dark ages, a flame that refuses to be extinguished. It is the legacy of male witches, woven through time like an unbroken thread. From ancient mythologies to modern stories, they have existed on the fringes of society, misunderstood and feared, yet strangely compelling. Their presence is a testament to humanity's fascination with the unknown, with the power that defies explanation, and with the figures who stand at the crossroads between the mundane and the mystical. In the shadows of history, these men were more than just sorcerers or conjurers. They were healers and sages, visionaries who dared to tap into the hidden forces of the universe. They lived in a world that was often hostile to their gifts, where fear of the supernatural could lead to persecution, to flames, to death. And yet, their stories persisted. They were the alchemists who sought to turn lead into gold, not just in a physical sense, but in a spiritual one. They were the wise men who could see beyond the veil of reality, who understood that there is more to life than what meets the eye. As time marched on, the image of the male witch transformed. He became a symbol of rebellion, of standing against the rigid structures of society. In the Renaissance, he was the learned man, blending science and magic, pushing the boundaries of knowledge. Figures like Paracelsus and Agrippa challenged the world's understanding of medicine and the occult, merging the two in a quest for deeper truths. They were men of reason and mysticism, embodying the struggle between faith and science, between the seen and the unseen. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, cast a harsh light on the supernatural. But even then, the male witch did not fade. He became the enigmatic figure, the mysterious Count Cagliostro who captivated courts across Europe, the charlatan or the true magician, depending on whom you asked. He was a man who walked the line between genius and madness, whose life was a blend of myth and reality. Cagliostro's legacy, like that of many male witches, was one of contradiction, of being both revered and reviled, celebrated and condemned. And then there was Rasputin, the mad monk of Russia. A man whose very name evokes images of darkness and power, of a figure who held sway over an empire with his enigmatic presence. He was not a witch in the traditional sense, but his influence, his mystique, made him one in the eyes of those who sought to understand his hold over the Romanovs. Rasputin's legacy is a reminder that the male witch can be a figure of both fascination and fear, a man whose power lies not just in his deeds, but in the aura he projects. In modern times, the male witch has found a new place in the world. No longer confined to the shadows, he is a part of the growing tapestry of neo-paganism and Wicca. He is the man who stands in the circle, calling upon the elements, who celebrates the cycles of the earth, who honors the old gods and goddesses. He is the reminder that the divine is not bound by gender, that the power to connect with the sacred lies within us all, regardless of who we are. The male witch in contemporary society is also a figure of transformation, a symbol of the changing perceptions of masculinity and spirituality. He is the man who rejects the rigid roles imposed upon him, who embraces a path of introspection and connection with nature. He is the healer, the teacher, the guardian of ancient wisdom. In a world that often values the material over the spiritual, he stands as a beacon of something more, a call to remember that magic is not just about spells and rituals, but about the way we see the world, the way we understand our place in it. In literature and media, the male witch has taken on new forms. He is the troubled hero, the man who struggles with his gifts, who walks the line between good and evil. He is the young boy in the cupboard under the stairs, the old wizard in the tower, the warlock battling his own demons. These stories are not just tales of magic, they are stories of humanity, of the struggle to find one's place in a world that often does not understand or accept the different, the strange, the powerful. The legacy of male witches is not just one of history, but of the present. It is a legacy that speaks to the enduring human fascination with the mystical, with the idea that there is more to this world than what we can see and touch. It is a legacy that challenges us to look beyond the surface, to see the hidden depths within ourselves and others. It is a call to embrace the unknown, to acknowledge that the world is full of mysteries that cannot be easily explained or dismissed. In the end, the male witch is a figure who embodies the tension between fear and fascination, between power and vulnerability. He is the one who stands at the edge of the known world, peering into the darkness, seeking the light. He is the reminder that magic is not just about control or dominance, but about understanding, about connection, about the realization that we are all part of something greater, something that defies definition or categorization. And so, the legacy of male witches endures, a thread that weaves through the tapestry of time, connecting the past with the present, the mundane with the magical. It is a legacy that invites us to question, to seek, to believe in the possibility of more. It is a legacy that whispers to us in the quiet moments, when the veil between worlds feels thin, when the stars shine bright in the night sky, reminding us that the story is not yet over, that there is still so much more to learn, to see, to feel. It is a legacy that, like a flickering flame, continues to burn, lighting the way for those who dare to follow. In the quiet corners of the world, where the noise of modern life fades away, there are whispers of ancient voices, long forgotten but never truly gone. The echoes of old rituals, the murmurs of incantations spoken in the stillness of dawn, the flicker of flames that once guided the hands of those who dared to call upon the forces of nature. These were the practices of the male witches of the past, keepers of a knowledge that transcended time and space, guardians of a wisdom that saw the world not just as it is, but as it could be. Today, a curious thing is happening. Across the world, people are turning back to these ancient ways, not as a step back, but as a reaching forward to something that was lost. The revival of male witchcraft is more than just a reclaiming of old practices, it is a reawakening of the soul, a recognition that there is something profound and powerful in the traditions that once shaped the lives of those who walked this earth long before us. This resurgence is not about recreating the past in perfect detail, but about reinterpreting it for a world that has changed so much yet still longs for the same things: connection, meaning, a sense of belonging. In ancient times, male witches were often seen as mediators between the human and the divine. There were the shamans who journeyed into the spirit world, the healers who knew the secrets of plants and stones, the wise ones who could read the stars and foretell the changing of seasons. Their knowledge was rooted in the earth, in the cycles of life and death, and the understanding that everything is interconnected, that to touch one thing is to touch the whole. Their magic was not about power over others, but about harmony with the world around them. As the centuries passed, much of this knowledge was suppressed, driven underground by the forces that sought to impose a different kind of order. The male witch, once revered, became a figure of fear, his practices labeled as heresy, his wisdom twisted into something dark and dangerous. But even in the darkest times, the flame of this ancient knowledge never completely died out. It survived in hidden places, in secret circles, passed down from one generation to the next like a precious secret, waiting for a time when it could once again be brought into the light. That time, it seems, has come. Across the world, there is a growing movement to reclaim the lost heritage of male witchcraft. People are looking to the past not just for inspiration, but for guidance, for a way to reconnect with something that feels essential and true. They are reviving old rituals, studying the myths and legends that have survived, and seeking to understand the symbols and practices that once held so much meaning. But they are also adapting, blending this ancient wisdom with the insights of today, creating something that is both old and new, something that speaks to the needs of a modern world that has, in many ways, lost its way. This revival is not just about the outward forms of ritual and practice, it is about something much deeper. It is about rediscovering a way of being in the world that is grounded in respect for the earth and a recognition of the sacredness of all things. It is about finding a balance between the masculine and the feminine, between action and contemplation, between the visible and the invisible. It is about healing the wounds of the past and creating a future where the wisdom of the ancients can once again guide us. In many ways, this revival of male witchcraft is a response to the disconnection and fragmentation of modern life. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, there is a longing for something solid, something that can offer a sense of continuity and purpose. The old ways, with their deep roots and rich symbolism, offer a path back to a sense of wholeness. They remind us that we are not separate from the world around us, but a part of it, that we are not powerless, but capable of shaping our own destiny. The influence of this revival can be seen in many areas of contemporary life. It is there in the growing interest in herbal medicine and holistic healing, in the resurgence of astrology and the renewed respect for the cycles of the moon and the seasons. It is there in the way people are turning to nature for solace and inspiration, seeking out the quiet places where they can reconnect with something deeper than themselves. It is there in the way people are coming together in communities, both online and in person, to share their experiences, to learn from each other, to support each other on this path. But perhaps the most profound impact of this revival is on the way we see ourselves. The male witch of today is not bound by the stereotypes of the past. He is not a figure of fear or suspicion, but of curiosity and respect. He is not a relic of a bygone era, but a living, breathing embodiment of something timeless. He is a man who is not afraid to explore the depths of his own soul, to embrace both his light and his shadow, to seek out the wisdom that lies hidden within him. This is the gift of the ancient male witches, the gift that they offer to us now, the understanding that true power comes not from dominating others, but from knowing oneself, from being in harmony with the world around us, from recognizing that we are all part of something much greater than ourselves. It is a gift that has been buried for too long, but one that is now being unearthed, dusted off, and held up to the light once more. As we rediscover these ancient practices, we are not just reconnecting with the past, we are reclaiming a part of ourselves that has been lost. We are remembering that there is more to this world than what we can see and touch, that there are forces at work that we may never fully understand, but can still honor and respect. We are remembering that there is magic in the world, not just the kind that can be summoned with words and gestures, but the kind that lives in every breath, and every heartbeat, and every moment of wonder and awe. This is the legacy of the male witches of old, a legacy that is as alive today as it ever was, waiting for those who have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the heart to feel. In a world often defined by rigid expectations of masculinity, where strength and stoicism are prized above all else, the figure of the male witch emerges as a beacon of defiance and authenticity. This is not just a story of magic and mystery, it is a story of breaking boundaries, challenging norms, and embracing the full spectrum of what it means to be human. Male witches, once cast aside as mere figments of folklore, now stand at the crossroads of tradition and modernity, inviting us to reconsider the roles that have long shaped our understanding of gender. The role of male witches in history has been complex and often misunderstood. In ancient cultures, men who practiced witchcraft were revered, celebrated as wise men and shamans. They were the healers, the guides, the ones who held the keys to ancient knowledge. They could commune with spirits, read the signs of nature, and heal the sick with their hands. But as societies evolved, these roles began to shift. The rise of patriarchal structures pushed many of these male witches into the shadows, where they were often painted as villains in tales of fear and superstition. Yet, beneath the surface of this historical narrative lies a rich tapestry of emotion and humanity. Male witches represent the struggle against societal constraints. They challenge the idea that men must conform to a narrow definition of masculinity. Instead, they embrace qualities that are often dismissed as feminine: sensitivity, intuition, emotional depth. This blending of traits opens up a new narrative where vulnerability becomes a source of strength, and nurturing is seen as a vital aspect of leadership. The implications of this shift are profound. As male witches reclaim their identities, they invite others to join in this redefinition of gender roles. They show that it is possible to be strong and sensitive, powerful and gentle, fierce and compassionate. This is a radical act in a world that has long taught men to suppress their emotions, to hide their fears, and to wear a mask of invulnerability. By stepping into their true selves, male witches challenge not only their own limitations, but the expectations placed on all men. Imagine a young boy growing up in a world where he is told that showing emotions is a sign of weakness, where the act of expressing his feelings is met with ridicule. Now picture him finding solace in the stories of male witches, of men who dare to be different, who stand tall in their uniqueness. This realization can spark a revolution within him, a quiet rebellion against the stereotypes that have bound him. He learns that being a man does not mean sacrificing who he is, rather, it means embracing the full breadth of his humanity. The societal implications of this transformation ripple outward. Communities that support male witches become safe havens for those seeking to break free from traditional gender norms. They foster an environment where everyone, regardless of gender, can explore their own identities without fear of judgment. In these spaces, creativity flourishes and compassion thrives. Men learn to embrace their emotions, to share their vulnerabilities, and to celebrate the diversity of their experiences. This newfound freedom is not just a personal triumph, it becomes a collective victory that enriches the entire community. Through their practices, male witches serve as living examples of how to navigate the complexities of identity. They incorporate elements of both the masculine and feminine in their rituals, creating a harmonious balance that reflects the interconnectedness of all things. Their gatherings become spaces where stories are shared, wisdom is passed down, and healing takes place. They model a different kind of strength, one that is rooted in authenticity and connection rather than dominance and control. Moreover, the exploration of male witchcraft in contemporary society encourages a broader dialogue about gender. It raises questions about what it truly means to be a man and how societal expectations can limit personal growth. This discourse allows for a more nuanced understanding of gender fluidity as individuals challenge the binary views that have long dictated our perceptions. The male witch embodies the essence of this fluidity, moving seamlessly between roles, identities, and expressions of self. As we look at the future, the legacy of male witches and challenging gender roles has the potential to reshape our world. It holds the promise of creating a society where everyone is free to express their true selves, regardless of gender. The male witch stands as a symbol of hope, a reminder that true power lies not in conformity but in authenticity. By embracing their identities, male witches not only redefine what it means to be a man but also illuminate a path toward a more inclusive and compassionate world. In this shifting landscape, the heart of male witchcraft beats with a rhythm of acceptance, understanding, and love. The men who dare to embrace their witchcraft remind us that magic lies not just in spells and rituals but in the courage to be vulnerable, the strength to be kind, and the audacity to be true to oneself. They challenge us to reflect on our own beliefs about gender and to reconsider how we interact with each other in our daily lives. This exploration of male witchcraft serves as a powerful reminder that gender roles are not fixed but can evolve and grow, just like the magic that flows through us all. In acknowledging and honoring the experiences of male witches, we open the door to a world where everyone can find their place, where compassion and strength coexist, and where love is the ultimate form of magic. In a world filled with whispers and shadows, the figure of the male witch often stirs up fear and misunderstanding. He stands at the intersection of curiosity and skepticism, facing a barrage of misconceptions that can paint him as a villain or a fool. Yet, beneath the cloak of myth lies a heart filled with passion and purpose, eager to share a truth that transcends centuries of prejudice. One of the most persistent myths surrounding male witches is the idea that they are inherently evil or malevolent. This narrative, born from ancient fears, suggests that any man dabbling in the mystical arts is a danger to society, an agent of chaos intent on spreading darkness. Picture a small village, where children are warned not to stray too close to the woods where the witch lives. He becomes a shadowy figure, lurking in the background of their nightmares. But this image is a distortion, a cruel twist of the truth. In reality, many male witches are deeply compassionate individuals who seek to heal rather than harm. They use their gifts to support their communities, often acting as healers, counselors, or guides. They harness nature's energy to bring about balance and harmony, understanding that their power comes not from malice but from love. Each potion brewed, every spell cast, is infused with a desire to help others, to provide comfort in times of need. This truth stands in stark contrast to the narrative of evil that has persisted for far too long. Another misconception is the belief that male witches are merely imitating women. This idea dismisses the unique experiences and contributions of male witches, reducing them to mere shadows of their female counterparts. Such a view strips away their individuality and the rich history that accompanies their practices. Men have practiced witchcraft throughout history, contributing their own perspectives, insights, and rituals. They blend the wisdom of the earth with the strength of their convictions, creating a tapestry of practices that reflect their unique journeys. Imagine a young boy who feels a deep connection to nature, a fascination with the stars, and an understanding of herbs and healing. When he discovers witchcraft, he feels a sense of belonging, a calling to something greater than himself. Yet, the weight of societal expectations looms large. He wonders if he is simply copying what he sees in the women around him. This internal struggle can be heart-wrenching, forcing him to confront the biases that seek to undermine his identity. The narrative of male witches is further complicated by the stereotype that they are all flamboyant or eccentric, characterized by exaggerated gestures and theatrical performances. While some male witches do embrace a vibrant expression of their identity, this portrayal ignores the vast diversity within the community. Male witches come from all walks of life. Some are quiet and introspective, while others are outspoken and bold. They are fathers, brothers, friends, and mentors, each with their own story to tell. By perpetuating the idea that male witches must conform to a certain image, we limit their ability to express their true selves. This stereotype can discourage men from exploring their craft, fearing that they won't fit the mold of what a witch should look or act like. In reality, every male witch embodies a unique blend of traits, reflecting the complexity of the human experience. Then there's the myth that witchcraft is only about spells and potions. This narrow view reduces the rich practice of witchcraft to mere theatrics, overlooking the deep spiritual connection that many male witches cultivate. Witchcraft encompasses a wide array of beliefs and practices, from nature worship and meditation to rituals that honor the cycles of life. For many, it is a path of self-discovery and personal growth, a way to connect with the universe and understand their place within it. Think of a male witch standing under a full moon, surrounded by the sounds of nature. He takes a deep breath, feeling the energy of the earth pulse beneath his feet. This is not just a ritual, it is a sacred moment of connection, a recognition of the interwoven threads that bind all living things. It is in these quiet moments that true magic unfolds, transcending the myths that seek to define and limit it. The misconception that male witches are anti-Christian or reject mainstream beliefs adds another layer of complexity. While some male witches may have different spiritual paths, many embrace a diverse range of beliefs, including Christianity. They see no contradiction between their witchcraft and their faith, often finding ways to harmonize the two. Their practices can coexist with their spiritual beliefs, leading to a richer and more nuanced understanding of the world. Picture a male witch praying in a church, blending the elements of his practice with the traditions of his faith. He seeks guidance from both the earth and the divine, recognizing that wisdom can come from many sources. This intersection of beliefs highlights the flexibility of spirituality and the importance of respecting individual journeys. As we confront these myths, it becomes clear that the narrative surrounding male witches is rooted in fear and misunderstanding. By addressing these misconceptions, we can begin to cultivate a culture of acceptance and appreciation for the rich tapestry of witchcraft in all its forms. The journey of the male witch is one of resilience, a testament to the strength it takes to stand against societal pressures and embrace one's true self. By sharing their stories, male witches can illuminate the path for others, breaking down the barriers that have long confined them. Each story told, each truth revealed, is a step toward dismantling the false narratives that seek to define them. In this journey of discovery, male witches invite us to reconsider our perceptions, to look beyond the myths and see the individuals behind the labels. They remind us that magic is not just a tool for manipulation, but a means of connection to oneself, to others, and to the world around us. As these misconceptions are debunked, a space opens for understanding, compassion, and acceptance. This transformation is not just about male witches, it is about all of us, learning to embrace the diversity of the human experience and recognizing the magic that exists in each of us. In a world often overwhelmed by the noise of modern life, the gentle touch of a healer can feel like a warm embrace. Male witches, often seen as misunderstood figures, have stepped into the role of spiritual healers, wielding their gifts with compassion and purpose. Their hands carry not just knowledge, but the weight of ancient wisdom, transforming lives in profound ways. When you think of a healer, what comes to mind? Perhaps a nurturing figure, someone who exudes calmness and warmth. Now imagine that figure as a man, holding space for others, guiding them through their pain. Male witches possess a unique ability to tap into the energies around them, using that connection to help others heal. Their presence can bring comfort to those in distress, as they understand the intricate dance between body, mind, and spirit. Take, for instance, the story of a young man named David. He had lost his job and was drowning in despair, feeling as if the world had closed in around him. Struggling to make sense of his emotions, he turned to a male witch named Ethan, known for his deep understanding of spiritual healing. Ethan welcomed David with open arms, creating a safe space where he could share his fears without judgment. As they talked, Ethan sensed the weight of despair clinging to David like a dark cloud. With compassion, he introduced David to various practices that could help him reconnect with himself. They worked together on grounding techniques, teaching David to visualize roots extending from his feet into the earth, anchoring him in the present moment. Over time, David began to shed the heaviness he had been carrying. This transformation was not just about healing, it was a reclamation of his spirit, facilitated by a male witch who believed in the power of connection. The practices of spiritual healing vary widely, but at the heart of each is an understanding of energy, both within oneself and in the surrounding world. Male witches often blend traditional techniques with modern practices, creating a unique approach to healing. They might incorporate herbal remedies, energy work, meditation, and rituals that honor the cycles of nature. This holistic view allows them to address the root causes of emotional and physical ailments, rather than merely treating symptoms. Consider another story, that of Michael, who had battled chronic illness for years. Conventional medicine had offered little relief, and he felt trapped in his own body. A friend recommended he see a male witch named Lucas, known for his unconventional methods. Lucas welcomed Michael into his tranquil space, filled with the soft sounds of nature and the scents of healing herbs. Lucas took the time to listen to Michael's story, honoring his pain and frustration. Then, he introduced him to the practice of energy healing. With gentle hands, Lucas began to channel energy, guiding it through Michael's body. The experience was profound. For the first time in years, Michael felt a flicker of hope. As Lucas worked, he explained the importance of balancing the energies within, encouraging Michael to embrace the power of his own body. With each session, Michael learned to visualize healing energy flowing through him, igniting a spark of vitality he thought he had lost forever. The transformation was not instant, but with patience and guidance, he began to reclaim his health. Michael's journey highlights the profound impact a male witch can have, not just through their practices, but through the deep connections they forge with those they heal. Male witches often find themselves walking a delicate line between tradition and modernity. They draw from ancient practices while adapting to the needs of contemporary seekers. This adaptability is crucial in a world where people are often searching for meaning and healing in unfamiliar places. In many ways, male witches serve as bridge builders. They connect ancient wisdom with the present, offering insights that resonate deeply with those who feel lost. This connection can spark transformation in individuals who feel disconnected from their roots or overwhelmed by the pressures of modern life. The guidance of a male witch can illuminate paths that have long been obscured by doubt and fear. Moreover, their role in spiritual healing extends beyond individual practices. Many male witches create communities centered on healing and growth, providing spaces where individuals can gather to share their experiences. These gatherings foster a sense of belonging and support, allowing participants to learn from one another and draw strength from the collective. Take the example of a community circle led by a male witch named Gabriel. Each week, individuals gather in a serene environment, sharing their struggles and triumphs. Gabriel facilitates discussions about healing, self-discovery, and the importance of community support. He leads meditative practices that connect participants to their inner selves, encouraging them to explore their emotions and release what no longer serves them. Through these gatherings, participants begin to realize they are not alone in their struggles. They share laughter, tears, and breakthroughs, forming bonds that extend beyond the circle. This sense of community becomes a vital part of their healing journey, reminding them that together, they can overcome even the deepest wounds. As male witches continue to embrace their roles as healers, their contributions to spiritual healing are becoming increasingly recognized. They are breaking down the stereotypes that have long surrounded them, showing the world that healing knows no gender. Their presence serves as a reminder that compassion and understanding can transcend societal norms, allowing healing to flourish in unexpected ways. Each story shared, each healing practice embraced, is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Male witches hold the light for others, guiding them through the darkness and helping them find their way back to themselves. Their journey is a reflection of the healing journey we all undertake, a reminder that transformation is possible, that hope can be rekindled even in the most challenging times. In a society that often seeks to categorize and label, male witches stand as powerful symbols of healing, connection, and transformation. They remind us that the path to healing is not linear, but a winding road filled with unexpected turns and beautiful discoveries. Through their dedication, compassion, and ancient wisdom, they continue to touch lives, helping others uncover their own magic and embrace their true selves. In a world where the earth often cries out for help, the gentle hands of male witches reach out to nurture and protect it. These men, often seen as guardians of ancient wisdom, carry a deep connection to nature that fuels their passion for environmental activism. They understand that the health of the planet is intertwined with the well-being of every living being. Their voices rise like whispers through the trees, echoing a call to action that resonates with anyone who cares about the future of our home. When you hear the word witch, what comes to mind? Many envision someone cloaked in darkness, casting spells under the cover of night. But for male witches, the essence of their craft is rooted in light and love, deeply intertwined with the natural world. They see the beauty in every flower, the wisdom in the rustling leaves, and the life force in flowing rivers. This connection inspires them to advocate for the earth, reminding us that every action we take has a ripple effect. Take the story of Thomas, a male witch who has devoted his life to environmental activism. Growing up surrounded by lush forests and sparkling streams, he felt a profound bond with nature. As a child, he would spend hours in the woods, listening to the whispers of the wind and observing the intricate dance of life around him. Those moments shaped his understanding of the delicate balance of ecosystems and the urgent need to protect them. As an adult, Thomas became increasingly aware of the environmental crises facing the world. The air was thick with pollution, forests were disappearing, and wildlife was vanishing. He felt a call to action deep within his soul, urging him to use his gifts for the greater good. Thomas began organizing community cleanup events, teaching others how to connect with the earth and understand the importance of sustainability. Through his workshops, he guided participants to reconnect with nature, encouraging them to listen to its messages. With every gathering, he felt the energy of the community grow stronger, united by a shared purpose. People began to understand that caring for the environment was not just a responsibility, it was a sacred duty. As they planted trees together, Thomas saw the hope blossom in their eyes, igniting a passion for change that transcended individual desires. The eco-spiritual movements that male witches champion have become a powerful force for positive change. These movements emphasize the sacredness of nature, recognizing that the earth is not just a resource to exploit, but a living entity deserving of respect. Male witches often serve as the heart of these movements, blending ancient practices with modern activism. Consider the gatherings held by male witches and their allies. They come together in circles, not only to share knowledge, but to honor the earth. As they create rituals that celebrate the changing seasons, they reinforce the connection between spirituality and the environment. They invoke the elements, earth, air, fire, and water, recognizing their power and importance in maintaining balance. Each chant and prayer resonates with the heartbeat of the planet, creating an atmosphere of unity and reverence. One such gathering was led by a male witch named Elias, who felt a calling to protect a local wetland threatened by development. With a group of passionate individuals, he organized a ceremony to honor the spirits of the land. As they gathered by the water's edge, they formed a circle, holding hands under the soft glow of the setting sun. Elias led them in a heartfelt chant, asking for guidance and strength to protect this sacred place. With each word spoken, a sense of urgency filled the air. The participants felt their hearts synchronize with the rhythm of nature, as if the land itself was urging them to take a stand. They shared stories of their connection to the wetland, and tears were shed for the wildlife that called it home. In that moment, they became a collective force, fueled by love and determination. The energy generated during these gatherings often spills over into action. Many male witches organize protests, write letters to local officials, and rally communities to advocate for environmental protections. They inspire others to see the world through a different lens, one where every action, no matter how small, contributes to a larger purpose. As awareness grows, so does the understanding that male witches are not just keepers of ancient traditions, they are catalysts for change. Their presence in the environmental movement challenges stereotypes, showing that anyone, regardless of gender, can be a protector of the earth. The male witch stands as a figure of strength and compassion, breaking down barriers and inviting everyone to join the cause. Through their activism, male witches remind us of the interconnectedness of all living things. They teach us that the fate of the earth is in our hands, and every choice we make ripples out into the universe. They encourage us to embrace sustainable practices in our daily lives, reminding us that even the smallest changes can have a profound impact. The stories of male witches like Thomas and Elias are not just tales of individual bravery, they are testaments to the power of community. They show us that when we come together with a shared purpose, we can create waves of change that echo across the land. As they raise their voices, they inspire others to listen and act, igniting a passion for environmental stewardship that spreads like wildfire. As the world faces increasingly dire challenges, the role of male witches in environmental activism becomes even more crucial. They stand at the forefront of a movement that seeks not only to protect the earth, but to heal it. Their connection to nature infuses their activism with a deep sense of purpose, reminding us that we are all stewards of this planet. The legacy of male witches in eco-spiritual movements is one of love, respect, and commitment to the earth. They show us that by honoring nature, we honor ourselves. Their journey is a call to awaken the healer within each of us, to recognize our power to effect change, and to embrace our responsibility to protect the world we inhabit. In their hands lies the potential for a brighter, more sustainable future, one where humanity and nature thrive together in harmony. Across the globe, whispers of an ancient craft are rising, echoing through the valleys, mountains, and cities, beckoning men to reclaim their roles as witches. This revival of male witchcraft is not just a fleeting trend, it's a powerful movement rooted in history, spirituality, and a profound connection to nature. As men embrace this path, they weave their own stories into the tapestry of witchcraft, reflecting the richness of diverse cultures and societies. In small towns and bustling cities, gatherings of male witches have become a beacon of hope and unity. Each circle formed is a space of acceptance and growth, where men share their journeys and honor their connection to the earth. They gather not only to practice their craft, but also to heal and empower one another. In these moments, the air crackles with energy, and emotions run high as they connect with ancient traditions that have often been overlooked or dismissed. Take the example of Marcus, a young man from Brazil who felt a calling to the craft as he grew up surrounded by the Amazon rainforest. The lush, vibrant ecosystem called to him, teaching him the language of the trees and the whispers of the wind. Growing up, he noticed that many men in his community were disconnected from their heritage, often feeling ashamed to express their emotions or spiritual beliefs. But Marcus saw the beauty in vulnerability. He began hosting gatherings in his village, inviting men to share their stories and reconnect with the earth. Through rituals that honored the spirits of the forest, they found a renewed sense of purpose. They learned to respect the land that sustained them, cultivating an understanding that their well-being was intertwined with the health of the environment. As they held hands in a circle, the warmth of connection enveloped them, breaking down barriers of isolation and fear. Together, they celebrated their identities as male witches, creating a movement that spread like wildfire throughout the region. In Europe, the revival takes on a different hue, reflecting the rich history of male witches and cultures long overshadowed by patriarchal narratives. Countries like Ireland, Scotland, and Germany are witnessing a resurgence of interest in male witchcraft, as men seek to connect with their ancestral roots. They reclaim the stories of their forefathers, understanding that witchcraft was not merely a practice of the oppressed, but a celebration of life, community, and healing. Daniel, a man from Ireland, began leading workshops that focused on the ancient practices of male witches and Celtic traditions. He encouraged participants to explore herbalism, divination, and the lore of their ancestors. The energy in his classes was electric, as men shared not only their knowledge but also their struggles and aspirations. In this sacred space, they learned that vulnerability was not a weakness but a strength. As these practices spread, the impact on various cultures becomes clear. In Africa, male witches are reinterpreting traditional healing practices, merging them with modern approaches to address the challenges their communities face. They harness the wisdom of their ancestors, using it to create new pathways for healing and empowerment. In every corner of the globe, men are embracing their roles as witches, pushing against societal norms that have long dictated how they should act and feel. This global revival is not without its challenges. Many men still face stigma and misunderstanding from those who cling to outdated beliefs about witchcraft. Yet, the courage of those who stand up and share their stories shines brightly. Each voice adds to a growing chorus that celebrates male witchcraft, emphasizing its importance in a world desperately in need of healing. The movement has sparked discussions about gender roles, emotional expression, and spirituality, inviting everyone to reconsider what it means to be a witch in today's society. As this revival unfolds, the connections formed among male witches reach across borders and cultures. Online communities blossom, creating spaces for sharing knowledge, experiences, and support. Men from different backgrounds unite, exchanging insights about their practices and beliefs. They learn from one another, recognizing that the essence of witchcraft transcends geographical boundaries. In one remarkable instance, a group of male witches from North America connected with those in Southeast Asia through social media. They shared rituals that celebrated the moon, drawing from their unique cultural backgrounds. The result was a beautiful tapestry of practices, where each participant added their own touch to the ancient rituals. As they chanted and performed ceremonies, they felt a profound sense of unity, realizing that their differences only enriched the experience. The global revival of male witchcraft is also influencing societal norms and expectations. As men reclaim their roles as witches, they challenge outdated perceptions of masculinity. They encourage emotional openness and vulnerability, showing that true strength lies in embracing one's feelings. This shift resonates deeply, inspiring younger generations to explore their identities without fear of judgment. Within this context, the stories of male witches are becoming more visible in literature, art, and media. Documentaries highlight their practices, showcasing the beauty of their craft and the importance of connection to nature. These representations help reshape public perceptions, presenting male witches not as outcasts but as vital contributors to the spiritual and ecological landscapes of our world. As the movement grows, so does its impact on various cultures. Male witches are stepping into roles as educators, activists, and healers, advocating for environmental protection and social justice. They embody a holistic approach to life, integrating their spiritual beliefs with their responsibilities to the community and the earth. Through their actions, they inspire others to join the cause, creating a ripple effect that spreads far beyond their immediate circles. In the heart of this revival lies a simple truth: the world needs the wisdom of male witches now more than ever. As they forge connections with each other and their environments, they remind us all of the importance of nurturing both our inner selves and the world around us. This journey of rediscovery is not just about witchcraft, it's about reclaiming our humanity, embracing our vulnerabilities, and recognizing the interconnectedness of all life. The global revival of male witchcraft paints a hopeful picture for the future, one where men can express their spirituality without fear, where their connection to nature is celebrated, and where their contributions to society are recognized and valued. In every gathering, every ritual, and every shared story, the legacy of male witches continues to grow, weaving a vibrant tapestry that honors the past while illuminating a path forward. The spirit of witchcraft, rich with history and resilience, lives on in the hearts of those who dare to embrace it. The whispers of ancient practices and modern beliefs swirl around us like a gentle breeze, inviting reflection on the journey of male witches throughout history. Each tale told, each ritual performed, carries the weight of centuries, connecting us to the sacred threads of life. In the quiet moments of contemplation, we feel the heartbeat of a lineage that spans cultures and eras, reminding us that the essence of witchcraft transcends time and geography. From the earliest days, when men were revered as healers, shamans, and guides, their roles as male witches have ebbed and flowed through the fabric of society. Often marginalized, they have faced trials and tribulations that tested their spirit and resilience. Yet, through it all, they have continued to honor the elements, the earth, and the spirit world, weaving their magic into the very essence of life. As we reflect on the journey of male witchcraft, we come to understand the profound connection between nature and spirituality. The mountains, rivers, and forests have long served as sanctuaries for those who seek knowledge and understanding. Male witches have stood in harmony with the elements, drawing strength from the earth beneath their feet and the skies above. They have danced under the moonlight, sung to the stars, and whispered their dreams into the winds, forging an unbreakable bond with the universe. The stories of men like Simon Magus and Rasputin reveal the complexities of male witchcraft. They were not just figures of folklore or history, they were reflections of the struggles and triumphs of many. Their legacies remind us that the path of a male witch is not solely defined by magic, but also by the courage to stand against societal norms. They faced skepticism, fear, and often persecution, yet their spirits burned brightly, lighting the way for those who would follow. In the present day, the resurgence of male witchcraft speaks to a deep-seated yearning for authenticity and connection. Men are reclaiming their power, embracing their emotions, and stepping into roles that honor their spiritual heritage. Communities are forming, creating spaces where vulnerability is celebrated and shared experiences are cherished. In these circles, the energy is palpable, a collective heartbeat that reverberates with strength, unity, and love. The modern male witch embodies a spirit of compassion and activism, standing at the forefront of environmental and social justice movements. They recognize that their craft extends beyond personal growth. It's a call to protect the earth and uplift marginalized voices. As they cast their spells, they do so with intention, understanding that their actions have the power to influence not just their lives, but the world around them. Through the lens of spirituality, we see the profound impact male witches have on healing and community. They are often seen as bridges between the physical and spiritual realms, offering solace to those in need. Whether through herbal remedies, rituals, or simply listening with open hearts, they embody a gentle strength that nurtures and restores. Their practices remind us that healing is not just about the self, it is about the collective, about weaving together the stories and experiences of all beings. Across the globe, as male witchcraft continues to flourish, it challenges preconceived notions of gender and spirituality. The journey invites us to question what it means to be a man in today's society. It beckons men to shed the shackles of toxic masculinity, to embrace their emotions, and to step into a space of authenticity. In doing so, they not only reclaim their identities but also empower others to do the same. As we weave together the threads of history, culture, and spirituality, we recognize the enduring legacy of male witches. Their stories are etched into the earth, echoing in the whispers of the trees and the songs of the rivers. They remind us that magic is not confined to spells or rituals, it is found in the moments of connection, in the laughter shared, and in the compassion extended to others. In the quiet corners of our hearts, we carry the echoes of those who have come before us. Their struggles, their triumphs, and their love for the earth resonate within us, urging us to honor their legacy. Each time we gather, each time we cast our intentions into the universe, we pay homage to those who paved the way for our spiritual journeys. As we embrace the revival of male witchcraft, we acknowledge that it is not just about reclaiming a title, but about embodying a way of life. It is about fostering a deep connection to the earth, to each other, and to the spiritual realm. It is a call to action, a reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. With each step forward, we honor the past while shaping the future. The legacy of male witches lives on in the hearts of those who dare to dream, to heal, and to create. As the sun sets and the stars twinkle in the night sky, we feel the weight of their presence, guiding us along our paths. Together, we stand united, bound by the magic that flows through our veins and the love that connects us all. In this moment, we recognize that the journey of male witches is a tapestry woven with diverse threads, each unique, each beautiful, and each essential. As we look to the future, we carry the torch of their wisdom, lighting the way for those who will follow. The story of male witchcraft is far from over. It is a living testament to the power of resilience, connection, and love. As we walk this path, we become part of a greater story, one that honors the past while embracing the limitless possibilities of tomorrow.